Okay, it is 9:31 and I will call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, and we are in Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue and online hybrid as well. First item on the agenda is roll call, and we'll start to my right.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Rearguez. Me and Faith.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico, Mayor.
Geneva's online.
Oh, she's all right. Perfect. Item number one, work sessions. 1A, introduction of the compensation study. And we have Julia here to present, and she's sitting in the hot seat already.
I'm in the hot seat. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council. I am really excited to introduce Lori Graves from Graves Consulting this morning. She is on the screen joining us remotely. But before I turn things over to Lori, I want to take a moment to share a bit of history on town's compensation system and process and why this work is so important. One of council's goals, as you all know, that staff is working towards is to become an employer of choice. And to do that, it's imperative that we maintain competitive compensation to attract and retain top talent. Without a capable team, we can't execute on the many goals of council and our citizens. So again, this, is a big ticket item that we're working really hard towards. And we can all agree that salary is a primary factor for many people when they're considering employment opportunities. So making sure that our salaries remain competitive is critical to our success in that recruitment and retention effort, and to be able to maintain and retain a capable team. So a little bit more history. Town has operated within a defined compensation system and pay structure since 2003. And we have conducted a compensation study every 3 years to make sure that we're staying competitive within our defined market with our pay. Over the last decade, there have been 4 studies, one which was conducted in-house, 3 following were conducted by outside consultants. The latest was completed by Lori, so she is very familiar with our challenges and nuances, and this is our second go around on this project, and we're super excited that she's engaged with us again. So I do want to mention that we really do look at total compensation, and that's very important. Our benefit package, our health insurance, our wellness benefit, town's paid time off, and our retirement plan match. All those are very, very important. They all carry monetary value and they're part of the compensation package. We consider this, but this project itself is focused solely on the salary compensation component. So we're just looking at pay. And I do also want to mention, because this is critical, that aside from attracting and retaining a top-notch team, this work is important because it is central to one of town's values, and that being our JEDI values: justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. By having a structured and unbiased system for compensation administration across the organization, we can uphold pay equity, we can provide transparency into compensation decisions, and we can really promote an equitable work environment. So it's another really, really big part of this, and we're looking through that equity lens as we engage in this work. So today, Lori's going to guide us through the project, the intent and scope, how she and her team approach data analysis and the pay structure design process, and finally, the deliverables that we will be bringing back to council for your consideration and approval at the conclusion of the study. So I really do thank you for engaging on this topic and taking the time to hear it. And we'll have some time at the end for questions and discussion. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lori to walk us through her presentation.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate the intro, Julia, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to take a little bit of time from your council meeting this morning. I do have a fairly short presentation, so I'm not going to monopolize your time. But I think that it is important for each of you to understand, not just to see the results at the end, but understand a little bit of how we get there, right? What our process looks like, where we get the data, how we analyze that data, and what we do with it. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully this will work. There we go. Hopefully that is visible to each of you. Awesome. Thank you. So obviously, we're just going to be doing an overview of the project. This is a project that we've started a couple of months ago, so we're probably a little bit more than halfway through, but wanted to make sure again that each of you are kind of grounded in the process. So just a short amount about Graves Consulting. We are a human resource consulting firm that specializes in working with the public sector. Probably 85% of our clients are public sector clients, and the vast majority of those are within the state of Colorado, many in resort areas similar to yours. So we do understand not just the nature of the types of jobs that exist in public sector and in municipalities, but the unique challenges that come with being positioned in a stunningly beautiful but high cost of living place such as Telluride. So we appreciate being able to kind of bring that skill set to you guys. This is just a short overview view of our team. We are what I like to say, small but mighty. We tend to stay focused in the areas that we understand really well. So we don't necessarily do all of the broad scope HR consulting. The majority of our work is compensation focused. And I have been the primary lead consultant on this project. I was previously and am again. However, I do have some support from both Eric Marburger and Wendy Eklund, bringing their expertise into it as well. Wendy actually is a fairly new employee for Graves Consulting. She came last fall, and she was previously the HR director for the city of Steamboat Springs for about 9 years. So it's been super helpful to have someone on our team who not only deeply understands compensation, but who deeply understands public sector and the people challenges that exist, right, particularly on your side of the fence. So with that, what I want to cover this morning is we'll talk a little bit, as Julia mentioned, about just high level, the intent and the scope of the project. I want to talk about the data sources. Where will we be getting compensation data to ensure that that's valid and relevant for you? Definition of market, meaning what is the market area that we are going to look at to compare you to from a wage standpoint, so that we can ensure that we are, one, getting a broad view of the labor market, but that we're really getting a view of the market with the uniqueness that exists, right, in areas such as yours. Then we'll talk a little bit of what I would call kind of behind the scenes, how we ensure that we are matching your jobs appropriately to that market data and how we analyze those. We'll talk a little bit about pay structure design and why that's important and how we view that. And then we'll wrap up, as Julia mentioned, with the deliverables. So, you know, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody sitting in the room that really our primary intent, and this is also what Julia said, is to ensure that the town can continue to both recruit and retain the talent that you need to provide all of the services to your residents. And clearly one of the most important ways to do that is to make sure that you're paying competitively to the external labor market, right? It probably also not a surprise to anybody in this room that that has been quite the moving target over these last few years. Really, the last couple of years, in the 25 plus years that I've worked in compensation, I don't believe that I've seen the labor market move in quite this way. So it is certainly a really good time to be taking this in-depth look. And as Julia mentioned, while we're really primarily focusing on salary, on the pay component of total compensation, and again, heavily focused on external alignment, ensuring that you're aligned to market, we want to make sure that while we're doing that, we are also maintaining the internal equity of your positions, right? Meaning positions of similar span and scope of authority, right, and requirements and influence are equitably placed on your pay structure, again, to support the initiatives that you have, right, around justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, which we very much appreciate because we work heavily in that area. And we really love it when we have a chance to work with clients who appreciate the importance of that, right? And when you have a relatively small candidate pool to pull from, it is that much more important. So it's wonderful that you guys have identified that. One of the other things that we think is an important focus, particularly when we work with, I would say, small to mid-sized clients, is that we want to make sure that you have a pay structure that supports career progression, right? So it allows your employees to see a reasonable and sustainable wage growth over the course of their career, right? One of the things we love about public sector is that we know that for most employees, this isn't a job, this is a career, right? They tend to stay in these roles. We want to make sure we build a pay structure that supports their ability to do that and to see wage growth as they gain more skill set and experience. So our scope within that intent is to ensure that we're gathering current, relevant compensation market data, right, from valid published survey sources that reflect the labor market that the town is competing in. We will use that information to provide recommendations to update the pay structures that you have based on that data. Now, separately from this external look at pay, we're also going to be providing a pay equity analysis under the guidelines of Colorado's Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, again, which further supports, right, the goals that you have around JEDI, to ensure that you do not have any pay disparities that exist in your system that potentially could be as a result of unlawful reasons, right? We do a lot of this work across the public sector, and I would just say, as a bit of a spoiler alert, we don't anticipate seeing any huge issues because we know that public sector in general, and specifically the town, has had a good pay structure with not only pay grades and ranges, but good internal processes for how people are placed in those ranges. So we don't expect it's going to be a big issue, but we do think it's important to analyze. And doing that analysis and taking any actions that analysis might indicate also gives the town some safe harbor protection against future pay disparity claims that might come up. So it's an important thing to do, not only because it's the right thing to do, but it also provides some safe harbor protection. So in addition to those things, we'll also be obviously providing recommendations for implementation of whatever we recommend. We'll look at ongoing structure maintenance so that the town has all of the tools that you need to continue to maintain the structures that we build, and several other areas of analysis. So let's talk about data sources. One of the real advantages to being a public sector employer in the state of Colorado is that Colorado has a more robust data source for public sector jobs than really any other state we work in. So between the Employers Council and the Colorado Municipal League, which you're both probably all familiar with, membership-based organizations that tend to have very heavy participation among the public sector in Colorado, they produce surveys on an annual basis that give us a really good feel for what the labor market looks like for those jobs that exist in the public sector. When we're pulling data from those surveys, what we're actually pulling are actual wages being paid to other incumbents or other employees in organizations doing similar work. So in other words, we're not just looking at their pay ranges, comparing them to your pay ranges and saying, oh, it's good enough. We really want to anchor our recommendations on what are people earning and how do we ensure that that is the piece of it that we're staying aligned with, right? And that your pay structure is staying aligned to market with. So we use that data to create an average actual of wages being paid to incumbents for each of the positions, to create that market average, to know how to recommend changes to your pay structure and how to recommend placement of each of the positions on your structure. So defined market, this is an important area. This is where we want to make sure that we are pulling data from an area that is broad, but is also reflective of the labor market that you're competing in, right? So sometimes we'll have clients come to us and say, you know, we really just need to make sure we're competitive with these 4 or 5 other public sector organizations. And while those might be the organizations that you most frequently, right, tend to trade employees with, we know that a handful of data points is not going to give us statistically valid data, right? Not every organization matches the jobs the way you have them organized. Any anomalies that exist in their pay system, everybody always has some, would then come over into yours if we had fewer data points. So we're looking at a broad area, and what that includes really are resort communities from all over the state that have similar dynamics that you're struggling with, right, from a people perspective as far as housing and commutes, right, and cost of living. But we also include, for all of our resort area clients in Colorado, we also include some of the larger communities that are in the Denver-Boulder area. And again, it's not because we believe that you're regularly trading employees with them. It's because we know enough about the labor market in the state of Colorado that how that market moves within the Denver-Boulder area influences the market for the entire state. And we also know that there was a time, 10 years ago, where you could look at a similar job in a resort community to the Denver Boulder area, and it would pay more in a resort community with the higher cost of living, which makes sense. However, that has not been the case really over the last 10 years. And we have realized when we focus our data pulling efforts on just resort communities, it sometimes will suppress some of the wages more than need be. So we include both sectors to ensure that we're getting that broad view. We also do include private sector and special district information where that's applicable, because we also know that many of the positions that exist in the town, you're not just competing with other municipalities, right? You're competing with private sector as well. So we include that. Now we talk a little bit more about what I would call kind of the behind the scenes piece of it, right? How do we approach this work? So really, the two probably what we would consider foundational elements in a market update or a compensation study is ensuring that we have good, reliable data from sources that are relevant to your labor market. And the second is ensuring that we really understand each of the positions that exist there in the town, and we understand them fully enough that when we're pulling data from those surveys, we're really comparing apples to apples as much as we can, right? We know that even though we have worked with 60, 70 plus public sector organizations, and we can look at a job title and we can be pretty sure we know exactly what that job does, we would probably only get it right about 80% of the time, because every one of our clients has some uniqueness in the way they organize the work, what their expectations are, how they maybe combine roles that might be two separate roles in other organizations. That's the uniqueness that we need to make sure we understand. So we go through, and we have done this already. We came in town, we met with every single department head across the town and talked through every position that exists in their area, taking detailed notes, using this as a supplement to the job descriptions that we have, the org charts that we have. All of this gives us insight, right, into making sure that we're making appropriate comparisons. So with that information, we match the town's positions, as many as possible, to that survey data, which is the vast majority. But we also know, again, that every organization has some positions that are fairly unique, right? They have been created for a specific reason. They're somewhat unique in the marketplace, and you're not going to be able to go out and grab data for jobs that look just like that. So where we find that, we place those positions on your pay structure based on their internal relative value to other positions that have been placed based on market data, right? So ensuring that positions of similar span and scope and influence, right, are placed appropriately. And again, we blend or adjust the benchmark information that we get to account for the uniqueness that we understand exists in some of the town's positions. Not all of them. Many of them are set up in a very common way, right? And they compare well to survey data, but there's always some uniqueness, and we blend and adjust for that uniqueness. And one of the things that we've done in the past, particularly with the town and in other similar towns, is scoping the positions based on level. So understanding that there is a bit of a floor that is maybe higher in Telluride than it might be in other communities for the minimum you can earn to really be able to sustain, right, and live anywhere in that area. So some of the more entry-level positions, we are going to scope up to account for that kind of floor of costs. Conversely, we also know that when you start looking at leadership positions, right, department head, director level positions, there is a significant difference in a role, let's say, that has a downline of people in their department of 10 people versus that exact same role that has a downline of 75 people in a much larger organization, right? We tend to, at the highest level, scope adjust down just a little bit for those smaller downlines that we see in some of our smaller clients. The same skill set you're looking for, but not as much complexity, right, with fewer people. These are not big adjustments, but they're enough to account for those differences. So then with all of that data, right, the goal is to ensure that your pay structure is aligned to market and that jobs are placed on that pay structure appropriately. But it's also important to us to ensure that the pay structure itself is built in a way that helps you drive consistency, right, and fairness. Meaning, we don't want to just understand that the ranges themselves are adequate. The way they're organized in your pay structure, meaning how wide each pay range is, frankly, just the distance from the minimum rate to the maximum rate, that is important. And how far apart each pay grade is from each other is also important, right? Range width matters. If you think about this, if you have, let's say, entry-level type positions, and you have a pay range that is very wide, right? When you widen a pay range, you both lower the minimum and you raise the maximum. And if you have entry-level positions that are in ranges that are overly wide, you're probably going to have minimums that really have no utility to you, right? You can't hire anybody that low. And you might also have maximum rates that are a little bit unrealistic for the type of work you're asking somebody to do. So we tend to build structures, and we've already done this in the past for the town and continue to maintain it, where the ranges are slightly narrower at the entry level and get wider as you move up into the larger scope, more responsible positions, right? To help track the way people move through those. And the distance between pay grades is important because one of the other things that we know is going to happen is that over time, certain jobs are going to move faster in the marketplace than others, right? Certain jobs get to be in higher demand and the pay goes up quicker. Those jobs might need to be upgraded, meaning moved to the next highest pay grade. And we want there to be a consistent distance between those pay grades so that when you make those moves, you can build consistent pay practices, right, around what you do with pay accordingly. So we'll look at the structures from that perspective. We want to obviously ensure that all of your positions are properly classified or placed on that structure. We also want to look at relieving or preventing pay compression where we can. And pay compression is something that, while it has always been an issue, I don't know that it has ever been as much of one as it has been the last couple of years, right? And compression exists when labor rates have been rising and you are having to hire brand new, less experienced people in at higher rates than you've had to in the past. So now they're coming in higher and their rates are beginning to get compressed up against longer service, more experienced employees. So it's important that we not only ensure that jobs are in the right ranges, but that people are moving through those ranges appropriately to relieve that pay compression, right? Pay compression can be incredibly costly because it usually tends to cause an employer to lose their longer service people, right? And that's where you're going to see your cost of turnover really exponentially go up. So we want to look at that. And clearly, we want to ensure that you have a structure that has the flexibility that you can continue to grow with it and keep it aligned to market. So really, our deliverables for the project are, we start by reviewing and analyzing everything related to your current state, right? So looking at your current job descriptions, your org charts, talking with all of your department heads, looking at the census data that shows us how much in each of the jobs the employees are actually earning. We get ourselves grounded in current state. We use the process that we've outlined previously to gather current relevant market data for each position, right, from existing survey sources. We use that information to recommend updates to your pay structure and placement of each of the positions on that structure. And then to provide the financial impact analysis that says, should the town decide to implement these recommendations, this is what the cost would look like, right? One note about implementation. So particularly for our clients who don't do a comp study or a market update every year, sometimes we will find that, particularly if the market has moved significantly since the last study, it may be that the financial impact of the recommendations we made could potentially be more that could be borne in one specific budget cycle. And if we find that, our recommendation would be to create a phased implementation that would allow the town to move to the right target, but to get there in a sustainable way, right? The alternative to that would be pulling back on the numbers until you get to something that is affordable in one budget cycle and saying that that's market. When in reality, I would rather see someone take longer to get there, but ensure that they're really moving towards, right, the correct market target. So should we find that that's the case, we would certainly work on a phased implementation. One of the other projects that we have been working on with the town over the last few months, and it goes to a little bit of what we're talking about, is this place in range analysis, which is exactly kind of what it sounds like, ensuring that where employees' pay is placed within their pay range is appropriate and relevant based on their experience, their skill sets, right, their performance. So this is one of the key ways that we prevent and relieve pay compression. So as we're making our recommendations, we'll be bringing in the results of that place and range analysis so that we're recommending not only the pay structure and the placement of positions, but individual pay amounts for people whose pay appears to be too low in the range based on their experience, right? So it gives you a very holistic view of ensuring that comp stays competitive. And with that, I think I have covered the basics and would love to answer any questions that you might have.
Lori, thank you very much for the presentation. Is there any council members that have any questions for Julia or Lori on the compensation?
There were just, thank you, Lori. This is Jessie Ray. There were three things that kind of stuck out to me. And one of them you kind of tackled when you mentioned the phased approach, because I was like, oh, this is great, you know, theoretically, but what happens when we implement this? But, you know, our business essentially can't bear the increase of, you know, increasing our employees and these competitive wages, you know, so is there an approach for how we increase a revenue stream or a phased approach? So I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I didn't know if that was a conversation we needed to have, like a side conversation as council, like coming up with creative new ways to meet competitive wages for new employees. And so that's good. The other two things, one is, though I think it's good to compare Telluride to other mountain towns and other areas within Colorado, Telluride is very much unique in itself. You know, there's a lot of places that are off I-70 corridor or have places or have access to big city type of things, you know, like Steamboat even has a lower cost of living, you know, Vail, Aspen, there's Carbondale, Elderbell, or Edwards, you know, so Telluride really in itself is so totally unique. So I'm hesitant to see where the numbers fall. And I always feel like things get a little convoluted when we do these kind of comp studies, because inevitably, you know, a week later, I kind of sit there and say these numbers are just simply inaccurate. So I just want to put that out there. The other thing is with retaining new employees, you know, there's this theme of people post-COVID that they just simply don't want to work. And there's that. Then there's the competitive wage thing, and then the inclusion thing. I'm wondering if with all of those things together, I mean, do we start considering more remote jobs to kind of offset the lack of housing and promote more inclusion and diversity? And I just don't know if this is a topic that you hear a lot, or I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, it is. That's a great point to bring up. So let me back up to what I think your second point was around including some of those other organizations that don't necessarily have the exact same struggles, right, that Telluride has. And I hear you, and I think that's very relevant. One of the things that makes it a little bit easier for us is when we pull this data, we pull it specific by each jurisdiction, so we can see the impact that including an organization or excluding them has on the numbers. So if we are seeing organizations that are pulling the numbers down inappropriately, or maybe pushing them up inappropriately, which is probably less likely, we can certainly identify that and adjust for it. It's also one of the reasons that we do that scoping, like we were talking about, to your entry to mid-level jobs to bring up, because you don't have those commutable communities that you were talking about. That absolutely does make a difference, right? So we are familiar with that from working with other resort areas, and we see it probably nowhere as strongly, right, as we do in Telluride. So we can appreciate that perspective. And then when you think about other forms of cultural things that can help from a recruiting and a retention standpoint, absolutely. We encourage all of our clients to be as creative as they are comfortable in building an environment that suits the type of employee that exists in your applicant pool, right? And if you think about, people are live in and are coming to Telluride, really a lot of it because they enjoy the beauty and the outdoor activities. So ensuring that people have the kind of work-life balance that allows them to really enjoy that is a super important aspect of it. So while we are not going to specifically be delving into all of those different ideas, we are absolutely happy to thought partner and to share what we see across our book of business as you consider some of those things.
Thank you.
And Jesse, I might add with the remote consideration that is something that, you know, we look at, we're open to if it's appropriate for the position, the nature of the work, and if it can continue to serve the community and offer, you know, the services that people expect and need. So it's, you know, we're not boxed into having people sit in the office 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. If they can complete their work and still serve the community effectively, that's certainly conversations that we're open to having on a case by case basis.
Thanks.
Yeah, Julie, and to that point, I mean, I would highlight that we do have a small handful of people currently that we have authorized for primarily remote work now, which is something new for the organization. But to Jesse Ray and Lori's points here, there's limited pool locally. We've been able to move forward with some proven staff who have done really well, that we feel comfortable with taking on those roles. But it's becoming more and more necessary just from being able to tap into skill sets, ranging to just our general lack of office space for certain departments. So it's becoming more and more useful for sure.
Any other questions?
I might add one more small comment because I think it's really important. And I said this in the intro that this isn't a new process for the town, but there are some new features or a newness. There's some newness to it. And Lori at the end was talking about that place and range analysis that we're doing with this. And that's really that piece to help with that compression and ensure that we can be good at that retention piece because it's so important to keep the talent that you have. That's something that hasn't been done in the past. So this will be a new component where we're actually looking and really addressing that. So it, you know, as we're looking at the budgetary impacts, that could factor into it because that hasn't been a practice the town has employed historically. And I'm hopeful that, you know, you all are open to looking at that and recognize that it's really key not only to get the right people on the team, but to keep the right people on the team. So.
Yeah, and I just want to thank Julia for all her work on this. Lori Graves and her team, they've been really great right from the beginning of keeping the manager's office around the table on these discussions so that we can have a holistic conversation. And particularly as we're looking at things like place and range and so on, that we are developing a collaborative plan here together between HR and the manager's office and finance to have a sustainable financial growth model here where we're not trying to get people through their ranges too quickly and we can't afford it, and vice versa, not too long a time horizon where we start losing good employees from a retention standpoint. So thanks for including us right from the get-go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julia.
Thank you so
very
much.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Lori.
Thanks, Lori.
Lori, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Bye.
Okay, item 1B, presentation of the Telluride Historical Museum's annual report. And we have Kieran Lannon.
Supposed to be here, but I don't see him. We're a little early. I don't know if we want to jump to the marshal's report since he's not here yet.
I'd be happy to jump to the marshal's report and get us going on that. So that's skipping ahead to 1C, the Marshal's Department Annual Report, and Chief Compt is here to present.
Good morning, everybody. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible and then open up for some questions at the end. So this is just a recap from 2023. I'll start with our staffing. We're still currently down 2 deputy marshal positions. We've kind of been maintaining that for most of 23. We were down a sergeant position as well in 23, which we were able to fill early this past year. So we are completely full at our sergeants, but 2 deputies still remain vacant. We've been taking more of an active role in recruiting. We've been sending officers really throughout the state to try to find ways to get our name out there. They've attended different recruiting seminars. They've attended academies and try to talk to recruits that may not be currently sponsored, try to bring them down this way. Let's see, dispatch. We're still utilizing Wesco Dispatch. They're also suffering challenges being understaffed, but they're actively working on trying to build that up as well, but challenging or recruitment's a challenge for them as well. Overall, our call volume increased slightly. We had 5,796 calls last year compared to 5,763 the year prior. If you look back over the last 5 years, 2020 was our highest It's remained fairly consistent. Excuse me, 2021 was our highest, and it's remained fairly consistent above 5,000 the last few years. So that's kind of a trend we've been paying attention to, that little understaffed and more calls for service that we're having to respond to. Our numbers, our crime numbers, our crimes against people, that actually dropped and went back to what our normal numbers were for the last 5 years. We had 11 crimes against people last year compared to 25 the previous year, which seemed to be an anomaly. 25 was significantly higher than anything we'd had in the last 5 years. So we're happy to see those numbers coming back down. We did see an increase in crimes against property, primarily in our theft category. That jumped to 104, and it was 84 the previous year. Crimes against society, that number also dropped from 121 the year prior to 81 and 23. And then another trend that we've been seeing an increase over the last 3 to 4 years is hit and runs. We had about a 5-year high last year with 33 compared to 16 the year prior. So this is something that's been escalating every year, and we're keeping an eye on that one for sure. Our arrest numbers overall were down in 23 compared to the previous years. Handful of reasons as to why that might be. One, I'm hopeful that people are just behaving better and we're not having to arrest everybody. But two, it's also going to come with the staffing issues. When we typically only have one person working, they're not handling really proactive policing. So we're not can't be making car stops, because if we make a car stop and that person has a warrant or is DUI, that could potentially take our officers out of the field for 3 to 4 hours, and we won't be able to respond to calls here. So when we have one person working, they kind of have to more or less just handle calls for service rather than being proactive in their patrols. Use of force, this is a new category we've added to the summary last 2 years. In 2022, we had 3 uses of force, I believe, and then last year we had 4 uses of force. 2 of those were pointing our department-issued handguns at somebody, and 2 of them were hands-on. Following up the use of force is de-escalation. This is something that we've taken a lot of pride in recently. We've sent 5 different officers to crisis intervention training. This is an extensive 40-hour class where they go through all sorts of interactions on how to identify people that's having some sort of crisis, how to intervene in a safe manner for everybody involved. They bring in actors to help play the parts of the people in the class. So it's a really intensive class, and our goal is to try to get everybody through this. The challenge is that they're not often offered on the Western Slope, and when they do, they fill up almost immediately. So we're trying to get everybody through that. We sent 2 of our deputies to become instructors in ICAT, which is another form of crisis intervention training. So that stands for Integrating Communications, Assessment, and Tactics. The overall scope of that is having our officers be able to identify when somebody's in a crisis and then what to do versus trying to pretend we're mental health practitioners and intervening that way. So we've worked that through, and getting most of our officers have been trained on that as well too. So we're continuing to work on de-escalation and crisis intervention. Training. So training is one area that I feel very fortunate that we have the support from town council and from our town manager's office, and providing us a lot of opportunities to go train. The demands on what law enforcement is asked to do nationally, it keeps changing, and I feel like there's more and more being asked of us. So with that comes training, so that we're making sure we're staying up to date and current on the best tactics, the most relevant training. So we are fortunate to be able to send our officers really throughout the country to attend some top-notch schools. Post requires us, so Police Officer Standards and Training for the state of Colorado requires that every officer has 24 hours of training every year. And as you can see, last year, our sworn staff total cumulative had more than 800 hours. So we take training very seriously. We're always looking for ways to train and improve and make sure that we're putting out the best product for our community. Our school resource officer, Jimmy Moody, continues to do a fantastic job at the school. The school administration and the students have all really embraced him over there. Overall, last year, he took 9 reports for theft and shoplifting. Many of these occurred during the lunch breaks when kids were going over to Clark's and would steal from there. He's worked with Clark's on ways they can help counter that. 5 reports for minor possession of THC, 1 tobacco offense, and then 2 mental health assists. For code enforcement, for most of 23, we were fully staffed. We had 2 code enforcement officers, so that was a big reason that you saw the significant increase in tickets and citations issued. So overall, last year, we issued 5,783 citations with 800 warnings, and a total of 135 of those were voided. Festivals, the last few years, our festivals have been going great. We had a total of 2 arrests last year between all the festivals that we participated in. This is a trend we really like to see everyone's behaving themselves. Our involvement is hopefully going to be pulling back here over the next few years. Finding reserves continues to be a challenge. We're getting anywhere at most 6 to 7 reserves for each festival. So we're working with the festivals and with town on ways that we can kind of start removing ourselves from having to rely so heavily on reserves, because we're just not getting the numbers that we used to get. I believe in 2018 or 2019, we had 16 total reserves in addition to our staff. So yeah,
What's your ideal number for reserves, Josh?
we've been good at 6A. We've been making that work. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what we would do with with 16 reserves. So I don't know how that handled prior to me getting here. 6A's been good. I think this year we're looking at running 3 to 4 reserves to try to help supplement it. So we're looking to have the festivals handle more of their own private security and kind of remove us from that. My opinion is that it's a private event and they need to bring their own security forces in to kind of help staff that a little bit. So we've been working with the festivals. They're open to the idea. We still will have a presence at the festival should anything happen. But the amount of time and resources that we continue to give to the festivals becomes extremely taxing on our staff. And if the trend kind of continues with not being able to get the amount of reserves we have to start looking for different avenues to how to supplement that without the staffing.
So this year you'll have 3 to 4,
Correct.
and they're gonna have private security this year?
We're working on that. Yes.
But so we don't really know yet.
They're working on it. It should be, yeah.
And then how does that affect our community at large if there's only 3 to 4 reserves? Like
Sure.
we're kind of in crisis mode for law enforcement, or like
That's the whole point, is that we were donating or putting forth a lot of resources to these festivals when our primary job, in my opinion, is our community at large, not necessarily the festival. So we will have a presence at the festival should anything happen. But pulling back and having the festivals kind of pick up some of the slack on the security side allows it to not necessarily mess with our normal deployment numbers that we would have. So we would still be able to give the same amount of officers that we would have without a festival to handle any calls for service within our community without necessarily affecting what happens at the festival.
so the festivals would kind of be the ones that need to pick it. Our community's
Yeah.
fine.
Our community is fine. Yeah,
Okay.
like again, our priority is our community.
Okay.
And I don't want to have to sacrifice our response time to something in the community because we're devoting so much resources to a festival.
And then Chief, the private security that the festivals will hire stays within the footprint of the festival. Is that kind of the idea?
Yes. Yeah. And not to, I don't want to try to scare everybody. It's not, this will be very similar in what we're envisioning to what the 4th of July security was like. So hands off, kind of just being there as a presence. But again, we will have TMO officers at the front as we always do, because we do enjoy being there. But it's just a lot of resources.
And from a budget standpoint, the festivals are responsible for, or you don't know where
Correct.
that money comes. Okay.
Yep. They reimburse in years past, they've always reimbursed whatever expenditures we have to put out from a TMO standpoint.
Okay.
So yep, festivals have been going good. Community outreach. So community outreach is another area that's kind of near and dear to our heart. We're constantly looking for ways to improve our relationships with our community. We're still very active with Communities That Care, CTC, running high school programs. That shifted recently to events on Tuesdays on their short days. So it's been a little bit harder for some of our staff to get out there to participate, but Deputy Moody's been participating in that, and that still seems to be very well attended. Cafecito con un Policía, or Coffee with a Cop, has been going really well as well. That's a monthly meeting that we have. Some meetings will just be a few of us in there talking, and other meetings we've had 25 to 30 people in there. And then that's also branched out, and we've been helping with other outreach opportunities as we can. Student mentorship, Deputy Moody and Deputy Hill are both mentors for 2 seniors in our high school. We'd love to see that. So that's been picking up steam. Ride-alongs, we still offer ride-alongs. We'd love it when our community members want to come out and do a ride-along. So if anybody's interested, just reach out. We'll have you fill out a waiver. You can come do a ride-along with our officers for a few hours and kind of get to see what it's like and experience it. Social media, we've been trying to have more of a footprint on social media. Thanks large in part to Lindsay Mills. She's been doing a great job. One of our goals this past year was to improve our communication, and through some learning issues, we feel like we've kind of started getting it dialed in as far as what needs to go on social media, the timeliness of it getting out on social media, and providing the information to to our community. And then speaking of social media, I'm sure yesterday many of you saw the our calendars are out. So that's a shameless plug I have. So yeah, so we have our calendars out. So that's another way we're looking to kind of get creative and you know, make relationships within our community. So we're looking for other ways. It's always one of our goals is to try to increase what opportunities we have and ideas to engage our community. Also this past year, we held our first really formal award ceremony. For the last few years, we've been kind of doing this informally at our Christmas party within our department. This year, we really wanted to make sure that we did it right. So we held a formal award ceremony and recognized a handful of our officers for some of the exceptional work that they've been doing this past year, as well as some of our community members who have really gone above and beyond to help bridge the build the relationships with our department and the community. So that was fun. We're looking to do that again this year and hopefully continue to grow that. At the end of it, I'd just like to thank the town council for your guys' continued support. Scott Robinson for his leadership at the town manager's office, Lindsay Mills for all of her help with putting this packet together, as well as social media, and Joyce Kimball for compiling all these stats. And this is actually Joyce's last time doing it. She's retiring at the end of the week. So Callie will be taking over, some big shoes to fill, but we thank Joyce for all of her efforts in putting these together for the last 30 years. So. I'm happy to take any questions.
Chief, thank you so much. A great presentation, and I think you and your staff are doing a great job for the community, and we really appreciate it. Are there any questions from council for the chief?
Just a comment, as a parent, I know that the kids love having Jimmy Moody at the school. I mean, he is very well liked. I'm there a lot, and everyone says hi and engages in conversation with him. I think it's done a really good job of kind of starting to erase any stigma of cops are bad amongst, the younger generation. And I think we need that. Hopefully it trickles upwards into other communities. And then thank you for having the crosswalk person there. It's made a huge difference. It definitely doesn't help with the cars, but the kids are safe, and that's greatly appreciated too.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of great work. In general, I think our Marshals department is just doing a fantastic job, and your leadership is definitely noted.
Thank you.
And a big part of that. A few things I want to call out to start. Yeah, echoing Jesse Ray's comments, I think that those efforts to connect with the community are vital and really, in the long run, are going to continue to benefit our community. One thing I want to just briefly note on that front, where about a week and a half ago, you made the hard call to go outside of standard operating procedure and inform the public about our recent arrest and warrant served. And I think that was the absolute right call. And I want to make sure you continue to feel empowered to, in those tricky, difficult circumstances, to use your best judgment. And I think you absolutely did so in that circumstance, because that was certainly something the public deserves to know about and wants to continue to stay informed about as it progresses. One thing I just want to get your opinion on and touch a little more on. So a lot of our metrics are either sort of flat, like the number of calls, or down actually. So citations and arrests, both of those are down year over year. The one that is very noticeably up is parking enforcement and those tickets and citations and warnings. Some of that, of course, is going to be that we have an additional code enforcement officer over this time last year. So some of that, but it is certainly a very noticeable increase,
Sure.
266% for citations, 344 for warnings. And that's a really drastic jump. Not to say that that's good or bad, but it's very notable. And so I just want to touch on that a little bit and hear some of your
Sure.
thoughts on why that's been such a drastic increase.
So it's a little bit of both. So when and I don't have the data, I should have brought it, but looking back 5-7 years, that number is actually probably lower than what it was prior. So prior to my starting, looking at numbers, that was about the norm, and some years actually quite a bit higher than what it was. And then we had a drastic decrease, again, due to staffing, due to COVID, a whole host of issues. We constantly hear that we're either enforcing parking too much or that we're not enforcing it enough. It's unfortunately one of those areas that if we write 5,000 tickets, we're going to get yelled at that we're writing too much. If we write 1,000 tickets, people are going to complain that we're not enforcing it. So in our small community, it is a big issue. you know, we had one of our code enforcement officers who's no longer with us. She was very active in her ticket writing, so which I think was a big reason that there was a dramatic increase in that. We currently have a second code enforcement officer right now that's in training. So when we're training, sometimes tickets drop a lot because there's a lot more explanation going behind things, behind the scenes, going through all the field training stuff that they need to go to. So sometimes we see a decrease in tickets during that time period. So we try to be fair. I mean, despite what probably many people out there in the community believe, like we absolutely do not target locals. Like it doesn't matter. We see a violation, we write it. It does happen. I hate to say it, that a lot of times our locals are the ones violating the parking. You know, they're parking in the red zone because they need to run in somewhere really quick, and that code enforcement officers happen to walk by and see them parked in a fire lane and they write a ticket. It's a big issue in our community, and you know, we're trying to do the best we can on it.
On a similar note, one piece of feedback I've heard from some of our boards and commissions is about code enforcement in regards to construction or noise violations, other elements of our municipal code outside of parking. And the sentiment from planning and zoning especially has been that there just hasn't been sufficient staffing for that. Do you agree with that assessment, and how do you view those topics generally?
A little bit of both. So we do respond to a lot of construction noise complaints. Same with idling cars, for example. Oftentimes in the morning, especially during winter, we'll get calls and complaints about idling cars. By the time we get there, the car's gone or it's turned off and we can't really do anything else about that. In the morning hours, it's challenging for our code because they're tasked with a lot of things, especially during winter. Their first priority is to get out there to help with public works, to try to clear the streets, get cars moved so that public works can do their job. If there's a construction noise that's going on at the same time, the priority is more to public works getting cleared out. So our response to construction can be delayed. We have issued quite a bit of citations for construction violations, noise. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I'm happy to try to find that if you're interested. Sure, it's one of those things like, can we do more? Absolutely. And then we start writing more, we're going to upset more people about it. So, and we've been working with our planning zoning commission and our department and Tammy Brand as well to try to address some of those issues and speak with the contractors about having them work with us on some of those problems.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And Chief, do you have any, in addition to being a little bit short-staffed in the festivals, do you have any other concerns or challenges for the upcoming summer or further along that might be helpful for council to know about? It's certainly a little disconcerting about tires being slashed and some of the crimes that are occurring, but just want to give you an opportunity to let us know if you've got any other challenges that you think you'll face.
I mean, the recruitment and retention is always a huge thing. You know, it's great to see Julia's presentation with Graves beforehand because it touches on a lot of the issues that we have. You know, we've been saying in our department, we're not going to be able to recruit our way out of this problem. Recruiting nationally is a challenge, so we need to make sure that we're finding the right employees and that we're able to retain those employees. I'm extremely happy with the team that we've been able to build over the last few years and that we currently have. I think everybody at our department, they want to be here. They love working in this community. We have a tremendous amount of support from the council as well as the community members. So we're happy to be here, but it's again, just trying to keep everybody happy and bring in additional officers. And what we're finding out is a lot of it's word of mouth. So whether our officers know somebody that they went to a training class with or somebody else, but it's still getting the enticing them to come to our department. And, you know, we are, to Jesse Ray's point, like we're unique, we're out there, you know, you have to want to be here. So trying to find those officers that are willing to make that change has been good, but we're not trying to fill our positions with just a warm body. We're trying to find someone that's of high moral character that we think is going to be a great fit for our community and for our department first. We have gotten applicants we've just passed on because they're just not the right fit. It's not what we're looking for. So our staff's good to run short for a little bit, assuming we can, with the hopes of finding those right people. But at some point we got to start filling some of those vacant spots because it does get tiresome when guys are having to come in sometimes on days off to pick up a shift or working by themselves. There's a whole host of concerns when our officers are working by themselves. And yes, we have Mountain Village, which is close by, but even running lights and sirens from Mountain Village is probably like a 10 to 15 minute response, especially during winter, which if we need somebody now, and that 15 minutes could be a lifetime. So we try our best to always have a minimum of 2 officers in town, but just based on someone being injured, sick, out on leave, at training, it doesn't always work. The tires being slashed, yeah, it's extremely unfortunate. You know, the response from the community and people being generally upset with that was great to see. Kind of condemning that behavior. You know, we would continue to encourage anybody that may have seen something or may know something to call. Anonymous tips can be left, but you know, what we try to stress is that really does put our community in danger. Aside from it costing us money and the other issues with our patrol car slash is that if our officers have to run out to their car, respond to a life and death call, they're not going to get there because someone thought it was funny or wanted to take out their vengeance and slash our tires. So, and that's happened a few times this year. But overall, I mean, we're excited for the summer. I think we have a good team going forward. Again, everyone's happy to be here. We're taking advantage of the all season and sending officers to as much training as we can at this point while it's down, and then we'll be ready to roll for summer.
Great. Any other questions for Chief?
Chief, I just want to thank you, if I could, from the manager's office, just for all the great work of the team this year. It starts from the top in your office, and I've watched firsthand some, you know, the team engaged in some really complex and challenging cases this year in particular. And I think the reputation around the community is really positive, and the focus you put on everything from Coffee with a Cop and making sure that we're connected to our some of our immigrant population's been really meaningful this year as well, I know. So just thanks for all the great work. We're lucky to have the team we do right now.
I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Did bring a calendar. If you want to take a little gander at it, I'll pass it around. Yeah. Shameless plug.
And another congratulations to Joyce Kimball, retiring after 30 years with the town of Telluride. Pretty awesome. She's got a party coming up this Friday, I think.
She does.
Yeah,
Thank you.
30 years. Okay, moving back in time, item 1B, presentation, Telluride Historical Museum's annual report, and we have Kieran Lannon here for that. Thank you for your patience as we shuffled around.
All right. Kieran Lannon, Executive Director of the Telluride Historical Museum. As required by law, I'm happy to be here. Get rolling through this. First, I always like to present who's currently working at the museum. What's cool about this is I usually do last year and this year, but it didn't change much. And that's the first time in a while it didn't change much. In fact, we actually had a couple people who came crawling back to the museum, which is, you know, boosting my ego. We did add a couple new front desk staff, Jake Baker and Alice Ferguson, come on up when we're open and say hello. They're wonderful people. All right, so I want to take a look at some of the good things, some of the bad things. The good, membership revenue is ticking up, as is visitation trends. Visitation revenue is way. That's.
Says up as much as it can go.
It is.
Yep.
Nobody needs to hear this.
Oh, there you
really.
go.
I-
Nope.
All right, we'll roll. Visitation trends are up, visitation revenue is up. We did have a small increase in what we charge people to get into the museum, so that fueled that. The visitation trends, I know it's really hard to see there at the end of that graph, but it is up a little bit. So we're starting to trend back to our pre-COVID numbers. You can see the parabolic line there. Right now, it's kind of a smirk. We're going to turn it into a smile here shortly as the keeps going up there, 24, 25, and so forth. With regard to programs and events, we did our usual array of programs. We had our Hikes into History, walking tours, our Halloween event, the Night of the Telluride Undone Festival of Darkness, townwide scavenger hunt deal. We also had our trick-or-treating event, school programs. All those were very strongly attended. We also worked with town here, held a small festival as it happened in the park for our dinner party on the stage, working with Amanda, and that was fantastic. We had our evening with Ken Burns come back to one of the best attendances we ever had with that. And then one of the cool new events we had done, I think it's just gonna be a one-off right now, is the New York Philharmonic Brass Quintet came by, we closed the street. Wow, cool. I'll hasten this up. And we partnered with Telluride Chamber of Music on that. It was a really great event, really well attended. Yeah, so programs and events are back in full swing. Again, our goal here is we're trying to get back to where we were pre-COVID. Last year's annual exhibit, Festival Capital of the Rockies, 50 Years of Festivals in Telluride was one of our better received exhibits. And if you're saying to yourself, wow, that looks really cool. Well, too late, it's down. So, sorry about that, but you did have a year, so I'm not that sorry. But yeah, it was an excellent exhibit. Molly Daniel, our curator of collections and exhibits, does a tremendous job with these. Yeah, we'll talk about what's coming up here in a second. All right, so this is probably the main thing. Not the buzziest thing, but we've been working for over a year now, actually, trying to get this collections moved. We had a significant portion of our collection was stored in Montrose. We wanted to bring it in less than ideal storage conditions. That's all the way on the far left. Once the Telluride storage facility was built in Ilium, as fully climate controlled, we determined we needed to get our collection there. It's a lot closer to home, obviously. So we spent about a year trying to get this thing put together. It was incredibly difficult process overall. Trying to squeeze 1,000 square foot of collections storage into 800 square feet, trying to use vertical space. The puzzle had to be pretty precise, so it did take a long time to plan, a long time to execute, but we did get it done, as evidenced by that last picture, which is one of our units in Montrose completely empty. And as far as I'm concerned, they could just tear that thing down, but neither nor there. All right, well, that's good. So we did have some building issues. I think this has come up. Actually, I think as our liaison has mentioned these few things we have going on. We had some masonry concerns, including a rock that hit the sluice that caused us to shut down the sluice. We're working on alternatives to get the sluice open for this year. It's one of our more popular attractions. Issues with the elevator, issues, I mean, as far as the toilet that lasted basically a year. Old buildings, old problems. These things are to be expected. Americo statue is still being in the works for Americo. We're gonna get that put up. Certified rock star, whatnot. So been great to work with. We're getting there. I know Scott and I are gonna have a conversation about this as we go on. Just trying to make sure everything's buttoned up on it. One of the last good things. So I'm trying not to take this personally. I really am. When I got here, we were number 2 on this TripAdvisor rankings. Now we're down to number 5. We got glorified Airbus. We got, I mean, we're a Smithsonian affiliate, people. These trails aren't even national parks affiliates. Come on. I mean, this is with the, so what I'm asking is, 1, everybody to flood TripAdvisor and give us ratings. This is where my self-esteem is tied to. 2, council, can we get some kind of ordinance put in that trails can't, I don't know how you guys control TripAdvisor or whatnot, but you know, trails can't be in the same. I mean, what have they done to improve themselves? Let's get with it, folks. Let's get that back up. We're coming for you, Gondola. All right, looking ahead. One of the things we would like to do is refill our swimming pool full of money, i.e. build back up our reserve. We spent a bit of a reserve over the last couple of years with technology upgrades. And the collection storage move did take some of the capital reserve down. So one of our main goals for this year is to rebuild that, so we do keep our rainy day fund pretty well intact. We still have more collections work to do in Ilium to kind of organize things and get it in the best storage conditions possible. So that's going to take a big bunch of time this summer. Then we want to continue to grow our admissions, memberships, program participation. And we're looking to get back to pre-COVID numbers here as quickly as humanly possible. And 4, we're gonna make some butter this year. Now, we're gonna do some kind of hands-on, heritage-oriented programming for families this summer. We're really looking forward to it. It's a completely new program, so keep your eyes peeled for word on that as we go. And finally, we do have our new annual exhibit. Molly's up there right now, working very hard on this. It's going to be called You Are Here, Opportunity, Exploration, and Endurance in the San Juan Mountains, kind of focusing on the people that came before the mining era here in town, Spanish exploration, fur trading, Native American interactions and all of that. And it's going to feature some world-class maps that are going to be on loan from Dr. Proctor. So some of these haven't even seen the light of day in an exhibit ever. So it's definitely gonna be something to come check out. If this looks really cool, just keep in mind, the last one was really cool. You don't want to miss it. So, all right, I am happy to either answer questions or not answer questions.
I
All
just
right.
want to thank Kiernan for all of his hard work, and I'm obviously newer to the board, but I'm happy to jump in, and I really appreciate all the work that you guys do. I think that the museum is an incredible asset, and if you haven't been, I highly, highly recommend it. It's really, really cool. I agree that it should be way above all of those hikes. Should be number one, but hopefully we'll get some TripAdvisor action on that. So thank you so much, and yeah, great job. I know it's a lot of work.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's a great asset for our community and doing a wonderful job. Does anybody else have any other questions?
So looking at your budget, you're operating at a deficit currently
This past year, yes.
this past year. Even taking out building expenses, which won't be happening, as you noted, because there is upgrades and maintenance that needs to be done.
Mhm.
Even without that, it's still at a deficit. So that seems counter to your primary goal of rebuilding reserves. Can you highlight, I mean, so we gotta push attendance, potentially look maybe more at raising the cost of a ticket, even though that was just happened. So that acts as a counterweight against trying to get more people to come, because when it gets more expensive, some people, that becomes prohibitive. Also to say, how do we get there? How do we work
Mhm.
towards a positive budget and making sure that we can continue to support this asset long-term and its financial viability?
Yes, so a couple things. Our budget actually for 2024 is a net positive, but looking at the previous year's report, which is included in the annual report, that was definitely a deficit. We're expecting around $5,000 to $6,000 in surplus this year if everything goes well with budget. Part of that is the cost of the collections move. There was the physical cost, which was buying all the new furniture, but there was also the cost of keeping the units open, rented in Ilium and Montrose. You take that expense away, that's going to save quite a bit of money right there, since we're no longer in Montrose. Beyond that, we are focused on building up memberships, grants, donations, admissions ticking up. We didn't have we were over budget in terms of our admissions revenue for the first quarter. Would have liked to have seen it go a little bit higher than that, but still, I think we're on track for this year to be very solid.
And that's even accounting for potential large budget line items for capital improvements.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we can't anticipate everything that's going to happen. If there's some kind of surprise expense, but yes, in terms of the things that we have planned, we are on track.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I was at a social event not that long ago with a bunch of my friends who grew up here, and we were talking about the museum and like how many fond memories we have there from like field, school trips to like freaking ourselves out in the back, at night. And I wonder if it wouldn't be advantageous to do some sort of like community event and like a lunch and invite, families and like we all have kids now. And like a donation drive day, like I certainly know I would show up with my daughter, and I know several families that would, and like maybe it would be kind of cool to do like a day at the museum for local families and like maybe people who don't normally donate. I mean, I don't, I'll be honest, I'm not a religious donator. But yeah, it was just kind of a topic of conversation recently, and I think there's a lot of people here that hold, the museum holds a special place in their heart. isn't maybe on the forefront of their mind regularly. It's there, they love it. It's an institution, but I think there's probably a way to raise some money for the museum that maybe isn't what you have historically done. And there's people that really care about it. So I don't know, just throwing that out there.
Absolutely. Thank you for that suggestion. The hands-on program that we're talking about is supposed to be geared towards locals and local families as well. So that can play into it.
Okay. Well, let me know because
Absolutely.
rally some
absolutely.
troops.
We'll make sure you're in the know on it.
I just have, yeah, on that. So I know like that's one thing that the board is really trying to focus on. And that was a big topic in our actually last board meeting was discussion about, community outreach, working with the library, working with real estate agents, working with other community members and how we can like kind of co-facilitate interest in each other's kind of, facilities. So that is definitely something that's on the radar. Obviously, if anybody has ideas, we'd love to hear them. I'd also just like in that same vein to point out one thing that I thought was really cool that was brought up at our last board meeting was the library actually has a museum pass that you can check out as part of their unusual items. So visitors and locals, if you're, feeling a money crunch, you can actually go and check out a pass from the library to go up to check out the museum. So I think that there's a lot of intention and motivation to create these kind of like, bring everybody in, that it's like, library, community, all of that. So I think that that's definitely a focus and look for those events coming up. And I think that the past events, like you were mentioning the dinners and all of that, I think that that has been successful and that those are going to continue. So hopefully we'll have more of those for you.
Yeah, I do want to mention one other thing with that real quick. We do have locals free day at the museum. It's Saturdays. So if you're a resident of San Miguel County, you get in free. Just mention that when you come in. It's posted also with the admission prices.
Just a comment to kind of piggyback on what you two just said. I think the museum, at least from my point of view, like the biggest barrier is just like literal visibility. Like it's kind of set off from the main drag of
Oh, well, we moved
Telluride.
the museum down to Main Street?
And, no, but if we're talking about the budget, I think a lot of the dollars that we can access are from the tourists, not necessarily from the locals, even though I agree that the locals love the museum too. And I wonder if there's a way to like be more visible to the tourists, and like some things that just were popping in my brain was like, if there was, like a farmer's market booth or something where somebody could like talk to visitors about what was going on at the museum to kind of like lure more people in, because you don't really get the benefit of the foot traffic, which like literally every other business or not business, but organization in town, like is able to tap into that a little bit more. So just like thinking about how to be more prominent to the kind of passerbyers who might not make it all the way up to that end of the street.
Sure, yeah, that is, a great point. We, aside from some bears, we don't get a ton of just random foot traffic. But we do get people coming down off of Convoy Road, but yeah, we could explore. We did have a booth at the farmer's market for a few years back. It was a great place. People came and just kind of sat down because we usually had an extra chair, but yeah, we can look into it again.
Well,
for
maybe
sure.
that was a bad idea, but it is, I think that that seems to me as like someone who looks at it. Cause even like, I didn't realize like that festival exhibit was so cool. And I love the things that Molly creates. And I'm like, shoot, I wish I would have gone to that, but I'm not always like tapped in or like seeking out the information. So like, how do you sort of like force it in front of people's faces? In a little like, I don't know, just brainstorming, but I love what you guys do. And I hope you bring the haunted house back. Just
Don't that kind of pressure.
Like, no.
I will say, as we talk about just visitors finding their way to the museum, I know later today we'll talk wayfinding and our logo and branding and so on. And I think although our new wayfinding program moving forward is not going to identify individual businesses, I would suspect from a cultural institution standpoint, I know there's some signage on, I think it's on Pine Street that points up towards the museum.
For
Yeah,
Yeah.
is everyone familiar with our finger?
Yeah, we love the finger.
But that could maybe be just repainted and
Yeah, but I think we could
Compatible.
most certainly add in a bit of wayfinding in other parts of town too, to try to get people headed your way.
Yeah, if there's anything we can do to help push them communication wise, that would be great.
Yeah, if
This is Tiffany. I just wanted to build on what Elena said about the farmer's market booth. There's also that table in front of American National Bank that is for nonprofits. So just first come, first come, first serve. You can just set up whenever you feel like it and tell people to go to the museum. So that's an option too. Just throwing
Good
that out
idea.
there.
It might be a good idea too, to communicate with like the tourism board about, we saw that all of the hiking trails, those aren't as much fun on rainy days. And so maybe creating some sort of marketing for, your rainy day activities that would include things like the museum, library, AHA, stuff like that, that maybe that could be something that we could work on as a community.
Absolutely. I do want to point, the visitor center has been fantastic to work with for us as well. They do a good job getting people up to the museum. So
Great.
Any other questions? Kieran, thank you so much for your time today and presenting. Great work. It's a great community asset for us, and on behalf of the town, once again, thank you.
all right. Thank you.
Okay, work session 1D, update on the 2024 town council goals and objectives. And we have Zoe stepping up into the hot seat.
Here I come. Well, thank you. Very exciting. This is our Q1 update for our 2024 Town Council goals and objectives. I will be kind of walking through this wonderful platform that we have been using. It's called Clear Plans, which is part of our ClearGov software. And the purpose of this, we use ClearGov to help with our budget transparency. It's what we use for our digital budget book and really help our constituents, council, anyone who's interested, understand our budget a little bit more thoroughly in a more dynamic way. This ties with it because, of course, our goals and objectives as defined by town council is what our budget, the bread and butter of our budget. So what we use Clear Plans for is to really lay out the goals that we set last year and understand how we're progressing. Again, it's dynamic. So I want to give a huge thank you to all staff who has had a part in making this document. Everyone went in and took ownership over their individual action items and made their updates. And we will continue to do this throughout the year, mainly set at our quarterly updates. So we're going to kind of go through the document itself. In my memo presented to council, I gave you kind of the cliff notes of some of the highlights that I thought you might be interested in. But we'll go through it. I don't know if we'll go through it line by line, but I'll give you an overview. And then if you have individual questions, we can. If you'd like to see it a little bit more in depth and go over line by line, we can do that too. We have time. So to start, we have kind of our little introduction for everyone. So I hope the public can read this, but it kind of just gives you the overview of the purpose of our goals and objectives set by town council. Of course, give an overview of who you guys are, and more importantly, the mission, the vision, and the values that council has set. This is kind of the foundation that sticks with our town council. This is not what we're going to go through, but it helps show where our focus areas stem from. Those focus areas that council has defined are addressing our critical infrastructure needs, protecting the health and quality of life of our constituents, the residents, the visitors alike, ensuring the town of Telluride is an employer of choice, preserving our community and cultivating economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core. Now, the beauty of this software is it really helps roll up all of our progress into ways to chew it in different ways. So when we look at our focus areas itself, when we look at the entire plan itself, We are 32% complete with all of the things that we've set out in front of us. So given that this is the Q1 update, which is 25% of the year, I would say we're doing pretty good at 32%. As we look into our focus areas, we have defined particular goals. And within those goals, we have defined action items that staff is taking ownership of. I just want to highlight before we dig in too much deeper that this year in itself, we have 91 action items that we have tasked staff to do. This now is just to ensure we're meeting the town council goals and objectives. This doesn't even encompass all of the work that they are doing. So I just want to again give huge props to our staff on how much they are actually accomplishing this year. So again, we're 32% complete. If you roll over again, this dynamic dashboard, you can kind of see where we are right now from those individual focus areas. Addressing our critical infrastructure, we're 23% complete. We have accomplished 39% of preserving our community, 35 for protecting the health and quality of life, 45 for cultivating economic sustainability, and 20 for ensuring the town of Telluride is an employer of choice. So I'm going to dive into our focus areas a little bit deeper. So you can click over here to the focus areas themselves. You can see again the overall progress as I just communicated and exactly how many goals are within each bucket. So we can kind of tell the weight of each of these as well on how many goals are associated with it. Addressing critical infrastructure has been one of the top things that town council has addressed. So we're going to dive into that a little bit deeper as well. So you can click on that. So with the addressing critical infrastructure needs, there are 40 action items associated with this particular goal. Within this focus area. The goals themselves, such as efficiently pursue quality affordable housing opportunities to meet varying income levels. We have 11 action items associated with that. Overall, with that goal, we've progressed 37%. And you have defined status, so we can see how much of that particular goal is on track and how much is defined future year, how much have seen a minor disruption, so on and so forth. You can see it defined there at the top. I will just quickly go over. So again, in that memo, we helped council highlight particularly action items that have been complete, action items that have had minor disruptions, and anything that hasn't started yet. It's great to see that none of our goals really have major disruptions as we've defined it. But we do have a few that have seen minor disruptions. So we're going to just quickly dive into, I think, one in particular, which is addressing our water and wastewater infrastructure and funding needs with regional partners. So as we can see here, this gives you a quick snapshot of the action items associated with that goal. We can quickly see where we're progressing on each of the action items. And again, that status, what has a minor disruption or what has on track and so on and so forth. As we have discussed and as we all know, a handful of these is associated with the wastewater treatment plant. We are moving toward the final design, and we're for some of these things, working with our regional partners toward that final design. We're still very much dedicated to that goal, and we are progressing, but we're looking at our options holistically for a final site. So some of these have seen minor disruptions to make sure we're encompassing all of those opportunities as we move forward. So that's why this one in particular sees a handful of those minor disruptions. But I think once we get aligned on that final site, they will quickly move forward throughout the rest of the year. So again, Q1 update. So that kind of gives a quick highlight of all of, how this dashboard can work in the future. And I can kind of go over the memo if council would like to see that, or we can kind of dig into some of the other ones in particular. I am more than happy to go through each and every one if everybody wants us to do that, but I would rather have you guys dictate what you'd like to see throughout the plan. So thank you.
Zoe, thank you for the introduction. Does anyone on council have a strong opinion of which way. Diving in with questions, looking at everything. It's a detailed report, that's for sure.
And that's just it, the purpose of this presentation to council, it is detailed. So we're being very transparent with you, with our community of how we're progressing on these action items. We'll get to see the progression throughout the year as well with those quarterly updates. So, once we look into the specific action items, you'll get to see the Q1 update compared to the Q2. So by the end of the year, we'll all know exactly why we have progressed the way we have. And it helps keep us on track. But I will again give huge props to our staff that this tool in no way has been a reminder of anyone to keep on track. Everyone is doing a fantastic job and is fully dedicated to the goals set by council.
I just want to say thank you to you and to the staff. I know this was an incredibly large scale project. And I've watched you go through the whole process, and I'm so thrilled to actually see this implemented. Our community has asked to be able to be more informed, to understand what we're working on. And I think this gives everybody the tools to be able to be an active participant in the process that we have going to lead this community. And so please, if the staff is not aware of how grateful we are to them for this work, please just let them know.
Will do.
I will, I totally agree with what Mian just said, and it's such a thorough report too, that it doesn't leave a lot of opportunity to ask questions, which is great. But with that said, I of course have one. The note on where we are with language with the Mountain Village on the MOU for the sanitation thing, like I just kind of would love to get a little more information on that. What specifically?
And you're
are
talking
the
about
issues?
the finalized agreement for a regional sanitation
Yeah.
authority?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that, just so I have some more, and the public too?
Yeah,
what-
so we have organized now consistent meetings with our regional partners, focusing on the wastewater treatment plant and the wastewater authority, sanitation authority, whatever you want to call it. So we actually have a meeting set up next week to kind of keep that going and finalize those next steps. We have been in a place of back and forth legally with them, just kind of the nuances of that agreement. And as we are looking toward the final site or the exact details of our wastewater treatment plant, we still have a couple details to plug in, but we're progressing 44% on that one. We've done a lot of the legwork, and it's just kind of finalizing those last bit of negotiations and details with that. But
So is it language with the Mountain Village? Is it language with the and so have we hired, is it a done deal? We're doing a sanitation district?
I can
Yeah.
jump in a little bit on some of that detail. No, I think
Yeah.
the answer is no, we're not to that point where either town is ready to say that the sanitation district is certainly the moving forward, but it's we certainly got enough support in our last conversations with both sets of town councils around that, where for a number of months now, we've been sharing costs between the two towns to have I believe it's Collins, Cockrell and Cole, what is the leading firm in Colorado related to establishment of special districts and authorities. They've been advising on this and crafting some draft language that council will continue to look at here. But I think there's the establishment of an authority, kind of that structure, and then maybe even more importantly, or kind of the IGA, if you will, between the two towns on how you would break up, or how you would form a board of directors, what would be some of the ownership elements of that authority versus what we own today, for example. So there's a lot of conversations in the works with that third party legal counsel, which has been really helpful for us all. And I think we've talked about it a couple times now at between the two councils. Paul Weiser's brought this certainly in front of his council.
Mhm.
We have as well, but I think we're quite a ways still, Jesse, from being able to say that's absolutely the right route forward for our community.
Yeah, I guess we should, I think, yeah, because I don't remember, and it's not like I've been to every meeting recently, won't lie, but, yeah, I've always been opposed to this because we give up our like utility rights, generally, like 99% of the time with the sanitation authority. And so I guess my biggest concern is because we simply lack the funds? Or, will we remain, like, will we have the leverage still to, um, like reserve the right for our, like, to have those, like, to have the utility rights? Cause that's a big, that's like
Sure.
a power, and we've learned, some new council members have learned this, with the whole Genesee project. But we own those utility rights. I think it's something important that we maintain. And I think it's important that the general public hear this too. I know that Mountain Village financially is in a different situation. They've been saving up for this project for a while. So I guess, in the name of transparency too, like, is this fiscally motivated? Are we also not willing to be a little more creative when it comes to raising the funds? And have we looked into like utility management companies that basically run it and we don't give up our utility rights? Like,
Yeah.
there's still a ton of other options out there. I just want to make sure that we explore all of them before we
Yeah.
waive our utility rights.
Well, there's a whole lot there, obviously, that deserves its own conversation, but yeah, I think you bring up what have been the important talking points thus far related to an authority concept of what are the benefits of an authority structure versus what are some of the drawbacks that the town of Telluride might lose control of important assets. And I think that's certainly important parts of that IGA moving forward between the two parties if we move forward on the authority structure. So lots to talk about there, and we're happy to, I think, agendize that discussion sooner than later, but it'll be
Yeah.
an important part of our future for the wastewater treatment plant, that decision in particular.
Yeah, I think we probably
Which
get it on
it-
the agenda soon.
It will have to be. And again, like I think, like we talked about, like I mentioned, meeting. And I think Kevin, maybe you want to jump in on something too, but we're still working out. I don't think we have the next meeting that we have, working out the initial top level details. So when we come to council, we're even at a place to position a conversation. So we're getting to that point very soon, I think.
Yeah, I think I think council wants to be at
Oh, 100%.
very, very much a part of this conversation.
And council is part of
We
these
are- Yeah,
wastewater
I think, and I just wanna-
conversations.
I want to jump in there really quickly because I think Jesse, people that have been on council for a little while have been part of this very evolving conversation when it comes to wastewater. And I think, maybe having a refresher for everyone as to where we've been, where we are right now, where we think that we're going will be really useful. That meeting that sort of process does feel like we need to have these few other meetings that are kind of coming up beforehand in order to be able to really flesh out the conversation and the options for everybody. But I think where a lot of your comments are coming from are from a place where we were kind of operating in a different realm and with sort of down a different path. And the path is sort of starting to evolve a little bit more. And so, we are actively, the people that are on council are actively invested in protecting the rights of the Telluride and their fiscal rights and responsibilities. And so
I think you're putting words into my mouth. I just want to make sure that, that this project, because we've come so close so many times before, this is like this one key infrastructure need that just is like, just can't seem to pull it off for some reason. So I'm excited that hopefully there's going to be some real movement on this. I just want to make sure that staff is aware that we really, that the community needs to be fully aware of what's going on, and that council wants to be fully aware of all the conversations that are going on.
and we
Yeah.
have been having conversations at exec to keep council informed as to the conversations that are occurring in regards to wastewater treatment. And I think that maybe it does make sense to have yet another session so that we can make sure that everybody's on the same page.
And listen to the tape too.
And I will also just encourage that our mayor and mayor pro tem are part of these meetings that we have been having. So council is involved in all of these. And I will also encourage that we are all very much dedicated to seeing this cross the finish line in a timely manner.
Okay.
We're all very dedicated to that. So
And no decisions have been made either.
mhm.
And we're just, part of the reason why there's that minor disruption is there's still some fact finding that needs to be
Mhm.
done. And so there's really not a whole lot for us to present with, these wastewater meetings to the community and to council in depth. And
Mhm.
like I said, we did address some in an executive session. But certainly, as we get more information, we'll move it forward in the best interest of what we decide.
And in the best interest of the community too. I feel very strongly, and I will continue to repeat this, that I am not going to move forward with anything for progress's sake alone. Like, we have to be making the right decision for the regional community, for the town of Telluride. And so if it does take a little bit longer, and I know that this does feel like it has been forever to all of us that have been talking about wastewater, but I think ultimately creating and finding the right solution and taking the time to make sure that it is one that will work for us now and will work for us 20 years from now is essential. And I think we're on the right path finally in that regard. And I look forward to us all being able to be on the same page and talk about this with the public so that they can be caught up to the conversation as well.
And I think, for me, it's probably sensitive too. I've been doing this for almost 8 years, and we came really close 4 years ago, and then got a new engineer and a new head public works person, and suddenly we had some funding, really creative funding mechanisms figured out, and so now it's like we've started over. So it's just kind of like, but we can move forward because I have another question for you, Zoe. The parking rate study we did, I feel like 2 years ago.
Mhm.
And now I'm wondering why we're doing it again, and is it because we installed a new payment thing, a new methodology of paying?
So the goal is refining and evaluating our parking plans. So we're looking at rates because that's a piece of it. But this is a larger scope to that. We're looking how we can simplify our parking. We're looking at the entire ecosystem of parking rather than simply the rate structure. We're working with Desmond, who is our third-party consultants. And with them, it is looking at, how much parking we have. What does our permit system look like? What's our enforcement piece look like? I mean, tying into Josh's report. It's looking at, it's not necessarily looking at if we have a deficit or anything along those lines too deeply, because that's more of a regional conversation. As we know, the ecosystem of parking is not just strictly within our town, but we are looking just within our town and how it is functioning specifically on our priorities of parking too. So they've done the data collection on a much larger scale on that piece and through a lot deeper conversations, again, rather than just a rate study. So just a little bit different.
That's awesome. So they're going to actually maybe be able to help us identify some other parking solutions.
And yep. And kind of, I think the biggest thing is just ease for our tourists and our locals. And during the winter and summer months, but even more specifically in the winter, because we're also looking at the snow removal, it's taken into consideration construction. But what we're hoping to get out of this is that people don't come to town and get confused on which permit spot they're allowed to go in at what time and what days. So we're looking forward to that.
That's exciting.
Mhm.
I think that was, and I had one more. Somebody else has any, go ahead.
Ashley?
I was just gonna offer Zoe, there's a lot of information in this, and since this is, probably the first that the public has heard or seen of this, is there anything in this report that you think would be beneficial for us to pull out and discuss now while we have the public listening so that they can be informed on anything?
Yeah, I think, that's what the memo, highlighted, because I think a lot of the things that we want, again, we're celebrating what we're on track with. But I think a lot of people have questions on why do we have disruptions on anything? Or why have things not started? So I can kind of go over that in the memo if that would be beneficial. We've kind of already touched on the wastewater treatment plant. Did you find your question before I dig into
The
that?
collaborate with Terry Food Bank to address food insecurity for residents.
Mhm.
I'd also would love us to do something, that maybe aligns with homelessness in the area. I don't know how we can work with the medical center and maybe the resource center.
Yeah, we actually, just within the
Mhm.
last, 3 weeks, so we.
Yeah, 2 weeks, I would say, but yeah.
Marshals sat
Mhm.
down with Tri-County Health and
Mhm.
a range of other advocate groups to specifically talk around what is the emergency day of plan, and then what are the longer range options for
Mm.
individuals that come to town and find themselves without a place over their head, and equally, if not even more important, are from an immigrant standpoint. We see more and more around the country, whether it's Venezuelan immigrants or others, getting basically dropped off in communities, and us having to react, or small communities having to react to 10, 12, 20 individuals all of a sudden overnight. And so I won't dive into all of those details right now, but I will say that it's a active conversation that I think not only has some current options for those individuals around town if they were to find themselves in our community, but I think some longer range game plans that, again, everyone from our own housing department to the marshals and advocacy groups of trying to join together and collaborate on how to grow our system of support for individuals in need of
Mhm.
housing.
And I'll just add to that, what came out of that conversation, which was really great, and it was spearheaded by Tri-County, that it isn't just, the solution is not town specific. It is very much regional, because every circumstance is different. And while we may have opportunities for short-term housing here, long-term housing might be more beneficial in another, like in Norwood or something along those lines. So it was brought up to add to our intergovernmental meeting that we have, so we can more collectively have a discussion around that topic.
That's
So
great to hear.
very, very timely, even if it's not. Again, it's a great example that there are other things we're working on, even if it's not in this insanely huge document. Okay, great. So just to kind of go over, and I'm just going to keep hyping and thanking staff for all of their work and how diligent they have been to keeping us on track. So despite us kind of going over where we have disruptions or haven't started, well done to staff. And I hope the community can kind of see how much we have progressed. Again, 91 action items are part of this. So when we look at our addressing our critical infrastructure needs, we have 40 action items associated with this focus area. And while 29 are on track, we have 1 that hasn't started yet and 7 that are experiencing the minor disruptions. So the one that hasn't started yet is looking at improving and constructing the right-of-way of the public improvements along the 600 and 700 blocks of Galena. And that just hasn't commenced yet. It's planned to progress later this year, but because of that, we just have not seen it be started yet. And that's under our address accessibility for all. And it's at this action item right here. So even though we haven't started it yet, we still do feel like it's on track because it is scheduled appropriately. So just kind of pointing that out. We've already touched on a handful of those minor disruptions. So again, it's pretty easy to look at that. When a handful of them here are part of our water and wastewater infrastructure. And I just want to highlight to the public as well that when it comes to transparency, Jessie Ray made a comment of informing the public on where we are with our wastewater treatment plant. That's exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. So we're trying to give quarterly updates on those specific items. I think to Mian's point, we do have the opportunity to provide a more detailed update, and we'll definitely agendize that. But in no way do I want anyone to think that we're not trying to give as much detail as we can in this update around that item. So again, as I mentioned, the disruption is specifically around finalizing that final location for our wastewater treatment plant. And we have been brought with some other opportunities that weren't presented in the previous years that we owe to explore. So that's why, to again, Mian's point of not just doing something for the sake of doing something, but doing it right, is exactly why we see this disruption.
Yeah, and I'm going to add to that, in Mian's point, which is perfect, because I think we really are making progress with some of the changes that have happened, and we're moving quick, but we're not hurrying, because it is that important, for the next 20, 30 years plus for what we do. And I just want to make sure the public realizes that, and the public has a resource now to look at the progress among so many things now, and we'll help, educate and inform them to get involved as they see fit.
That's perfect.
Geneva's hand is up. I don't know if
Oh,
we want to call on her.
do you want to call on Geneva, Tiff?
Yeah.
Hey there.
Oh.
So I love this. Thank you so much. When it comes to the individual, I forget the terminology you use, but the individual maybe action items.
Action items.
Are
brushed it.
those what is linked to the percentage points for progress?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it possible to drill down into those smaller action items, or is that more of an internal perspective?
And what do you mean a little bit more by that? So you can click into the action item itself and get kind of more notes and context within why the percentage is the way it is, or the status. Do you mean?
I mean, the note is super helpful from a philosophical point of view, but in terms of, finalized agreement for Regional Sanitation Authority, that is a huge project. How is it determined that we're at 44%? I guess is my question. Maybe this isn't the best example for it, because
Sure.
it's sort of a, I don't know, more of a have lots of meetings kind of task. But in terms of, a construction on the roadway, sort of, I guess I love data, and I love that we're putting assigning numbers and percentages of completeness, but we're doing it to a broad range of different kinds of tasks. So I'm just wondering how we're deciding, that something is 20% done versus 40% done. Because when you click on it, you're not able to zoom into okay, permit, check, notify the neighbors, check, construction permit pulled, check, and then paving is this much done. I'm just curious how we're deciding that sort of status amount.
Yeah, that's a great question. So each of these action items is assigned to a specific staff member, department head. They are the ones that put in the progress where they feel they are within that action item. With this program, we also can add in key performance indicators, or, if you wanted a timeline, we could add in a timeline to the document. It has all of those capabilities. I think from the manager's office, we'll look at each action item and determine maybe where that would be most beneficial to the public, only because of how time consuming that could be for some of the items, that maybe a simple progress update is sufficient, where others, perhaps more supplementary documentation and timelines would be beneficial. So looking at Q2, we can kind of talk about that internally from a staff perspective, because that is totally doable within this program. If you want to just kind of understand more details around that action item, but the progress themselves is directed from the staff who are in charge of those action items.
Got it. And that makes total sense. I don't want us to get into the reporting is more important than actually doing the project.
Right, exactly.
So totally defer to yours and staff's judgment, but that makes total sense to me. And I think this is a really, really awesome this is going to be a dynamic thing, obviously. And the first time we're seeing it, I'm really psyched on it, and tell everybody great work.
Thanks, Geneva.
I have a question.
Yep.
So when projects get completed, is there like an archive of completed projects? Cause I think that's kind of a cool
Yeah.
thing to show.
So from here, it would simply be kind of more of that bigger, when we look at the plan status, you'll just say like, okay, we're getting more and more complete. And then when you drill into the focus areas themselves, again, you get like the roll up here of like what's complete and what's not. 0%. From what I get to see is I have, I can quickly see exactly what is complete or what hasn't started or whatnot. From a plan management standpoint, that I could probably pull a little bit easier if you just wanted to see like, here's all the complete ones and not separated by their individual focus areas. Just a different way to look at it.
And in
Yeah.
like future years, will we see, like, can the public go in and then say, look at 2024 and 2025 and say, see that everything was, what was completed, what was moved? Perfect. I think
And
that
this
would
is our
be
first
great.
year using this, so yes, caveat. I'll have to try it
I
in
know. I'm
practice.
so excited about, I've been so excited about this, so thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's great. It'll take some tweaks and twists along the way.
Right.
It's a learning
But
curve.
It also,
awesome.
exactly, it also can contribute budgetary, like GL codes to each action item, which was just a whole nother step that we were not quite there for, but you can very much see like how much money is dedicated to addressing infrastructure needs or to these specific ones, which I think would be an interesting exercise.
Okay.
And just to piggyback off of that, because I think it is important to note of trumpeting our own successes and making sure that the public is aware of a lot of the stuff that frequently happens behind the scenes and just, or is less front facing, less publicly visible, and making sure the public and ourselves know that all the things that is going on. I mean, there's things in here that I saw that we had talked about generally, but just to pick out one random example, that like the water filtration membranes, and talking about replacing those, and we got them at, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but 50% of what was originally estimated for a cost. And those things that happen at a staff level, that's very, very important to the operations of Telluride as a governmental entity, but happen outside of the realm of this room, out of the hands of council. We've delegated, and you get staff is doing their jobs. They're
Yeah.
taking charge and getting those sorts of things done. So those sorts of updates are beneficial to us because it allows us as council to bring it back to our community and say, hey, this is what we're doing. I mean, we all see Voodoo, we're all gonna see the car henge project and the gondola. We can talk about those because we're much more involved in those processes. The more day-to-day behind the scenes elements, that I think is one of the biggest strengths of this. And yes, to the previous comments of tracking those and making sure that we have easy access to show of, okay, here's what we've done. We've accomplished this and this and this. It's another thing that we've, as you know, to bring us all the way back. I mean, we're trying to do more with our goals and objectives generally. Here are the goals that we are accomplishing. And I think that's sort of the whole nexus for this project that you brought in front of us. So thank you. Great.
Yeah. Great. I can kind of quickly keep going over just kind of the things that we have completed or not started. So we did touch on addressing the water and wastewater infrastructure and some of the minor disruptions there. So I'll move to are preserving the community. So with that, one of the things that has been completed, which you can kind of easily see here, is under fostering our community support, and that's of course with CASE. So CASE has completed their distribution of their funding for our community. So that was the one that we've highlighted as completed. One thing that hasn't started yet that we are working on for preserving the community is under the consistent outreach. We're still working with the wastewater team. They have really great ideas for the public to better communicate, educate them on the operations, permit regulations, non-compliance, funding sources, and so on and so forth, so that even when we're talking wastewater treatment plant, but that people are actually educated on what the system needs and what their part is in the success of our system. So I know we're working with, of course, our lovely Lindsay Mills and the Public Works team, and they're about to launch or schedule out and map out their communication strategy for 2024. So, and that doesn't mean to say that they haven't been doing some PSAs and communication, but we're about to get very strategic in that strategy so that it is more often in front of people so that they can understand. Great. So we'll then jump to protecting our health and quality of life. So one thing that we were able to complete with our newer hire, which is Darren Garber, is that we now have developed a grant administration system to track our organizational wide grant opportunities and grow our grant revenue. This database is, of course, living, dynamic, never truly complete, but the structure is there, and he's doing a great job of keeping tabs on the plethora of opportunities out there. And we're able to look at the strategy behind what we're pursuing from a grant perspective. So it's just not a bunch of small one-offs, but a layer of all the different grants that are out there to progress these wonderful goals that we have. Also with that, we have completed, as you know, it came to council. Oops, excuse me. We have completed our, where is it? There it is. Oh, sorry. Our resource recovery services, which was awarded to Bruin. So that was one of council's goals and objectives as well. And as you know, that came to council and that is complete. And we look forward to working with Bruin. They're doing a great job with their compost pilot, and we are working with the county, Mountain Village, and the town of Telluride to look at an incentive for residents and commercial to really help push that program forward. So again, looking forward to the future of what that means for us as we hope to one day have more of a pay-as-you-throw concept and give people an opportunity to compost more, recycle more, and have less trash. All right. When we look at cultivating our economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core, we've done a lot of work with our tourism board on a multi-year agreement with very defined KPIs and to ensure that our marketing meets the needs of the community and the council expectations. And I want to thank Kira and of course her team. We were able to have a 3-year agreement. We have associated KPIs, which include, of course, our return on investment. It includes the engagement pieces as well, but it also is tied to our occupancy rates and our sales tax and lodging taxes. So very clear correlation of that return on investment with them. So I appreciate all the work that they're doing there and making really good, effective choices to maintain a thriving economic commercial core. We did have one minor disruption in this category when it comes to community sustainability, and it is implementing our short-term rental tracking compliance with the new short-term rental regulations. I know when we built or made these regulations, it was very clearly communicated that we will have to now do the work of creating a very effective new software and implementing that. So of course, at no fault of our staff, but we are using Rentalscapes, and I'll let you jump in if you have anything to say, Tiffany, because I know you're here. But Rentalscapes is a little bit slower in implementing than we were first communicated or anticipated. So we very much appreciate staff doing all they can to push that timeline forward, the community for their patience and understanding as we work toward this. But it does look like end of May is going to be when that's implemented. So again, thank you to everybody. And of course, this will get back on track as soon as we have that software implemented.
Tiffany's body language says a lot.
Yeah. Tiffany's probably at the end of her patience now.
She's like, do we have to talk about this right now?
It was supposed to take 3 months is what we were told, and it's been 8 months. So it's been frustrating to say the least, but we do finally have a date of end of May, which we're planning on scheduling our community meetings to review the portal, go over the new regulations. And we will give all of the owners and property managers plenty of time probably almost the rest of the year to get licensed, remit all their back taxes. This will not be a heavy compliance year at all. We just want to get everyone licensed because at this point, it's just half the year is over. So with all the new licensing structures and our taxes are complicated, it's just been taking a lot longer. But we've been having meetings almost weekly with Rentalscape. And this is as fast as we can get it rolled out. So just thanks for everyone's patience.
Thank you, Tiffany.
We're almost there.
Exactly. And finally, our last goal of ensuring Town of Telluride is an employer of choice. The goal of building and retaining a highly skilled, motivated, and diverse team of employees. This falls into mainly our HR department. So we have about 7 action items within this, and the team has been doing an amazing job tackling all of these that we have called out for the first time as part of Town Council goals and objectives. There's just a handful that haven't started yet, but are still planned for this year, such as a new retirement plan provider and a new looking at our performance management system. So with that, that kind of goes over those highlighted items. The last thing I will leave with, just to kind of educate on this reporting, is when we look at future or multi-year, I just wanted everyone to kind of understand there are certain goals, and I can name them, that are going to take several years. There are also goals that maybe we start in this year and won't finish until next year. However, how we are not considering that a future or multi-year goal, because it will strictly be restructured or redefined in the 2025 goal piece, because it's not something that is kind of in perpetuity, that it's a standing goal that we will have for multi-years there. But those future multi-year goals are, of course, the developing a goal and policy around the 30% of Town of Telluride employees to have a dedicated employee units. Because in no way, and we heard council, this is not something we can tackle in 1 year, that it's going to take some time to do so. Finalizing and implementing our 5-year JEDI action plan and engaging with all fractions of the community. We've done an amazing job with our community envisioning engagement opportunities. Again, thank you to Lindsay Mills and Tri-County and the library and so many other people that have been helping spearhead that. But again, that is a living document that we are going to continue to meet with the community biannually, maybe even quarterly, as often as we can to keep building upon that. While we've even implemented some of the suggestions in that action plan, we're continuing to grow that document. Pursuant to the comprehensive master plan, the goal of contributing to 70% of housing 70% of those working in the Telluride region. That's a goal that's multi-year as well. And it's something that we want to keep on this list because it's very important, and we will have progress every year, including our updated housing needs assessment to help provide more direction to that as well. But that's something that we see as multi-year. Continuing to work with our financial advisors to develop comprehensive capital project funding strategy. That's of course important to have, but something that is not just a one and done thing. Promoting the health and wellness of town employees through policy and programs. Collaborating, as you mentioned, with the food bank to address insecurity with residents. We'll do that, but we see that taking time and something that's going to be ongoing as things develop, like looking at homelessness and so on and so forth. Exploring the future steps for rewriting the Telluride land use code as it's consistent with the comprehensive master plan, as the master plan itself is a 2-year process and the land use code will take quite some time to update. We do see that happening over multi-years as well. And of course, continuing to pursue land banking opportunities for housing is something that will be future and multi-year. So with that, do you guys have any more questions? Yeah, Dan.
One quick super specific question
Mhm.
on complete the Telluride small cell wireless design guidelines as
Yep.
referenced in the land use code. I was under the impression we had done that, and it's at 5% because we had the whole 5G subcommittee where we worked on design for that infrastructure. Why is that not complete?
So while that is with our planning team, I don't have the specifics on that. I do know that while working with planning and zoning and so on and so forth. I feel like that's just at the start of the piece. I mean, according to John, but with that, I will have to get with our specific staff.
Doesn't have to happen right this second, but
Okay.
it was surprising to see because my impression is that was done already.
Mhm.
So,
I will get back to you, Dan. Thanks for pointing that out.
no problem. Thank you.
I just wanted to add something because you like brought up the Jedi thing and I'm staring at the ensure parks and rec programs offerings reflect the Terry community demographics.
Yeah.
I feel like, and this is just like a side note, if we want to attract a more diverse community, I think it would be advantageous if we start offering like a more diverse like programming, so like
Mhm.
if community, like if visitors see, oh, Telluride has these offerings, like maybe more diverse people will come to our community. Like I know that I look at when I go visit places, I'm like, oh, they have this, oh, they have that. So want to attract new demographics. I think we should look at some of the programs we're offering, and Parks and Rec may be a good place to start.
I'll make that note for Stephanie. I know she learned a lot from the community. Oh, good. John's here. He heard about the small cells. She got a lot of input from the community visioning open house that she's implementing on not just programming and what the community would like to see, but also how to engage them into the programming we have now. So I do think both of those things can happen, but as she put in her notes, I'm really excited for then to have a specific open house for the Spanish speaking community to help with registration.
Or
for the
even
summer.
like like Asian and I mean like
Oh,
other, like
yeah.
because if we want
Mhm.
newer people to come in town, we need to start thinking out of the box, not just about the people that currently live here, but like what do we want to see 5 years from here, 5 years from now, 10 years from now,
Mhm.
so on and so forth. And even for visitors too.
Great. No, thanks, Jesse Ray. All right, John, I know you answer the small cell question.
Thanks, Zoe. That was awesome.
Sure. So I can give you a quick update on it from what I know. So there was the adopted piece that went through before I got here. And sorry, I was just
We
just coming back.
run down here.
I had
Oh.
to run and go postal. I guess. So that was a long way and then running back. So that was adopted. And since our last meeting, when we talked about 5G with the potential applicant, several things have gone on. The main one was most of the staff were gone during those first 2 weeks in April. So as most people were. So it was hard getting everybody together. And we're still in the process of trying to get everybody together to discuss how we can move forward with this. And because the contractor or that group has actually contacted us and said, hey, what do we need to do to get this thing going? So we're in the process of getting that together. We've met briefly with Public Works as to how to go on with the permitting. And we're still figuring some tweaks out with that because we don't quite know which department should be handling everything. Most of it's in the public right away. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on because they can't like bore through stuff in Telluride because all the stuff that's been laid in the streets and so forth. So when they lay the lines for these things, they're going to have to trench, which is going to be majorly disruptive. So that's another thing we're talking about. Yeah. And that's what's in the process works of it right now. So I wish I had more I could update you on.
But the guidelines themselves are complete and adopted.
Yeah, and there's a little bit we think we might want to tweak just because of the latest stuff on it. But
In terms of this action item itself, it would be.
yeah.
Yeah, so they're two different issues, pretty much, right?
Oh, there's a bunch of different issues.
Well,
Sorry, I heard the noise. Yeah, it was like
okay. We appreciate you running down.
You.
No worries. Any other questions on that?
I just had one, I would communicate this with Teddy. I just didn't know if anyone had taken the liberty to just see a comparative price on like, is this company whose bid we entertained competitive with anyone else? Like, what's this gonna cost us? And is it real? You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
we entertained one company and I know we don't want to wait, to Dan's point in the meeting, for a big entity to come in and force us to do it. And I hear him loud and clear, but I'm just like, taxpayer dollars, or is this the most expensive bid out there? Or we didn't even hear numbers really.
Sure.
So I just want to err on the fiscally conservative or fiscally responsible, especially when we utilize taxpayer dollars when it comes down to the dollar and cents component.
As I understand it, there are no taxpayer dollars involved.
Oh, because it's a bond or
No.
what utility? What is it?
This is, these companies come in, they will install the stuff, and the way they make their money off of it is like Verizon or AT&T contract with them specifically to use their system.
Yep.
So that's pretty
We're
rad.
we don't
mandated
think
to
we
allow
get a
for
better
the
deal.
infrastructure.
Because it's free? Well, so
I
wait,
know.
we'd still have to tear up the streets and pay for all of that though.
They take care of that.
They do.
Yeah, we're mandated at the federal level to, take on 5G infrastructure, if you will. That's not really a choice, but the choice of who we go with is
Yeah.
real. And to everyone's point, there's no taxpayer direct cost on this, either on the install or the operation, but we do have to allow the infrastructure in town.
I voted against that one too. I've been against this since day one, but I realize it's federally mandated. So yeah, I guess my penny pinching ways are been eliminate, yeah, so, okay, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
My point's mute.
Anything else?
Kevin pointed out to me that we have, you might have to help me with the terminology. So we have the broad language in our land use code, but not necessarily design guidelines adopted yet, which I think might be more what you're referencing. We definitely did do a lot of work at the 5G subcommittee level 2 years ago, looking at potential design solutions and guidelines adopted. So I don't know that we'll necessarily have to reinvent the wheel, but it seems timely, I guess, to bring some of that back up and
Yeah.
start reviewing it.
Yeah, and I know what has transpired a little bit with far as the design is we wanted to keep historical preservation involved in every aspect of that because it's tight. You don't want to put something up on Colorado that looks like this really weird thing. Like they were showing stuff from New Orleans where they got all these antenna things on top of it. Yeah, that's not going to fly. So we've been working heavily with historical preservation and Jonna specifically and Erica. And the idea is to keep them as simple and clean as possible and potentially poles that kind of look like the light poles out there as well, meaning the bases and so forth, as well as keeping them placement away from historic views and structures. And that's been a high priority for the entire thing. And Dan, I wish I had more information from what you guys did, but that was before I got here.
Sure.
I haven't had an opportunity to dig heavily into it yet, but I'm sure that's stuff that you took into account.
And
Yeah, just to provide a little additional clarity on it, or at least what I think is clarity. What is being referenced, I think, in this goal and objective or this action item, it's the appropriate terminology, is the land use code. When we adopted the small cell land use code provisions in section 6907, reference that both P and Z and HARC would then adopt a subsequent document called specifically the Telluride Small Cell Wireless Design Guidelines. I don't think that has occurred yet, but I don't have that answer off the top of my head. So I think that's why this is listed at like 5%, because I think that's still subsequently seeking action.
Yes, we have not adopted anything.
Right. Okay. So this is not specific to a vendor coming and approaching the town. This goal and objective is about the land use code provision that was adopted and then adopting a subsequent design guideline, basically regulation for it. Yeah. Okay. Just to provide the context.
Thanks,
Let's be done.
everybody.
Yes, definitely. Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
So Kevin, we have to now put that into action. We have to put that on the agenda for an action item.
So again, the language says it's approved by HARC and P and Z.
So council has to do it now or no?
HARC and P and Z.
Oh, they did it. Okay,
So I'll just
They
read
will.
it.
they will.
Planning department shall also be responsible for preparing a supporting document referred to as, quote, the Telluride Small Cell Wireless Design Guidelines to be considered and approved by HARC and the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's the subsequent action I think is referenced here under this action
And
item.
Ron, who has that historical information and
Oh,
he
yeah.
is still very much part of the team while working remote. So while he couldn't be here to provide more context, and I appreciate John stepping in. They he's still here. I'm sure Ron has a handle with John on the next steps of that.
Ron and
with-
John.
Ron, if we want to go over the planning team, Ron, John, Jonna. Anyway.
So then we'll expect that Hark and P and Z
Mhm.
do their role in that, and then
That's
we'll
what
see
it
that
looks
at 100% complete.
That's what that looks like. Yeah.
Okay, dokie.
Zoe, I know it's tough to look for you and staff to look into the crystal ball since we're
Mhm.
into the second quarter significantly.
Mhm.
Do you anticipate any projects moving into the minor disruption or any minor disruptions moving into major disruptions? Do you have any intel for us?
That's a great
to
question.
prepare?
Right now, I don't. When I went over all of these and looking at the individual action items and speaking with staff, all of it was progressing at the pace it was meant to. Or if there was a minor disruption, everyone had a plan of what that would look like to complete it in a timely manner. So I appreciate everyone doing this exercise. And I appreciate all of us having that understanding that staff is very dedicated to still meeting their goals in a timely manner. So at this time, no, but Q2, to your point, is just around the corner. So
I think big project like Pacific Avenue, and Bikeway and the rebuild there
Mhm.
is, going to be out to bid shortly. So you never,
Mhm.
we're on track, if you will, to get up to bid. Depending on how those come back,
Mm.
that could, we could be right on track, or there could be disruption there. We just don't know yet. So there are
Right.
some of those things, certainly when you're in the bid process, that are unknowns until you have some options in hand.
that's a good point. Great.
And then do we have, with this being a new system, assume a communications plan for our constituents and everyone to dive in and where we place it, how we advertise it, all that fun stuff? I know
Looks
Lindsay's
like
back
Lindsay's
there.
coming
gonna
up.
Come up and.
It's already embedded on
No.
our website. Okay, she's getting lunch. More important. It is already embedded on our website, so we will continue to point people in that direction. Encourage everyone to take a deep dive if they have their particular interests. I think it's pretty easy to navigate the way that we have structured it from a focus area to a goal to an action item, so people can dive into their particular interest as they see fit as well.
Is it updated in real time or is it
Updated in real
quarterly?
time.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
as things
Wow.
progress, we could even check it out without
Yep.
getting a quarterly
Yeah.
update. Cool.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's great.
So staff has been asked to make updates quarterly. So we're not doing monthly updates. I'm asking everyone to make their updates quarterly. So the only reason right now that kind of looks like there's some updates in February, March, or April is when people decided to make their quarterly update. So you'll see, I think, checking in at those quarter marks will give you the most comprehensive look of where we are.
Like moving forward into 2025, will we be attaching the budget to these goals? Or are we
So
gonna wait
that is
till
something that I'm working
January?
actually with the
Okay.
Clear Plans team. They launched this without it's a great idea, but the way they implemented it wasn't the easiest to navigate. So until it's gonna be easy to navigate and not a total time suck for staff, we won't be implementing it, but they promised me for 2025 that they've taken that feedback and will implement it. So yeah.
I just wanted to adjust my
Yeah.
expectations for that.
And the way that will do that is, again, it's, you get to attribute a percentage of a GL code to each action item. So if, we'll look at what that looks like moving forward, but it'll give a good snapshot, I would say.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, that was awesome.
No.
Geneva, don't want to forget you. All right.
Great, guys. Thank you so much.
Zoe, thanks all your work on this. It's been a huge lift, and I think it's
It's
what
awesome.
we talked about last year with council and the public, and to see this first rendition, I think we're all really optimistic and excited about the
Yeah.
product. Thanks for all the work on this.
And again, congratulations to our staff and making progress publicly for 91 action items. really is a lot. And again, it's not even the full picture of what everyone is doing. So we have a great staff here, a strong staff, and I'm proud to show that to everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Zoe. It is 11:50. I'll let Scott or, excuse me, Scott or Tiffany chime in if we want to move, if we got anything quickly that we can move up or just end a little early before lunch. 10 minutes isn't a whole lot of time to squeeze something in, but
Not a whole lot. I do have quite a bit on the manager's report this afternoon, which would typically come up around looks like 1:55 today. I can, if you don't mind, Mayor, I can mention a couple things, but I'll probably save a bit more of it for the afternoon, if that's okay.
yeah, absolutely.
But I was really excited to be out there and down on Pacific Avenue yesterday, watching the Voodoo shed get moved down from that TKV lot or down by the gondola into the Voodoo lot yesterday afternoon. Quite a sight to behold, seeing, basically a small house rolling down Pacific Avenue. And just congratulations to the Shaw teams and Lance McDonald, our project manager on that. That was a big move yesterday. And that is our upcoming and future youth hangout project, which with the help of Ryan McGovern in our Parks and Rec department, he's been sitting down with the high school students at the school, really working hard to help kind of articulate the kids' vision into an architectural plan that our architect for Voodoo, CCY Architects, has now crafted a really, I think, beautiful interior design. We do have some budget set aside for that. And if you recall, we've got some regional partners in the county, and I know Mountain Village as well. They're going to help with that funding on the interior. We're continuing to have good conversations with the school district as well. But the youth center continues to be on track for probably that September, October ballpark for opening, which is really exciting. And yeah, if you haven't been down by Voodoo or the post office, take a peek at that corner, because it looks a whole lot different today than it did yesterday. So that was really fun to see that. I will say as well that going back to some updates last meeting, and coming out of our open houses related to our redevelopment of the Carhenge and the Lift 7 base area site with Telluride Ski and Golf. Design workshops, our design consultant on this project is hard at work at trying to, again, kind of articulate all the input that we got from the public and the HOAs and otherwise into now some very first phase of massing and scale and some 3D renderings that we will take our time with here this coming month. We want to make sure that, again, as many elements, or frankly, all the elements within our Southwest area plan are incorporated into that draft design. TSG certainly has their visions of what they would like in that design. And we've got a lot of really solid and I think detailed, good input from the public on that first round of Carhenge redevelopment discussions. So we're looking to, I think we're kind of into the mid to later May dates where we'll be announcing some open houses again to now begin getting the community's first input and feedback on some of the 3D renderings of some concepts. So that's really exciting. And of course, council will be right in the front end of that process. But I wanted to just give folks a little update on what happened after the open houses. So now we're kind of behind the scenes on the design process, and we'll give folks something to react to. So that's really exciting. I think I'll maybe leave it at that. Some of the other updates are a little bit lengthier, but those were just a couple front of mind today.
Great. Well, seeing that, we will end a few minutes early before lunch and pick it back up at 1 o'clock.
We always have short lunches. Let's get a long lunch.
All right.
Okay, we are reconvening the town council meeting here today, Tuesday, April 30th. Right now it is 1:01 PM. And we will start with item number 2 on the agenda, which is public comment. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? And if you are, we have our podium set up, sign-in sheet. Seeing nobody in the room for public comment. Tiffany, doesn't look like we have anyone on Zoom either. Okay, great. Pretty exciting to get through public comment pretty quick today. Moves us on to item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A is a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming May Mental Health Month 2024, and I will read that proclamation. A proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming April Mental Health Month. Proclamation number 1, Series 2024. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas according to Colorado Health Institute, Colorado has the nation's 6th highest suicide rate, and whereas all individuals face challenges in life that can impact their mental health, therefore it is our duty as a community to help reduce stigma in seeking professional help for mental health support, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency, and whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives, and whereas each business, school, governmental agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizens share the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention and treatment efforts. Whereas organizations like Tri-County Health Network fight all year, not just in May, to bring mental health awareness to the forefront and offer programs and services to the community to address mental health needs. Therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Month in Telluride. As the mayor, I also call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Telluride to commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, reducing stigma around seeking help, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Proclaimed this 30th day of April 2024. Do we have anybody from Tri-County Health that would like to say anything?
Hi, I'm Ariana Seitz. I'm the Behavioral Health Services Coordinator at Tri-County Health Network. And so first off, I just want to thank the town of Telluride for supporting May as Mental Health Awareness Month. This step, like Mayor said, really helps reduce stigma and increase awareness around mental health concerns and challenges that people within our community may be facing. And we're hoping throughout the month of May, many of you will join us in educational programs, as well as community discussions around mental health and harm reduction and ways that we as a community can come together. One other initiative we're starting this year is we're trying to light up for May. So the official color for Mental Health Awareness Month is green, which represents renewal, hope, and vitality. And we're asking businesses, organizations, and governments to light up their building with green lights. And if anyone is interested and we haven't contacted you already, feel free to reach out to us and we'd be happy to get that set up for you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I thought I'd mention as well during this mental health proclamation during this month that I know in the past number of months here, town council in particular has felt it important enough to continue to support mental health in our community that within our Voodoo affordable housing project, if you recall, we have dedicated one of those units to a mental health professional. And we'll be going through process later this summer to work with organizations to find the right fit there. So and I know, and I hope that's very meaningful to that professional community as well, to make sure we continue to build that support here in Telluride.
Fantastic.
I just want to add a little something to you. This community is something that I'm intimately familiar with. And if there's not just Tri-County, and thank you, Tri-County, but a lot of health insurances now provide a teletherapy, and also there are free teletherapies too. And I know that in Telluride, we face a lot of loss. Loss isn't the only form of trauma, you know, it comes in different forms, and a lot of people I speak with in this community often say that they're numb to it because of the frequency that it occurs here, or that they're used to it. And, you know, sadly, that's just not normal. And it's very important that we reach out and get the support that we need to deal with these emotions. You know, being numb is not a healthy way to deal with it. And I say that through experience. And I encourage people to make the phone call, have the willingness to get help, and utilize the resources that are available to them. Thanks, Tri-County.
I'd also just like to add, if anybody listening is experiencing mental health issues, or you can dial the 988 crisis hotline anytime. It's similar to 911. So if you're listening and you feel like you are going through this, that hotline is available to you at any time. So that's, again, the 988 lifeline.
Great. Moving along on our presentations and proclamations, 3B is a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And this is proclamation number 2, series 2024. Sexual Assault Awareness Month is a global effort that acknowledges sexual violence as an issue that impacts every community and aims to raise public awareness about sexual abuse, harassment, and assault, and engage communities in the effort to prevent and end sexual violence while supporting and elevating the voices of those who identify as victims or survivors of sexual violence. Whereas approximately 433,648 Americans aged 12 and older of all genders, races, and cultures are victims of rape or sexual assault every year, we must take action to change the culture. Whereas over 53% of women, 29% of men, and 47% of transgender people report experiencing sexual violence in their lifetime. Whereas every 73 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and alarmingly, every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. Whereas 80% of sexual assaults are perpetrated by someone the victim is familiar with. Whereas sexual assault is the most underreported crime, it is estimated that 63% of cases nationwide are not reported to the police, and that number jumps to 70% in rural areas. Whereas 70% of sexual assault survivors experience moderate to severe mental distress following their victimization, a larger percentage than for any other violent crime. Now, therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. In Telluride, we are proud to join our local advocates and community members and those around the world in the effort to raise awareness of the individual and collective impacts of sexual violence, and we commit to proactively working to end sexual violence in our community. The 2024 SAAM theme, Building Connected Communities, calls on each of us to work in solidarity with our neighbors to prevent sexual abuse, harassment, and assault. This theme highlights the impact on our community when any member of our community experiences sexual violence and reminds us that to effectively address and prevent sexual violence, we must recognize that changing individual behaviors is not enough. We must work to build connected, respectful, and inclusive communities that enhance our collective well-being by helping to establish protective measures against sexual violence. While the past few years have brought more attention to the prevalence of sexual violence in our communities, we urge all Telluride residents to be an active part of changing the culture that allows sexual violence to persist. We must believe survivors, speak out against victim blaming, promote and practice everyday consent, empower bystander intervention, model healthy communication for our youth, and hold perpetrators of sexual violence accountable for their actions while holding space for and elevating the voices of those who have survived sexual violence. While today we proclaim April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Telluride, we know that every day presents an opportunity to improve the future of our beloved community, and that every day we should promote kindness, equality, respect, and freedom from violence for all of us. Proclaimed this 30th day of April 2024. Do we have anyone from the San Miguel Resource Center in attendance today? Seeing that we don't, we will go to item 3C. And that is a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming May 9th Valley Floor Day. Whereas every May 9th, we celebrate an exquisite piece of land and water in Telluride we call the Valley Floor. Consisting of 566 acres of open space along the San Miguel River, this ecological diverse land serves as a gateway that welcomes all to the Telluride Valley. And whereas the Telluride Town Council acknowledges with respect that the Valley Floor and the land we're on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Ute and Navajo nations and peoples. This was an area of summer trade, gathering, and healing for indigenous peoples who were the original stewards of this land. And whereas stewardship and reclamation of the Valley Floor should continue to be a priority of the town of Telluride and our community in perpetuity, to respect those stewards of the past while protecting this natural resource for generations to come. And whereas we believe that celebration of this unique resource, which is rich with history and home to hundreds of species of flora and fauna, can be an occasion to find common ground as a community. And therefore be it proclaimed that the town of Telluride, Colorado hereby designates May 9th as Valley Floor Day in the town of Telluride, proclaimed this 30th day of April 2024. And I believe we have Nancy Kraft here from the Open Space Commission. And you could step on up, that would be great.
Hi, everybody. I'm speaking for Angela Dye, our chair, who couldn't be here today. And she wrote, and I agree, thanks to the citizens of Telluride for having the foresight and commitment to fight for and establish this wonderful open space for all of us to steward and enjoy in perpetuity. As the Open Space Commission, we take the responsibility to protect and manage this landscape, this glorious landscape, very seriously, and appreciate Council's continued support in that endeavor. And I'd like to add that we encourage the whole community, including Town Council, to join us on our site walks, on our cleanups, on our weed pulls, to ramble on your own and enjoy the beautiful Valley Floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to add, I sit on this board, and I think it's one of the coolest things that this town has done is protect this piece of land, and the biodiversity here is truly spectacular. The work that this board has done to preserve this and reestablish, the original riverway, and even what we've done with weed management. We're now seeing these like dormant indigenous species resurface, which is totally cool. We've worked with like individual citizens we now have one piece of land where like monarch butterflies are specifically like hovering again. And it's just a really cool, I don't want to say project, it's just the dedication that this community has made to protect this piece of land, and then the open space has done to preserve it and honor it is truly amazing. So thanks to the community, thanks to open space, and yeah, job well done, guys.
Thanks. I thought I might mention, Mayor, thanks for those comments. Jesse, I totally agree. And just want to thank Lance and Josh, our staff out there working hard throughout the months on the valley floor in particular. I think it's been really spectacular to see the amount of elk and coyotes and fox and beavers that are out there right now. And maybe just a little bit of a reminder as we go into the spring here that we've had a few incidents of folks getting out there and getting very close to wildlife, as can be the same said with some dogs out there. So let's just protect and keep our distance from that wildlife. And thanks for the Open Space Commission's work and all the great stuff that you all do around the Great Valley floor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Moving right along to 3D, presentation of a service medallion to Eleni Constantine for her 7 years of service on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And on behalf of the town of Telluride and Telluride Town Council, it is with sincere gratitude that we present this letter and medallion to you in appreciation of your over 7 years of service on the Planning and Zoning Commission, December 2016, March 2024. Personally, as a long-time local of 28 years, and with my other employment as a Telluride Realtor, I truly understand the challenges that the Planning and Zoning Commission brings and the importance of that commission that really helps maintain the character of the town of Telluride and how we move into the future with impacts of our growth. You have been a valued contributor, and we thank you for your dedication and service. Your professionalism, dependability, and willingness to be a public servant for our special community have been a welcome addition to the Planning and Zoning Commission these many years, and you will be missed. We want to extend our warmest thanks and best wishes to you, and please accept a token appreciation for your service.
Thank you, Teddy. It was an honor and a pleasure to serve along with my wonderful colleagues. I want to give a special shout out to the wonderful staff who supports our work with their dedication and their intelligence and their true commitment to getting the job done. Ron, Allie, and Piper especially, but also Tiffany, Jana, and Lance, and Kevin, and every single staff member who we worked with through those years has been just an amazing, amazing asset to this town. So I just want to give a little shout out to them. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Lenny.
Thank you. Item 3E, presentation of a service medallion to Sasha Cuccinello for her 14 years of service on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events. Sasha, on behalf of the town of Telluride and Telluride Town Council, it is with sincere gratitude that we present this letter and medallion to you in appreciation of your over 14 years of service on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, 2010 to 2024. Wow, 14 years of service. That is so impressive. As a longtime local of over 28 years and someone that has produced a local festival, the Old Telluride Cajun Festival, as well as worked for numerous others, I truly understand the effort that you have placed into case and sometimes at great stress. That alone shows how much you care, how much care you put into the commission. It's that dedication that keeps the fabric of Telluride intact. And without that effort, Telluride would simply just be like every other ski town. Just take a moment and look back at all you did to ensure the diversity of events, the grants that sustain them, and balancing the character of how it all creates a fantastic culture like no other community that I've ever been a part of. You have been a valued contributor to this important commission, and we thank you for your dedication and service. Your professionalism, dependability, and willingness to be a public servant has been a welcome addition to the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events these many years, and you will be missed. We want to extend our warmest thanks and best wishes to you, and please accept this token of appreciation for service to your community.
Thank you, Teddy. I do want to thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Maybe
not.
Take it on your wall.
Wait, I want to say one thing.
Take time.
I begrudgingly stepped off of this board, but it was time. And I just want to say that CASE is so important to this town, and the heartbeat of our town are our local nonprofits, from all of our arts nonprofits, our cultural events, all of that, but also our cultural service nonprofits. Telluride would not exist, our area would not exist with these many 50+ nonprofits that do so much for our community. And a huge shout out to Stephanie and Amanda. I'm going to miss you all. Thank you so much. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here.
You have to introduce it?
You want
Okay, I'll introduce it. Okay. Agenda item 3F is a presentation of a service medallion to Teddy Errico for his 13 years of service on the Parks and Recreation Commission. Teddy, on behalf of the town of Telluride and Telluride Town Council, it is with sincere gratitude that we present this letter and medallion to you in appreciation of your over 13 years of service on the Parks and Recreation Commission from 2010 to 2023. You have been a valued contributor to this important commission, and we thank you for your dedication and service. Your professionalism, dependability, and willingness to be a public servant have been a welcome addition to the Parks and Recreation Commission these many years, and you will be missed in this role, although we are so grateful to have you as mayor today. We want to extend our warmest thanks and best wishes to you. Please accept this token of appreciation for your service to your community.
Thank you so much. It was.
And Mayor, if I may, I know that JJ Osla, our current and new chair of Parks and Rec Commission, couldn't be here today, but he did pass along a note to us that I'll read here if you give me just a moment.
Sure.
He says, Teddy, we as a commission cannot thank you enough for the time, effort, and energy you've put into our beloved town park. We all at one point were new to the dynamics of a commission, and you, as a seasoned veteran, have been an incredible mentor to all of us. Although we have not been in agreement on every decision, you always provide great platform for healthy debate, and we thank you for that. Congratulations. Thanks, JJ.
Thank you, JJ and the commission. The saddest part of being mayor was giving up that spot, and Stephanie's here, and Stephanie was great to work with, as well as all the different commission members over the years. And really proud of all the work Stephanie and her staff, as well as the commission, had done during my 13-year term to make the greatest park in North America even better. And so the thanks should really go to them and not to me, but I appreciate the recognition, everybody, and me, and thank you. Moving on to item 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, May 6th, 2024, for possible consideration at the next Town Council meeting, May 14th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events. 1 of those seats is being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. one regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2-year term, town resident. Election Commission, one regular seat for a 2-year term, town elector. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2-year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, this seat is also being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2-year term, town resident at least for 1 year. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. 4B, we have Piper Miller here at the table to discuss the Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2-year term.
Thank you, Teddy. So with Eleni leaving P&Z, it opened up a regular seat vacancy, and a sitting alternate member, Peter Sante, is applying to elevate into that regular seat. He has served the town in numerous capacities over the years, but he has been on P&Z since April of 2023, and his attendance is provided. If you choose to appoint him to a regular seat, it would be for a 2-year term effective immediately, and I believe he is here to speak on his behalf.
Peter, is there something you'd like to add? We're gonna make you step up.
Do not have a speech, but I was told to show, so I'm here. Do you have any questions?
It's a really long walk from your office.
A long commute. Any questions for Piper or the applicant?
Yeah, Peter, I have at least one question. So as the council liaison for planning and zoning, certainly have seen Peter and his knowledge. It's certainly just undeniable when it comes to our land use code, Stein guidelines, and his just lots of experience in this realm. So there's certainly lots of good things to be said there. I do have a comment and would love to hear your reaction, Peter. And this, I would say, applies generally to planning and zoning, but want to bring it up. As the liaison, I have seen a couple times in recent history what I have felt has been a misalignment with the goals and objectives of town council, where we as council entrust our boards and commissions with a lot of responsibility to enforce the guidelines. But in those guidelines, there's certainly a large room for discretion, and it allows for the discretion of our boards to weigh the different options, and it's not always black and white, and that's what we trust with them. And with that trust, I think there comes a responsibility to try to live up and fulfill the goals and objectives of town council, primarily of which is the provision of affordable housing in the town of Telluride. I can think of at least one recent example in regards to the Ajax Hotel, where it was clearly raised in front of planning and zoning, what the difference between when that was initially approved for what they would have to do to accommodate for affordable housing to where they currently are. And it was just pretty much briefly waved off without further exploration. This is all just to say that I feel a need for some reassurance at times that you feel like you have alignment with our goals and values. And this isn't to pick on you in particular. Again, this is speaking more broadly and not just to call you out in particular, but it is a thing I have noticed with boards and commissions pretty broadly. And it is a thing that I have struggled with. So Peter, if you may, how would you reassure me that you feel aligned with our goals, and you feel like that you can help us as council fulfill those goals? Because we need you and the rest of planning and zoning, Leicester Park, to work with us. And so how would you respond to that, please?
Well, I'm a member of the community. I'm aware of the housing challenges, the list of deficiencies. I think what you mentioned as one example, I'm marginally familiar with. Being a past approval, I wasn't on P&Z 4, but I recognize it included a component of deed restricted housing, and that it was sort of being floated to make adjustments to that. I don't recall anything too dramatic, frankly, from the P and Z, that work session, as I recalled it. But I have been on HARC. I am been on P and Z now for a year. I'm familiar with some of the dynamic with housing projects coming through town and some of the friction through the boards. And that not being as fast as council would sometimes like. I don't think council should take that personally. I don't think anybody's really trying to be on council or advocate for more than a pretty basic adherence to town codes or on the HARC side, the shades of gray and the compatibility, which has in my past experience been a challenge. Those kinds of applications are rather dramatic and often unnecessarily. So I think, you know, I have an open mind. I think the boards are generally trying to do a good job. And I guess I sympathize. I know you guys want sort of results, and that I would more just say there's a set of rules that should be taken seriously to go through a process like others, and that's all the board is trying to do is try to be somewhat consistent with that. So that's how I'd reply.
Thank you, Peter.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Any other questions for Peter or Piper?
I just more of a comment. I'm familiar with Peter just because I sat on Park for some time and I've known him my entire life. I know this that he rents out like a little unit to a local full-time. Which thank you for doing that. And his professionalism and his experience in this realm is, you know, exceptional. And he's there's 3 generations in this community, and I think that that's very cool. Raising his son here, his mom's here, and I see no reason why he shouldn't be elevated. I appreciate Dan, what Dan brought up, and I think that it's something that council needs to take seriously and probably have a meeting with our sub boards about too, you know. But yeah, let's address that and in a bigger scale. So if no one has anything else, is there
Any other questions for Peter or Piper? I'll entertain a motion if somebody's ready.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Peter Sante to 1 regular seat for a 2-year term on planning and zoning.
We have a motion.
Effective immediately.
I second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes. Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. Peter, you're approved unanimously. Thank you so much for the service to the community and your willingness to elevate. We appreciate it. Item 4C, Commission for the Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events, 1 regular seat with 1 alternate seat for 1 or 2-year terms. And we have Piper again to present this agenda item.
So thank you so much. There are 2 vacancies on this board. One is a regular seat and one is an alternate seat. And we have 1 new applicant named Josh Layden. I believe his work is with the Sheridan, and he is applying to be on this board of all females. So he has not served in the town in any capacity that I'm aware of, and he is here to speak on his behalf. However, should you choose to appoint him to a regular or alternate seat, it could be for a 1 or 2-year term, and it would be effective immediately.
Great. Josh, would you like to add something?
Hi, everybody. I'm Josh Layden. Most of you know me through the Opera House. I've been part of the community for about 10 years now. And it's time for me to give back. I have a huge passion for arts, and just I know that the community has so much to offer, and I'd just like to be more a part of it. Funny enough, I work with all females now at the Opera House, so I'm ready to go. Thank you so much for the consideration.
Any questions for Josh?
Normally I would ask someone that if they had ever been on a board, but seeing as the Opera House is already a 501c3 nonprofit, I feel like this is a really easy transition for someone. So I feel like my historical question is kind of a mute question at this point. And I completely support Josh in this position. It feels like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to make a comment. I don't so much have a question. As I recruited Josh to apply, so I clearly want him on this board. But you know, I think when we put together these boards, it's so important that, you know, they're representatives of our community. And I think one of the reasons why Josh is a great representative of our community is because he not only works in the nonprofit sector, the art sector, alongside festivals, and he is so socially connected in this town that if there is a buzz about something, it will get to him and he can bring that to the board.
I will, if there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Josh Layden to a regular seat on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events for a 2-year term effective immediately.
I'll second.
You got it.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. Josh, approved unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you for your willingness to serve our community.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Josh.
it very much. Item number 5 is the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Ian. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. Item number 6, public hearing. 6A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Spruce House Unit G. And we have Scott Robson and Kevin Geiger will present this item.
Are we
We're
skipping
skipping 5B.
5B?
That was
Part of the consent.
that was part of
calendar.
the consent calendar.
Oh,
So it was just one.
Yep, one motion to approve the whole consent calendar.
Yeah.
got it.
So I mean, we can go back if you have any concerns.
No, I just really want Claudia to stay on case. I wanted to make sure that was.
Okay, then we will keep on track for 6A then. And Scott, you want to?
Yeah, you bet.
Kevin, or-
I'll kick this off. Kevin, I'm sure can add more color to it, but as you recall, going back to January 9th, council authorized the exercise of our town option, first right of refusal to acquire the town constructed affordable housing unit known as Spruce House Unit G for the purpose of housing a town employee. Town did close on the purchase of the unit on February 13th. Since that time, we've gone in and done a few minor improvements, but it this time is ready for sale and in great shape. A full-time town employee meeting the qualification and eligibility requirements for the deed restricted Tier 2 1-bedroom unit does wish to purchase the unit and is aware of the conditions of the deed restriction, along with a purchase and sale agreement that's been negotiated. As the unit is subject to the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, the deed restriction for the unit will not include a provision requiring continued employment with the town of Telluride, but we do expect the individual to remain with us and remain a community member for a long time, we hope. So this is that kind of step in the process where it does take an ordinance to go ahead and dispose of that and sell that back to one of our employees at the same price we purchased it for. And this is the first of no, I'm sorry, this is the second reading of an ordinance. So this will be our final reading on Unit G to get that in the hands of one of our valued employees.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Kevin, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't. Thank you, Mayor.
Does any council members have any questions for Kevin or Scott on this second reading?
And just for the listening audience, there's no changes from first reading to the second reading.
That is correct. Thank you.
And there's anyone from the public that has any comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Spruce House Condominiums Unit G.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. Item 6B. Public hearing on an emergency ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, providing for the town to execute and impose a use covenant and regulatory agreement on certain real property owned by the town and located at 151 South Willow Street and also known as the Voodoo Apartments, and authorizing the town manager to sign documents so related on behalf of the town of Telluride. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger presenting on agenda item 6B. This is a little unusual. This is an emergency ordinance consideration for town council. The reason it's being considered as an emergency ordinance is because this is rather time sensitive. Normally ordinances go through 2 readings before town council, separated by at least 2 weeks between readings. On this one, we needed immediate action because the state of Colorado, in order to finalize all of their grant agreements for the subject of this, and I'll go into that in just a minute, needed very timely and quick action on this matter. So the matter that's before town council is the emergency ordinance to approve and authorize the town manager to sign what's called a use covenant that has been proposed by the state of Colorado. That use covenant is one of the requirements that the town would have to execute and record on the Voodoo property. That's the project we're talking about, the Voodoo Apartments project, in order to receive approximately $2 million in a state of Colorado authorized grant under what's called the Transformational Affordable Housing Home Ownership and Workforce Housing Grant. We're going to call it TAHG as the acronym for this discussion, in order to receive that grant money coming from the state of Colorado. This is not necessarily unusual. Some of you who may have been involved in some of the issues surrounding the Telluride Transfer Warehouse may recall the context was a little different, but in that instance, the owner of that property had to put a use covenant on their property in order to receive state of Colorado grant funding. It's fairly typical, and I would expect with additional funding that's coming from the state of Colorado to advance purposes of affordable housing or historic preservation, another big issue that we have in the town of Telluride, you may see more of these state covenants in the future. I've provided an overview of what the covenant entails. That's in my memorandum on page 193 of the packet. I'm not really inclined to go into those details because it's an 11-page document. A number of these provisions speak for themselves, but if you want to look at the bullet list that's in the memorandum, about halfway down page 193 of the memorandum, you can do so, and have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer those. The one thing I will point out specifically is there is a provision in the use covenant, and you'll find that provision. Let me make sure I get the correct section. I believe it's section 5, excuse me, where there is a use table or a table for the units in Voodoo, the 27 units, 12 of which are being assisted or funded through the TAHG funding. However, the table and the AMI limitations do apply and are enforceable by the state of Colorado, not only against the 12 units that are the focus of the receipt of the state funding, but the 15 other units that are under what's called here other affordable at the very bottom of that table. It's AMI calculations and restrictions, but just to point out for council, those AMI restrictions are still under, as I understand it, the threshold numbers that have been approved by the town when the town authorized the Voodoo project to move forward some months ago. So with that introduction, I see Lance maybe wants to approach the council and offer some comments on this as well.
Yeah.
I'm here to answer any questions after his presentation.
Thanks, Kevin. I just wanted to point out that those AMI income limits in that table Kevin was just referencing are maximums. Those are, those aren't not what they have to be, but those are the maximums. So you'll see that those are higher on average than what council directed when they approved the project, which is 110 to 170 AMI with an average of 140. So just wanted
The
to
less than or equal to sign.
Yes, just want to make absolutely sure for those listening and reading and for you guys to understand, those are maximums, not what they have to be.
I have a question. Aren't there certain trigger, like, how come we get to do an emergency ordinance for this?
Yeah,
What
so-
is that? Yeah, what's the qualifying, like?
Yeah, so that we've included some language in the ordinance itself. If you want to take a look at page, I think it's 195 through 196. And the recitals are such that they're consistent with the code and the charter. So the charter basically requires that in order for an emergency ordinance to be approved, you have to make a finding that, and let's just look at that language, that this is justified as urgent, necessary, and proper in order to save and preserve public property or public resources. In this case, town financial resources, which is the receipt of a $2 million grant from the state of Colorado, which we view as advancing public interest through financial resources.
Okay.
So that's the justification. One other thing I'll mention is it does require the vote of 5 affirmative council members to pass, unlike a normal ordinance, which is 4. So emergency, 1 reading, public hearing, 5 votes, 5 affirmative votes to pass.
And just to, Jesse Ray, to clarify, the emergency was due to the state of Colorado, not us.
Yeah.
So that's why we had to take this step if we were going to get. this
Just
money.
the timeliness of getting the money, but then for us to do an emergency, we have to like justify the emergencies, which is where my question was coming from. 'Cause
Exactly right.
we can't just be like, oh, we want to just have 1 reading. We're gonna make this an emergency ordinance. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Yes, and that justification was again put into section 1 of the ordinance.
Perfect.
That's right.
And Geneva, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. So I love getting grant money. I do not love the lawful presence restriction on this. I'm really proud that most of our units do not require lawful presence of town constructed and funded housing, and this would put that restriction on 12 of these units, and I do think we need to discuss that. And is that worth the $2 million to the rest of council that folks in our community who do not have lawful presence paperwork would not be allowed to rent those units, those 12 units? I think that's kind of a curveball that we didn't know that was associated with this grant when we applied for it.
And one thing I would add to that is I think all state grants will have that provision for any housing projects.
Why, I mean, I don't know if you know the answer to this because you don't work at the state, but it seems like since our state removed that requirement recently for state funded projects, is this associated with this grant specifically because it came from the federal government down and the state's distributing it, and it might not be every single state program moving forward?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So just to kind of refresh everyone's recollection on this, in 2006, the state of Colorado imposed a lawful presence requirement on any public benefits that were bestowed on an individual. That was repealed approximately in 2022 under the Polis administration. But because this is federally assisted, and you'll see in section 6, all those references are to USC, which is the United States Code provision. Because it's federal funding that's coming in, the United States government still requires that for distribution of any federal funds to any one individual. So that's why, and these are, and then to connect the dots, as you mentioned, these are federal funds that are being distributed by the state of Colorado to the town of Telluride to assist and help the town move forward on this project. So quite simply, and I think there's no other way of saying this, if you want the $2 million, you have to agree that those 12 units will be subject to the lawful presence requirement. There are some other requirements. I don't know if anyone has any interest in pursuing those in terms of questions and answers on them, but probably the lawful presence one in the past has been the most controversial.
And again, just a reminder, we have 27 units in this building, correct, Lance?
Correct.
So obviously, we would love that it may end up being costing more than just $2 million because of a bond and interest and extra time. But Lance, can you give us an idea of like how much per month of a discount on rent is this $2 million allowing us to give? Because that's another recollection I have about this grant was that it was going only towards reducing rents. We couldn't, use it to adjust our subsidy that we were putting in. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So the grant was submitted after town council had already authorized the project to proceed. It basically was submitted 3 weeks after that. So the grant was structured to where we keep our subsidy intact for the project and that these funds can only be used for reducing the construction costs of the project, which reduces the bond amount, the ultimate bond amount, because the bond is a drawdown bond. So we're only paying interest on the funds that we actually use for the project. So this will essentially lower our debt service on an annual basis for the project, which will allow us to adjust rents lower. As to exactly how much, that's going to be up to town council and the THA subcommittee, who will be making a recommendation to the town. The THA subcommittee will provide a recommendation to town council as in the THA board as to what ultimately those rents are. That'll happen when the project's approximately 70 to 80% complete. And right now we're at 67%. So that'll be coming forward soon. The town council approval said that the AMI range for the project was 110 to 170 AMI with an average of 140. But that the staff was directed to solicit grant funding that ideally could lower that average AMI for the project. And so that's where we are. But as far as what exactly that'll be really coming out of the THA subcommittee.
Well, I would just be curious to hear what the rest of council thinks about it. $2 million is a lot of money, but it's, I just feel weird about having certain units that are inaccessible to certain folks in our community when everything
Either-
else is.
Any comments to that from?
I'll comment to that. When we applied for this grant,
Mhm.
I was aware that this was a requirement of it. And I agree with you, Geneva. I don't like it at all. But I think there are so many programs and initiatives that we apply for that serve one segment of the community more than another. And I believe this is one of those situations where, while these units will not be accessible to anyone and everyone within our community, it will serve 12 homes that would qualify. And we certainly have the need and necessity for units for people that could apply for this, that would fit in the lawfully presence required sort of requirement. And so with that sort of justification and the fact that this is such a high dollar amount, this is $2 million. This isn't a $10,000 grant. I feel comfortable knowing that this stipulation being put on a select number of units, not an entire project, that the ultimate, the benefits outweigh the detriment of having to adhere to that policy.
I'd love to comment, and I have a question. I'm really glad Geneva brought up this point because it hadn't really stuck out to me when I first read this, but it is something that is a little concerning, especially as we put our JEDI initiatives kind of front and center of our priorities. My question is, okay, so the $2 million is a finite amount of money. Is the limitation for lawful presence, is that just indefinitely, forever? Or is there a point when that expires?
Does expire. It's 30 years. The term of the agreement's 30 years.
I also looking at the rents that were proposed under the original agreement, the funding agreement, they are on the higher end. I know that we're going for, an AMI that's a little bit higher than some of our other rental units, but I think if, I see the benefit in having some leverage to bring those numbers down. It's hard to know what that actually would look like. Is it, $50? Is it $500 a unit? Without having the idea, the perspective of how that would be distributed, it's a little hard to understand what the trade-off is there. I guess all that to say, I'm not clearly on one side or another here, but think it's an important thing that we should talk about.
Great. Ashley?
I would agree with Mian that I also you know, anytime you take free money, it's not really free. There's gonna be some string attached generally. I would be much more opposed to it if the stipulation was going to be on the entirety of the project and not specific units. So I think that that is a little bit of a silver lining in this situation. I think that from just a financial standpoint, we have a lot of projects coming down the pipe, and $2 million is not a small sum of money. So again, me and already said this, that, you know, if we were talking about a $10,000 grant or something like that, we might be able to be a little bit more scrupulous, but when we have something that's this amount of money, it seems like the restriction is not really extreme to say that every unit would have it, that there's a certain number, and then we would have the freedom with the other units. So I think that that is a bright spot in this discussion, that we're not having to decide between all or nothing. I just have one question, because I wasn't on council when this was all happening. The only thing that stood out to me really in this chart was that the 4-bedroom unit, which is the largest unit, doesn't have the access to the highest possible AMI. I know that these are limits, and I thought that that was interesting, that we would take the one that has the most bedrooms and give it a 160% AMI limit rather than allowing it to go up to 170. I didn't know if that was a self-imposed thing, or if that was something that came from the state. I'm assuming because it's in other affordable that it wasn't from the state. I'm just curious why we did that.
That's correct. We gave them a pro forma that showed how the project could cash flow, but we did not put in 10 units at 170 AMI. So that's, you know, that was the state coming back and saying these are what they want to put on there as far as the AMIs for the other units that do not have the lawful presence and so forth. Maybe to answer your question, I did run some preliminary numbers that the theoretic bond, the lowering of the bond amount that we'd be using could be about 10% less as far as what our annual debt service would be. Now, I'm not sure if that translates exactly to the AMI table going down 10%. Again, that'll be a discussion with the THA subcommittee, but it does give us the flexibility to lower the rents across the board on the project. But as far as the 10 units, as you're referring to at 170, being the 4-bedroom units, you know, at 160, you know, the state came up with those and we did not push back necessarily and say, oh, well, you can change these around. I can say that 160 AMI on a 4-bedroom has the rent is quite high. I doubt if we would be, that the committee would be recommending that.
I was just curious because it's like the ones that go up to 170 are 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. And then
Yeah.
the 1 4-bedroom is knocked down to a 160 AMI. I just was wondering if we decided to do that or if that was so the state dictated that on our chart
They
here.
reviewed our application.
And this is what they came up with to tell us, here's where we want to put.
And
these
also,
units.
again, the AMIs that the subcommittee were looking at when they made the original recommendations to town council were not up in those ranges. They were between 110 and 170, but for example, the 140 or the 4-bedroom was not at 170.
Okay.
Their own analysis was having that at a lower AMI. So.
I don't actually know if I'm having a hard time with this one anymore. I was initially, because there's like the financial benefit of it, which was kind of for a second outweighing everything for me. But then I just realized that, you know, I don't think I can get behind this, because I think that everybody has a place. They should have a place they should be welcome in this community, and they should be welcome in this country. And if this is mandated because it's federal money and the state has already taken a stance on not having lawful presence, and I guess it just comes down to a matter of like, what kind of community are we, and are we going to take this $2 million and say that people have to have lawful presence in order to live in these units versus, I don't know. I don't think I am on board for the $2 million personally, and that's where my head's at.
It's a tough one for sure.
And it's for moral and ethical reasons.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's never fun when someone says, oh, we'll give you $2 million, but these are the conditions that you must adhere to. My hope, and whether this is super realistic or not, is more in line with me and Ashley, and thinking that this money can somehow trickle down into more units that give more opportunity for our community. And to me, that's the overriding factor to succumb to the demands of the state with the federal regulations. It's not a great precedent to set. I'm not sure it's necessarily a precedent, and I don't agree with it either. But if the net result is that this money can ultimately help contribute to more housing, then I'm all for it.
And mine was too, Teddy. And I just realized, I was like, I can't do it. I feel like I'm going to be a sellout. And that's just me.
It's tough. Dan, we haven't heard from you. Do you have anything to add, or no need to repeat things, but just want to give you the opportunity?
Sure. I mean, I can live with the compromise and on the topic of accepting the provision of no requiring a presence required from the state, from the feds on this. My holdup will be close in regards to a conversation we're going to get in later, as far as creating tiers or charging different prices for similar or nearly identical units, and having larger conversations about that. And this seems to tie our hands to that rent outlay for this project. And I struggle with that. I might be willing to accept it for $2 million, but I certainly have comments, and I know we're going to get into that conversation here in about an hour, so I don't need to drag it out too much. I'm a little on the fence because of that, but could potentially live with it in this circumstance.
Okay,
I just want to remind everyone that needs to be a 5
Yes.
affirmative vote for this.
Okay.
I'm gonna vote to accept it. I just thought we should talk about it, because maybe I missed it when we applied for the grant, but I didn't realize that was a stipulation of the grant. So I didn't want to just vote and move forward without discussing it. I am also okay with the compromises. And just wanted to give it some airtime.
Thank you.
And we're very confident, right, that by accepting the money, that it is specific to these units, and that we're not going to go whoops later on and go, actually, the entire project now has these stipulations. We feel good on that footing.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the entire project, all 27 units, does have a limitation on AMI, the maximum AMIs that are laid out in that section 5 table. But the lawful presence requirement, the residential unit restrictions, the income eligibility determinations, the affordable housing rent calculations, which it's odd they separate those out, but don't include those in for the 15 units, other than the 12 that they're having the burden on. The tenant selection process and the rental unit standards and marketing requirements are only applicable for the 12 of the 27 units. The other 15 are free of that. So the lawful presence requirement, and there was some confusing language in here earlier. That was one area that the state was willing to kind of clarify, that the lawful presence requirement was just to the TAHG assisted units, and they didn't agree to any other change. So we were happy to at least make sure that they clarified that.
Yeah.
And I think that's big.
Yeah. And I think also it's a little bit of a burden on probably staff too, when they have to, just further differentiate units when they're being rented. So I want to recognize that it's a little bit of a burden on staff. Before I request a motion, any last comments?
I have one last question. So with the AMI limits that are required in those 12 units, looking at the conversation that we're about to have about people being in units where they've surpassed the AMI limit in these 12 units, would we have any flexibility to let people stay in those if they entered a different AMI category? Or would we be forced to, if somebody in a 140 AMI unit made 141 AMI, would we then be required to kick them out of that unit because of this? How strict is that?
The answer is the state has the ability to enforce it. And if they chose to enforce it by requiring that occupant be removed, I think we would have a legal obligation to follow that order, because it's a covenant on the property. So unlike, right, Lance, my understanding of this is a continuing qualification for any tenant who's in those units. So for instance, we typically do allow under the guidelines for ownership. Now, this is rental, but for ownership, we do typically allow individual incomes to increase above what their qualification numbers were originally, and they would not be penalized. They would not be removed from that unit or forced to sell that unit. That is not the case with this requirement, is my understanding.
We can have internal policies to relocate people who hit the upper AMI limit on any of the programs you may have. It's the same situation will occur if you create tiers or whatnot on the rental housing. There'll always be somebody hitting that limit. What is the best way to handle that situation? Do you want to create a secondary waiting list or whatnot to get them housed in another situation that meets their AMIs? But this will be a limit that the state has. And it'll be just like any limits that the town ends up putting on its units as well.
And we'll just have to be really clear if we accept this money and do this to those tenants and say, hey, look, this is something that's coming down from the state. So we might not have the ability to make an exception or leave you in the unit. And it's out of our hand. It's potentially out of our hands if the state wants to choose to fight it. Ashley?
Are these covenants going to be applied to specific units, or is it just a holistic view of the entirety of the project? Meaning that if we have somebody in one of these, higher restriction units and their AMI goes above that, are we able to shift that covenant to another piece, or is it deeded to that specific unit? Like, is it unit B? This is one of those specific units, or is it just there has to be 4 units in the property and there has to be 6 that aren't?
My understanding is it has to be among the list of the unit types.
Yes.
So for instance, let's just look at it. Let's find one in both categories. There's a 2-bedroom. That's a THA assisted, second column down. And there's a 2-bedroom. Actually, let's use the 3-bedroom one. There's no crossover though. You're right.
There's 2 in the 2-bedroom. There's 2. That's a 150% AMI, and then there's
Slightly higher.
6
Yep.
at 170% AMI.
Yeah, 120 and 150 is what you could. So if someone were in that 120 unit, 2-bedroom, and all of a sudden their income exceeds, you could possibly move them into that second 2-bedroom that has a higher AMI threshold maximum at 150%.
But do you have to physically move them, or can you just move the designation? Like, can I say, I live in this unit, Meehan lives in this unit, we both have 2 bedrooms. My AMI now exceeds the 120 that I had. Can we just flop it and say, well, now I have the one that has this and Meehan has the
I
other?
mean, if there, I think the question is if there's a unit available, certainly. I think to Lance's point, if that person exceeded their target AMI, we would have to have an internal relocation policy, most likely, unless the situation is occurring at a point when we do have an additional unit that we can transfer.
Well, my question is that, do these units, is it specific to the unit, or is it just the total circumstance of the building?
Not specific to the unit. the
Yes.
Specific unit.
Yeah, my understanding is there are 12 units that we have to designate. And we have to follow the procedures for those 12 units, in addition to all the other requirements that we've talked about. But I believe those units can float. So if we had a situation where we wanted to take another unit and take it from the other affordable and put it into the THAG assisted units, we could do so. We just need to keep a running list of what 12 units we are processing under the requirements of the TAHG units.
You just have to show that there are 12 units that are meeting this requirement. It doesn't have to be the same unit
Yeah,
continuously.
the project is not condominiumized. So the deed restriction or the covenant does not run with unit 204.
Okay, thank you.
It runs project as a whole that we have the ability to shift around within those unit categories.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, that was a little complicated.
No, that's a
It's a
good
good
question. Yeah.
When we get to the point of the THA subcommittee making a recommendation, we are not going to have people moving in. We're gonna have a range and we're gonna put padding in there and some room. So people aren't gonna move in when they're like 1% away from being ineligible. That will never be the goal. I mean, to Dan's point, this is a good illustration of the way that housing is navigated and limits are enforced and, hard stop by the rest of the country. So let's just kind of plan ahead. We'll make sure that we're coming in under this and that there is some room, but understanding that we have some boundaries that we can't move on, is a reality of housing programs.
And I think that's a great point. I know we do have some members of the public that would like to speak. I see Adrian Christie has raised her hand on Zoom. Stephanie, if you want to, do you have to unmute her? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
No,
You're
you're
faint.
very quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, hold on. Let me
Just
turn
talk loud.
Okay, I'll
There-
just talk really loud. Hi. I have the luxury of not having to vote on this. And I just wanted to comment on the discussion around presence required and accepting that money. I think that $2 million is a huge bump and I see the benefit of it. And I can see that the vote is already going in one direction and I'm not necessarily advocating for it to go different. But I just want to say that it's these little moments that we have a choice of going one way or another, accepting money or not accepting money in terms of equity and sort of walking the talk that we as a community and as a government are trying to move towards. And when we make small choices like this to accept money over supporting all of the residents of our community, we undermine those steps that we're taking forward. And I just felt like it would be wrong for me or someone else in our community. I see Claudia's hand is raised now to not say that out loud. But I also understand that making our rent more affordable or making the rent more affordable for more people at Voodoo is also very important. And it's a hard decision. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Adrian, thank you so much for your comments. We see Claudia also has her hand up. And if you can unmute her so she can comment, that would be great.
Thanks. Can you all hear me? Great. I was resistant in wanting to comment, but I agree with Adrian. I think $2 million is a lot. And again, we're in this journey and the town has hired me and Tabassum to kind of support y'all in this Jedi. And again, we're taking a huge step back if we accept a money that has these types of rules that is going to limit our undocumented population. Knowing that that's it's a third of our population, it's the workforce, and it just limits, again, back to housing. If you all decide to move on this, I don't really agree with it. I feel that you all have to make it equitable that if there is these 12 units that are allowing lawful presence, what are you going to do for the folks that if they could apply, but they don't qualify? I know there's more units. I just feel like there's more, I don't know, like red tape put in because of this federal money that you're receiving, which again, it is a lot of money, but we're working together on equitable policies and access. And if you're putting these types of things back into it, we're just taking another step back. Thank you all so much.
Claudia, thank you so much. Is there any other public comment before we go back to Geneva with her hand raised? Seeing none, Geneva, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, if we do choose as a council to move forward with this, and this is obviously another work session, but I think that we owe it to the community to put that kind of money towards targeting, trying to put our immigrant community in housing or trying to counteract that in some way. And I would love if everybody, I can get on board with voting for it if everybody can commit to like investigating a way of doing that is within the boundaries of legal requirements, not, discriminating and things like that, but I think that we need to put our money where our mouth is with this Jedi stuff, and this is like literally money.
I
And
think
I don't feel great about it, but I do, you know, I also know staff has put a ton of time into getting this grant, moving forward with the project, all of that. So, yeah.
I'm supportive of that. I think, one of the things that I hadn't considered until this point was the lowering of rent overall at Voodoo. And maybe this is where my justification had always come in, was that my thought was that with this $2 million grant that we were receiving, that would be $2 million that we could bond for our own housing that would not require lawful presence. And so really, ultimately, we would be able to put that money right back into a housing program that we control all of the rules and regulations for. But
That's
agree.
kind of not how, like, we were going to move forward with the project without the 2 million.
That's my point. Exactly. So like, this is lowering our bonding on this particular project, but that doesn't mean that we can't bond for an additional 2 million for another project that doesn't have any of these federal funds tied to it.
Well, of course, and we're always going to keep building new projects, but
Right.
what are we going to do to, make it more accessible, to sort of like counterbalance these 12 units that are off limits to a portion of our community?
I think that I need to I will not be voting for this, and I'm not trying to discredit the time that staff has taken on applying for this grant. I know that there's some federal, other tax grant, out there, but that's not the point. I think sending the message, by taking this money, we're basically affirming that it's okay to have this type of stipulation, on affordable housing, and that's kind of like you vote with your wallet type of mentality, and I can't get behind that. So, and I'm gonna leave it there, and I won't pontificate that fact anymore for myself.
And at this point, Ashley, I'll take one more comment.
I am curious, Lance, maybe you can answer this question. The number of units that the town rents, how many of them have a residency or documentation stipulation on them?
Lawful presence?
Yeah, lawful presence.
None, to my knowledge. And so we have approximately 450 deed restricted units in the town of Telluride. And I would guess 60% of those or 65% of those are rental units, and none have the lawful presence.
So this would be our first foray into having any of those units with that lawful presence restriction.
Well, we used to have it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, state law,
Yeah,
again, what I was mentioning was
previously.
state law from about 2006 through about 2022. There was a comprehensive set of laws that were enacted, one of which was that any public benefit from the state of Colorado or local governmental entity could only be provided to individuals who could show their lawful presence. That was also, it wasn't just financial resources. It was things like permits, parking permits,
Business licenses.
yep, discretionary permits from clerk's office. It was any governmental action basically had a requirement that individual had to show their lawful presence. So it was almost like a de facto immigration type check, if you will, but that was repealed, but we did have to comply with that for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
I would just say that if this money would make the entire project with the same restriction, I would be in the same boat as Jesse, and I would say, absolutely, I'm not going to vote for this. I'm struggling with looking at the volume of the projects that we have coming up and the amount of money that we're going to be potentially expending. I'm having a hard time philosophically with the idea that if we can utilize this to do more good in our community, that it might be worth, swallowing the bitter pill, the thing that we don't like. I wish that I could be more, I wish that it had no stipulation. I'm glad that it doesn't have an entire stipulation, but it would make the decision it would make it easier for me if it did to say, no, I don't want this money at all. So I think I'm going to vote for this just because I feel like the $2 million is a considerable amount of money that will allow us to do more good further on down the road. And you know, it's the reality is that change is slow, and we've, I think, made great progress, and we are, even the fact that we're having this discussion and recognizing it and debating it, I think is huge. And I just want to acknowledge that, but I do feel like at this point that I would vote in favor of us.
And so I'd like to just add that, you know, I agree with Ashley, me and Geneva, and the fact that we're having the discussion of what can we do to be better is a big deal. And we're, you know, whether we choose to accept it or not, if we do accept it, it's definitely with some reluctance, and want to try to make the point to everybody that, you know, we'll continue to strive for our goals and be better, and acknowledge that. But this isn't something we're deciding because our attitudes have changed. It's just that we have to make a decision, take the money, if you agree to that stipulation.
Take the bait.
I have a question. In terms of like, if we're gonna, you know, everything's a trade-off. If we were to take this money, is it possible, and I don't even know if this is like, I don't know if we're allowed to do this, but is it possible to like assign some of the other units in the building, like for like for people in for the immigrant community, or like, or maybe like work with one of the nonprofits to help kind of assign those units to people to sort of create equity in the building project? Because I think, you know, something that I'm thinking about, the grant for those 12 units, each unit is getting like $166,000, right? We're still paying for the rest of that. So the town of Telluride is still paying to, you know, some money to build these units that are not equitable and not inclusive. And is there a way that we can, and again, I don't even know if our housing department is allowed to do this, but is there a way that we could have certain units in that, in that building, like designated for a certain population? And maybe, you know, since if we look at a third of our community being immigrants, maybe it's 4 units out of the 12, like maybe that's a really I'm just trying to think of how.
Don't know the answer to that, but
Okay.
we have done lotteries in the past where we've given folks that graduate from Telluride High School a greater chance, firefighters a greater chance, EMTs. But I don't know the law well enough to know that if these public funds that we have collected for affordable housing can be used in that way when we do a lottery or with a selection process for the remainder units. That I don't know. That would definitely be a question that the THA subcommittee could wrestle around with, or maybe Scott.
Yeah, no, I'm with Lance on this. I think your what you want to incentivize within a lottery can be a point of discussion, at least within the THA and the THA subcommittee. I would worry from a different part of equity conversation that we may wade into unforeseen waters by choosing specific percentages of certain demographics that we want in buildings from both a state law and federal law standpoint. So there's some things we want to be very careful around in that kind of decision making. But I think it's certainly, you know, we've come into a point of conversation here that I think is really important as we get into THA conversations around our next lotteries and so on. But I would have a little bit of hesitation to just say that we can begin choosing which specific demographics we want within certain buildings, if you will. I think I'd probably be remiss if I didn't remind us, just as a body, from a grant applicant standpoint, that the state of Colorado and DOLA and the trickle down of some of these federal funds, these are the primary, or at least DOLA is the primary grant funding source for affordable housing in Colorado. That's not to say this covenant would apply to everything we go after with DOLA, but I would caution us as a municipality that if we were to reject $2 million grant here, that could really hinder our ability to receive future grant dollars through DOLA. It's obviously very challenging for DOLA to have applicants awarded funds that are then rejected and they quickly move on to the next body. Now, again, that's a political decision by us on whether we want to take, but I think this would put us in a really challenging position moving forward on the many DOLA opportunities that are out there for different ranges from housing studies to housing construction and housing rent subsidies. So I just want to put that on a radar. And to Lance's point, again, not to necessarily argue one way or the other here, but with over 400 units, probably north of 400 units that do not have a lawful presence requirement, this is 12 of more than 400, which is, in the ballpark of maybe 2% of our total housing stock now that we're, potentially handcuffed with this rule that we don't really feel great about. But I will say, just from a financial standpoint, $2 million is quite meaningful, and it would reduce the rent on the 15 other units in this building that don't have a lawful presence requirement.
But
So-
we're not handcuffed. We were gonna do this project without the $2 million, and we have, all the other units don't have lawful presence requirements, and for a good reason, because that's represents Telluride. And now suddenly we're gonna go backwards and require this, which I just can't get behind. And the more we talk about it, the more I'm getting upset, because like we're gonna take money and like in lieu of, inclusion, and like, I just like money over the treatment of equal treatment of the citizens of this community. Like, I just think that the more we talk about it, the more upset I get that we're even considering it, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, I think we've had a good discussion on the topic. I would entertain a motion if someone would like to make one, and then we can decide and move forward.
I move to approve following a public hearing and emergency ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, providing for the town to execute and impose a use covenant and regulatory agreement on certain real property owned by the town and located at 151 South Willow Street, and also known as the Voodoo Apartments, and authorizing the town manager to sign documents so related on behalf of the town of Telluride.
We have a motion
Second.
on the table. Geneva, you second that?
I'm second.
Okay, Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Geneva?
Geneva, yes.
Helena?
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, no.
Ashley, yes.
Dan abstains.
Because it's a
Yes vote.
You're required to vote.
Who knew?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Teddy votes yes. That is 5 for the motion and 2 opposed. So it passes. Item number 7 on the agenda.
Thanks, Lance.
Thanks, guys.
Lance, thank you for
Thanks,
your
Lance.
time.
Yep.
Gonna revisit what we had started before lunch, administrative reports. And 7A is back to Scott Robson and the manager's report.
Okay. Why don't we've got a few bullets here under my administrative reports. I'll knock out some short ones and then invite our communications manager, Lindsay Mills, up once I get through this list, as we are about to talk about some rebranding efforts and wayfinding and so on. But first, I know within the last couple months here, we've had a fair amount of discussion around our ongoing conversations with FEMA and Region 8 specifically, and their National Flood Insurance Program. We received notice some months ago that kind of a detail within our building code on how we measure highest adjacent grade or adjacent grade next to buildings is something that FEMA has not seen in alignment with their regulations, which put us on notice as potentially being in violation of their National Flood Insurance Program, or I shouldn't say violation, but inability potentially to participate in that NFIP. We have continued conversations with Region 8. And I'll say that I think while we remain in contact with them, at this point, we have not yet found a viable path forward with those FEMA officials on that closest adjacent or highest adjacent grade issue. And I have to thank Peter Sante, who we just had here earlier with us, for working with town staff and creating some really useful architectural renderings of what buildings on steep slopes in Telluride look like today and what they would look like if we followed certain elements of FEMA's requirements on steep slopes. And Peter's renderings were really useful in showing that basically we would limit ourselves to one-story building within much of Telluride, especially on steep slopes. The town would likely, if we were meeting all FEMA's regulations, if you will, in how they perceive those in Telluride, we would be asking a number of residents in this town to remove currently habitable first floor spaces on buildings that have long been approved on steep slopes. And it's frankly been very challenging to find a path forward with them. So we have asked Region 8 for some consideration of let's call it a waiver, if you will, on some of our steepest slope zones, because we really feel like their regulations as they pertain to Telluride were written very much for your typical riverine valley topography, not steep slope lots like in Telluride that receive, frankly, debris flow, but not so much high water flow. So I know it's a very nuanced issue, but at this time we are technically in a probationary period with FEMA Region 8 around that National Flood Insurance Program. Nothing has changed for homeowners or HOAs along those lines. We will continue to work with FEMA over these next few months during this probationary period, and are continuing to talk with a number of insurance professionals to just better understand private insurance versus that National Flood Insurance voluntary program that some folks in town are a part of. And I would say that enough communities are out there that have either voluntarily stepped away or been asked to step away from the National Flood Insurance Program, where FEMA just hands you a flyer and says, here's what you'll still be available to you for services if you're out of the program, and here's what services are available to you if you're within. Again, we'll cross that bridge down the road, but I do want to make sure the community knows that private insurance will always be available to us. And most importantly, if there were to be a disaster in Telluride in regards to flooding, the typical national FEMA response, emergency response and care, all those things are still available to us. If at some point in time we were to step out of the NFIP program, there would be a certain number of grants for particularly new buildings, municipal buildings, that we would not be eligible to apply for. Frankly, we've never applied for those in the past. So there's some areas that we're not particularly concerned about if we were to need to step away from that program. But we have several months more to continue working with FEMA. We'll keep the community and council up to date on how those conversations are going, and equally important, continue to build understanding of what challenges, if any, we might face if we were not a part of that program down the road. But we're disappointed, and we're continuing to be challenged with FEMA Region 8 on this particular issue. But I just wanted to give you that brief update, Mayor, on kind of where those conversations are at today.
And then to reiterate, to the people tuned in, what's the current, or is there a current liability for people in town at this point? I mean, I know they talked about the $50 amount, and just so the people know that are out there, what's the liability or impact for everybody?
Yeah, we don't see a current liability during this probationary period. Again, that may change if after a 6-month period and we're not able to find common ground with FEMA on this issue, but really nothing's changed at this moment in time.
Great.
Yeah. The other item we have agendized here under updates is that short-term rental software and process update. Tiffany provided that earlier in the morning. It might be worth, Tiff, just a quick refresher on some of your comments from this morning, just in case we've got a different listening audience here after lunch. Sorry to put you back on the spot, but just in regards to where we're at with our software on our new STR regulations.
Yes, thank you. So we are about 5 months overdue on when we thought implementation would be completed on the short-term rental software. An email distribution went out, I believe on April. Thanks. On April 19th, we sent out a mass communication to all of the property managers and owners, just informing them that we anticipate the short-term rental software will be released the last week of May, first week of June. Before that happens, we plan on having a community meeting. Ashley Berard, our new short-term rental program administrator, will be leading that session to just go over our new licensing structure for short-term rentals, pricing structure, as well as a demo of the software. And so we plan on doing that before it gets rolled out. This year, we're going to concentrate on just getting everyone licensed and all of the back taxes remitted in the system. And we are going to be very light-handed on any enforcement efforts this year. We're just really going to concentrate on getting everyone in the system and licensed at this point. So that is the update.
Thanks, Tiffany. And yeah, I really appreciate all the hard work you're putting in with that contractor. We're, again, a little disappointed on the timelines that have been drawn out with that contractor, but we're apparently unique, like so many things in Telluride with the system. And I wanted to provide a quick update on our conversations with the Genesee development at Society Turn and some of those discussions we've been involved in, particularly related to the extraterritorial water and wastewater agreement and our wastewater treatment plant site out there. The good news remains, which is that council, going back to October, I think it was, has approved and did approve that extraterritorial water and wastewater service to the Society Turn project, allowing for that med center site to move forward. We hope and believe, but I think from the town's standpoint, we've certainly done our part in making sure that, particularly around the med center site, that water and wastewater can and will be provided through the town. So that's great, and we look forward to seeing that project move forward soon. We hope through Genesee and the Society Turn project. We had been in discussions for a couple of months related to whether or not that developer would be able and willing to expand the envelope of land around our existing wastewater treatment plant to allow for future expansion and even ideally the development of a new wastewater treatment plant on site while the old one continued to operate so that we could have a seamless switch out. Unfortunately, after quite a few weeks, and while we very much appreciated the open conversation with Genesee partners out there, the land envelope that was ultimately offered to the town for some level of negotiation on different elements, just physically, we didn't feel was going to be able to accommodate the expansion or new development that we needed. There were just a lot of steep slopes associated with that, not a lot of elbow room, frankly, in what was offered to the town as far as that expansion site. So given the challenges with what was being offered for land and some of the asks from that landowner related to future water and wastewater rates and other things, we decided with council's direction that we would step away from that negotiation and continue to look forward with Mountain Village, our partners on the wastewater treatment plant, to a likely different site or a different configuration of our existing site that would not utilize that land, which I think amounted to about 2.3 3 acres, somewhere in that ballpark, that they were looking to provide to the town. Just didn't work out, and that's okay. We really appreciated the open conversation with that ownership team. And sometimes you just try your best, and it's not the right fit for both parties. But again, as we talked a little bit more earlier today, we're in very close collaboration with the town of Mountain Village, our partner in the wastewater treatment plant, and are continuing to look at that site and others in the region to make sure that we've got the right, not just the fastest, but the right long-term site for the wastewater treatment plant. And again, I think we want the takeaway to be for the community related to the med center on that parcel that, again, the town council some months ago did approve that water and wastewater agreement. And we're very much looking forward to seeing that med center move forward, we hope. That's not necessarily in our control, but I think we've done what we can do on our end. So that's a very brief update, Mayor, from that subject matter.
Brief.
Brief.
Great.
Let's see. I think where again, we mentioned this morning, we had a great move of our Voodoo shed back onto its original site, and that Voodoo shed will now become a great component of our youth hangout center here in town. And again, looking forward to announcing a date here later in May for the next round of Carhenge and Chair 7 development open houses, where we'll be able to begin to digest some 3D renderings and some initial design concepts based on public input and our Southwest area plan. I think with that, I would love to introduce Lindsay Mills, our Town of Telluride Communications Manager, who has put in a ton of work with a great consultant team around a logo and rebranding effort, along with a wayfinding game plan for the future that all does show up within our town council goals and objectives ultimately. And so this is kind of a first unveiling, at least to the public, of a lot of this work as we really begin to prioritize even more so last year, this hard look at all of our logos that, as it turns out, were 6, 7, 8, 9 different logos, at least just within the town of Telluride. And so as we look to the future and continue to refine and make our logo systems, our wayfinding systems easier to use for the public, modernized around a mountain community like we are, I'm really excited about this. And Lindsay, I'll hand it off to you to articulate where we've come from and where we're at now.
Thank you. And thank you, Council. We received this direction from you all originally at the beginning of 2023. It has now been a bit over a year since we started with this project. So initially we were challenged to do a full brand audit for the town of Telluride. I had started in December and came onto the role with one JPEG we were working with. So no art files. Nobody has really been able to really identify where any of those files went, where the original logo came from. And so if anybody does have info on that, we would love to know now. But it's over 30 years old, and we didn't have the file types we needed for effective implementation of the town of Telluride as a brand. There was a lot of disjointed effort here, as we identified, in fact, around 15 logos that all of the departments, commissions, and different town employees were using. And that doesn't create much of a unified presence within the town. It's difficult for residents to identify what projects we're actually working on and how we're actually representing taxpayer dollars throughout the community. So that was the foundation of this project. Our main objective was to create an engaging and flexible visual identity system and logo for the town that inspires and excites employees and residents and can be applied across all town entities. Over the last year, we've been working with an agency out of Denver named Monogle. They were actually involved in one of the original branding efforts for the ski resort as well. In initial discovery, here's some examples of a few of the more prominent logos that we saw throughout town. between commissions, the Marshals Department, Public Works, Parks and Rec, and our boards, we found logos everywhere, and we wanted to make sure we had a unified presence. This initial discovery detail is from one of the Monocle presentations. Our core team was our department heads. So we wanted to use our department heads who have been with the town for a very long time, who know it inside and out, to really be our eyes and ears and gather information from their teams and make sure that we were approaching this project properly. We also sent along the vision plan to Monocle to really pull what the community has already said about the town of Telluride as a government and really identify the initial direction for where the branding would go. The 3 keywords that they pulled out of the vision plan were natural, rough, and funky. While these are 3 kind of distinct measures that we pulled from the vision plan, we took these as a foundational initial discovery as we worked through our first round of logo ideation. When it came to brand placement, our key team really identified where they wanted the town of Telluride to land when it came to their presence in the community. Are we soft or are we bold? Are we structured or spontaneous? Is it about the place or is it about the people? Past or future, visitors or residents? And where that dot lies on each of those lines is where our team really defined how we will move forward with our presence in the town of Telluride. So we're very bold, we're resident focused, we have a nice blend of people and place. We're looking more towards the future while also honoring the past. Looking at the gap in design, the current identity attributes that were identified was that this logo was outdated, it honored history, it was very Western, and it was very rugged. The goals for the evolved logo for our new presence were a sense of adventure, a focus on our location, a focus on our community, and also a progressive attitude to the future. We really wanted to explore logo options that captured the stunning aesthetics of Telluride and really were able to highlight the imagery that we present to the community as a whole. As far as the way that we want the community to feel when they see our brand and our presence in the community, it's threefold: supported, included, and informed. So one of the keys of the rebrand is it's a communication tool. So it's a way for us to be able to put our name on the projects that we're working on and also serve as a source of information for our residents so that they know what is coming from their team, from the people that are working for them. There was a nice analysis of neighbors and peers I want to highlight. So this is looking at some symbol versus emblem logos from other municipalities in the state of Colorado. So we were able to kind of explore how other municipalities are using branding to really identify with their communities. Additionally, we took a look at different logos around Telluride. Ours are also incorporated in here, those few we highlighted. So we could find a way to differentiate. We didn't want to be too similar. We also wanted to represent the things that meant a lot to our community, and looking at these visuals assisted with that. So diving in, you're about to see for the very first time our brand expression guide brought to you by Monocle and our internal team. The logo that we landed on tells a story, and it's a very symbolic story. The typeface is not simple, but it's clean, and there's dimension to everything that you're about to see. The way we will implement this is going to be through that storytelling. So please bear with us as we get to launch at the end of the month, and I'll talk to you about next steps later. But as far as our logo goes, this is the final reveal. The T in the symbol really tells the story of the valley floor, the mountains that set the landscape for the community, and our town of Telluride with rugged edges, not necessarily exact clean straight lines, but some character as well. This is how our implementation will look. Our primary logo color variations are going to be with black, white, and this lovely green. We have symbol variations and logo type variations as well. Additionally, in our discovery phase, we identified that it was important for each of our departments to be able to put their names on their work. So the lockup that you're seeing here actually replaces the town of Telluride and puts the department at the forefront, while also emphasizing that it's a town of Telluride entity. As it comes to our board and commissions, those represent the town of Telluride and come to inform us. So those are going to be in the subtext with the town of Telluride at the forefront of that lockup. As far as our color palette goes, you're going to see a lot of dimension here. There's colors that go through every level of the spectrum. This primary palette you've already seen. The secondary palette is what you'll see on all of our flyers, our social media, print ads, any of our really big print publications, our year in review, for example. And then and our website as well, presentations, things along those lines. And the utility palette is specifically for our emergency notifications through the Marshal's Department. Green, yellow, and red, very functional for emergency side. The application side is where I think you'll find that you're excited about this logo. There's a lot of dimension and a lot of places we can go with this logo. And the way that we're actually implementing isn't just about what we're putting on paper, but also how we're implementing wayfinding, how we have swag throughout town, how we're really instilling a sense of pride in the community through a very, very simple lockup. First and foremost, this is going to be an impression of our PowerPoint slides. So there will be consistency across all of our presentations moving forward after launch, of course, to make sure that when you're looking at a presentation, you know it's from the town. It is solid information that is coming directly from staff and representing the work that we're doing here. Continuing with interior slides of our presentations, you're going to see really that informed consistency, clean lines, and very clear information presented in front of you. The website is something we're very excited to overhaul. The first step of a very long process will be reskinning the current website. We'll then go into our accessibility phasing, which has to be compliant by July 1st. And then this fall, we'll be doing an entire website overhaul now that we have our branding look and feel to make sure that navigation is simple, that people can use our website and find things easily. That is set to launch with branding by the end of the month, accessibility by July 1st, and then our full overhaul is targeting January 1st, 2025. Business cards will, of course, be representative of the brand. This is an example of a print ad and the ways that we can apply those angles from the actual logo. Social media examples of how this will really pop as something that is, yes, municipal government, but does have some life to it. Brochure covers, town vehicle wraps.
Whoa.
Yeah, buddy. Apparel is one of my more exciting angles. I think this is a really fun application of those mountains and the real expression of the rugged nature of our community. And then on to signage. So again, there is a lot of breadth that comes with a branding exercise. It is not simply your PowerPoint presentations and hats. It has a lot to do with how we're implementing signage and helping make our town more navigable and better for businesses as far as representing where we're pushing people. The flower stands, I'm happy to report, will remain, but we'll be working with our wayfinding and signage advisors over the course of the next few months to really figure out how we're going to apply the logo effectively to everything we're looking at. But it's not simply wayfinding, it's everything from our flower boxes to our dog poop stations and everything in between. So in following our design guidelines, we're using wood and metal as far as our implementation goes. You'll find the green applied to all of our lockups here, but with wood shining through. So we have really natural elements that are still being utilized, but with a color that pops while also blending. So it'll be easy to identify what is directional as far as the town of Telluride goes, because you have color to it while still using our very natural elements from our design guidelines. Dog poop stations have also been reimagined. This isn't necessarily a direction we have to go, but a nice lockup that I thought was a nice representation of all the things that this will really drive in the next couple of years. As far as next steps go, we are planning to launch on Tuesday, May 28th. So in just a short month here, the day after Memorial Day. This will involve a complete overhaul of all of our public facing websites over the next month. You'll see everything kind of launch on that Tuesday. We have a 2-week rollout of the logo that's ready to go. So a 14-day sell of everything that we've done and everything that we will be implementing in the future. This will continue to inform a lot of projects in the coming months, but the big piece is that this overhaul will be digital and print facing for the most part this year. And then into next year, as we really overhaul wayfinding throughout town, parking signage and all the things that you see and interact with in town, you'll start seeing that overhaul taking hold over the course of 2025. And those are next steps.
Awesome.
Good job.
Thank you. Looks great.
Thank you. Is
Excited
there
to-
anything you guys would like to revisit while we're here?
I just have one comment.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize that it was a T.
Mhm.
At first, I thought it was mountains and a license plate. So I just felt like now that you said that, when you said it's a T, I was like, oh, it's a T.
Mhm.
So
And that's part of the story we will be telling. So there's animation that's incorporated with launch. There's a lot that we're selling here with the storytelling. You can't naturally envision that this is a valley floor that's represented here as the bottom of the T. So in the way that we will launch, we'll continue to tell that story and really will build this brand into the story that Telluride has already established for us.
Great.
Thank you, Lindsay. That's pretty
Thank you,
awesome. And I
guys.
think on that wayfinding, on the signage and so on, there's, that will be its own bid package down the road in regards to the physical structure and build. And you saw some example forms here, but those are certainly not completely finalized. And there will be a lot of additional layers of wayfinding, for example, that we'll work through and get folks' input on, that you'll start to see around town in the next few years in particular. But thanks to Lindsay, a great team at Monagle, and Zoe and everyone involved, particularly department heads, trying to get us through some significant sausage making to get to this refined product. So thanks a ton.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Cool.
Appreciate it. And here, if you have questions at any time, any feedback, we're happy to take it. Thank you.
That's all I have under my manager updates, Mayor, and happy to move on or take any questions.
Any questions for Scott before we move on?
So I guess just why in the in the sales tax report, are there no data for lodging and property management and room and unit rentals for the first 2 months?
Great question. Bet Tiffany can answer that.
It's not launched yet, so people can't remit taxes yet. That's the back taxes that they'll be having to report that I talked about earlier.
Yes. Thank you.
It's not
But-
ideal.
Makes perfect sense now, but yep, makes it hard to compare, but
Yeah, no,
what it is.
it is. They aren't huge numbers, but they're not small either.
Not nothing.
I think just at the highest level, certainly our rent collections last month and sales tax, again, which is only through February at this point, are I would characterize as kind of middle of the pack, if you will. Nothing really high or really low. A little bit too soon to tell where the trends are going, but we're right in that $600,000 mark for rent collections this last month.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Kevin, anything for us?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any updates on legal reports. No applicable court actions on anything right now.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll go around around council. If anyone has any reports for us.
Yeah, let me pull up my notes. So I believe it was just a HARC meeting that I had. I don't think there was case or did I have?
No, everything was like, 'cause it was off season.
It was off season,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So I wasn't able to attend in person, but I listened to the recording afterwards. So quick update, Jana's retiring. She's been with us for a long time. They have hired someone new, and that transition will start to happen in mid-May. We have made some revisions to the design guidelines, and those are about to become active. So that's coming up too. That's been a long project that was started when Jesse was the liaison, and I kind of jumped in midway through, but those are finally at their point where they're at the next meeting, we'll probably start using the new design guidelines. We saw a couple projects. There was a work session on some new construction on the transitional hillside, which was great because we were able to give some feedback before they come to us with the actual project. We saw a couple of housing projects. One over behind the elementary school where Cornet Creek runs through the property. It has an accessory structure on the other side of Cornet Creek, and there's a historic shed adjacent to it that is beyond the property line. So something interesting with that, they're proposing moving the historic shed
back, but there's not enough room to move it all the way back because of the creek. So something that I found really interesting is that the commission allowed for the house to be a little bit closer to the property line and to the sidewalk and the curb in order to kind of soften that transition, which I thought was a really good good call. The interesting the projects that pertain to us more are going to be Canyonlands and Tower House, both of which were approved with some conditions. Canyonlands Northwest looks great. It was approved with the condition to move back or lower the middle gable on the building. There was still concerns about overall mass and scale. It had already been moved back 2 feet, and a few of the commission members felt that that wasn't enough. They were not all aligned on that, but ultimately that was a condition. They also are removing some poles from the decks and changing a window in the front, but overall, oh, and they're moving the whole building back from the property line even more, referencing the old property line, even though we are likely going to change the property line on that project. So that's a little complicated. The Tower House was also approved with some conditions. They asked to differentiate the materials more from the Canyonlands project. Some small things about breaking up some wall planes. And they, on the east building, they're gonna rework that top gable. But overall, I was really happy to see that both of those projects were approved. So they're gonna see them once more at the next meeting, and then we should have plans to move forward with. We did not see the Tower House condos. So I think a lot of the issues around parking for the Tower House project will come to light when we look at that project. You made a, oh,
I'll talk to you later.
okay. Okay, that was all.
I just wanted to add to your comment real quick.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt that. Again, Jonna Wenzel's leaving after about 6-7 years. We have hired someone, but not for her position. We did make a hire related to our historic preservation planner. I think a planner 1 position, but we're still in recruitment for that historic preservation and planning director. So just
Got
want to
it.
clarify.
Sorry,
that.
Took notes
No,
wrong.
it's okay.
Jesse Ray, do you have anything?
I haven't had any meetings since our April 2nd council reports, but we do have open space coming up on May 6th, intergovernmental work session on May 13th, and then we are trying to find a meeting time and a date for Seminole Watershed Coalition. So I will keep you guys updated on those in our next meeting on May 14th, I think. Yeah.
Awesome. Mia?
I had 2 meetings since our last meeting. The first was a meeting for CAFE. Lindsay Mills did a presentation on the new CAFE website. She is was seeking input on some of the website design elements. So thank you, Lindsay, for your assistance with that to create a website that will allow for everybody to really have one central location to get information. The Shannon Armstrong from the Sheriff's Department did a presentation about the Reachwell County Notification System, which is the emergency notification system that's being used by the county. So she was just looking for additional input in regards to individuals that could potentially sign up and start receiving messages in Spanish to make sure that the translation and messaging for that system is correct. So if there's anyone listening that is willing and able to help with that, that would be wonderful. One of the things I was really excited to hear was that Karma Tutors, so that's Mary Herding, is starting a new program for college counseling that targets low-income families, first-generation students. The program's going to provide 2 years of college counseling to help kids market themselves and apply to colleges. And each program will include 16 private sessions with interpretation. So this program is targeted very specifically at 10th graders who want to go to college. So if there's anyone that you know that knows a student, has a student that would be interested in participating in this program, you can reach out to Mary at mary@karmatutors.com. And then the Community Fiesta planning sessions have started kicking off. The Community Fiesta will be June 29th from 1:30 to 4:30. I'll obviously give more information as we get a little bit closer in regards to that, but put that on your calendar, I guess. We had a visit from the Guatemalan embassy. During off season, they came to help register a number of our members of the community. It had a great turnout. We had babysitting that was sponsored, hosted by the town of Telluride. It was a really, really wonderful event that Tri-County was able to pull together very quickly for this community. And I really hope to see more programs like that moving forward. And then the last thing I have from that meeting is that right now the Telluride Medical Center has 500 slots for annual preventative and physical exams for $175. There's also additional financial assistance that's available. So this is a really great opportunity to focus on preventative health at a more affordable price for the people that are living here in the region. And then the other meeting I had was the gondola leadership meeting, which most of you attended as well. But just for the listening public, we are kind of marching forward to the time when TMVOA will no longer be under their financial funding requirements for the operation and maintenance of the gondola. And so we have been reviewing as a group, both at a leadership level, which is all members of the government of Mountain Village, Town of Telluride, the county, TSG, TMVOA. Am I forgetting any other entity? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, SMART, San Miguel, which we'll hear from shortly. But we've been reviewing revenue funding scenarios, utilizing a number of different levers that can be explored. We have not made any final determinations. We've gone through multiple scenarios, but we will be fleshing that further. And then we will be starting a poll within the community to get your feedback in regards to how you feel that this process is progressing prior to a ballot initiative in November. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mian. Ashley?
Besides the gondola leadership committee meeting, the only other meeting that I've had is museum board meeting. We got a pretty substantial overview from Kiernan when he gave his annual report today, so I'm not going to go super long. The only thing that I'm going to just inform us and the public about are some dates for the museum. So the museum is going to reopen for the summer on June 3rd. So if you have people coming to town or if you're looking for something to do, that the museum will be open again June 3rd. June 4th is when the historic walking tours will start back up. And then June 6th is going to be the opening of that new maps exhibit that's going to be up for the summer. And then just as a reminder that on July 4th, the museum does the root beer floats up at the museum, which is really fun. So I always recommend people go up there. It's a good time. So yeah, support the museum in the upcoming summer. There's a lot of great things that'll be coming up, and hopefully those will be, I'll make sure to disseminate those as we go forward throughout the summer with various events that they have got coming up. So that's it.
Great. Thank you. Dan?
Not much to report. Thanks to spring break, planning and zoning was canceled due to lack of a quorum. We had the Telluride Housing Authority. We had a regular meeting. We ended up holding a special meeting for an applicant to change and update their deed restriction, which was approved. Got them on the new modern deed restriction. And then there was a change in eligibility tier for another unit that we approved as well, just in line with earlier conversations that the full council has had about making sure that the units, who they're sold to, makes sense and that it is affordable and is appropriate for modern conditions, modern interest rates, the world that we're seeing currently. Other than that, nothing to report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Geneva, see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to read off the information really quickly about the 2 units we have that are going to be sold by lottery coming up. Information on the Gold Run unit and the Entrada unit. They're both 2 bedrooms. And the application packets are going to be available on the SMRHA website at noon tomorrow. So smrha.org. And the town and SMRHA are gonna host 2 lottery information sessions on Wednesday, May 1st, that'd be tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and Thursday, May 2nd at 9 a.m. Both of those will be in Rebecca Hall. And there will be some Spanish interpretation as well, I believe. So yeah, tune in to the application tomorrow. Though that application period is going to open on May 8th and be open until May 29th. So even though it's off season, feels pretty deep off season now, there's going to be multiple weeks to be able to get your information in. And if you have questions about that, you can always call SMRHA or myself, or get a hold of me on Instagram or email. And good luck to everybody in that lottery. Thanks.
Thank you, Janima. Moving right along, Tiffany, any related organization reports? Okay. And comments by email for payments. And that gets us to number 8, action items. 8A, consideration of approval of a 2024 gondola professional services intergovernmental agreement. And we have Scott Robson here and Amber Kyle Blake to present.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Amber has had to step away to another meeting. We were just running a little bit long here for to meet her schedule, but we should have David Averill popping on here. David is our Executive Director of SMART. Thanks for coming online here, David.
You bet.
He's always a great source of knowledge, of course, around all things SMART naturally, but also the gondola as well, as that is a project that is landing under SMART's umbrella here, which has been fantastic so far with your leadership, David. What's in front of us today is an update to the 2023 IGA that all the funding partners signed last year, and that's the town of Telluride, town of Mountain Village, Telluride Ski and Golf, and San Miguel County. Last year was our first year splitting 4 ways the professional services cost of this significant regional planning and design project. And what this does, as it did 2023, with a little bit of growth here, certainly in the amount of services we're receiving, but this is an IGA to split the costs of financial advisor services, election consultant services, as we lead up to a potential November ballot initiative to fund the O&M for a future gondola. This IGA shares the cost of the gondola senior project manager, some work from a community affairs services specialist, and our project development services. That should cover them all, but David, you can color in anything I missed there generally on what we're funding with this. But we did know this cost was coming. This was calculated by David, Amber, and the team last year so that we could appropriately put this in the 2024 budget. What we're doing here is splitting a total cost in 2024 estimated at a little bit over $633,000, split 4 ways, ends up being $158,353 each between each of the 4 parties. Again, 3 local governments plus the privately owned Telluride Ski and Golf. And really, again, many of you are involved in either the leadership committees as we've met throughout the year, or in the case of Ashley and Meehan, sit on our gondola subcommittee, which meets more frequently and really works on a bit more of the details what we bring to the leadership around funding scenarios, design options, all kinds of great stuff we're diving into here in 2024. But in short, this is an extension of last year's IGA, which is really critical to our continued progress forward on all things gondola and the services that we need to help provide these efforts as we lead up to a very significant federal grant application in the not so distant future here that will be very important to the gondola's capital project. So David, if you would, add in any color that I missed here, but again, I think this is fairly straightforward as a extension of last year's IGA.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add, Scott. You covered all the bases and in your memo filled in any gaps there. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them, but I don't really have anything else to add to Scott's introduction.
Great, thank you.
And just a reminder that Amber Kyle Blake is the senior gondola project manager under the umbrella of SMART. Just couldn't be here this afternoon.
Yep, no problem. Scott and David, thank you so much.
You bet.
Anybody from council have questions for David or Scott at this time? Is there anyone in the public that has any questions on this item? You have to step up. So that's okay. And state your name, please. Yeah.
Quick question.
No worries.
Dave Johnson, town resident. Just curious, when is the gondola actually slated to be reconstructed at this point, or has that been?
I'll take that one. I think we're years away from that, to be honest. So I wouldn't put a hard date on that yet. We're trying to still figure out the grant landscape and figure out that capital stack and see what that might look like when we get around to assembling a fair amount of cash to put the gondola in place. To rebuild
Yeah,
it.
what we do know for certain is that 2027 is the end of our current funding agreement with TMVOA to run the gondola. So there's years of work here that we're in the midst of to make sure that 2027 date doesn't come and go and we cease to have an operating gondola. So, but we're a few years out on a major project like this, but what's, kind of the groundwork that's occurring now, importantly, some of this work going towards future federal grants and again, hopefully a successful campaign with our voters maybe in the fall to look into our O&M funding. These are all really important steps to take forward as we look to 2027 and beyond.
And I'll just add that, with the work of Jim Lobe and others that, certainly the current gondola, they're planning on operation past that 2027 funding for O&M. So it's not like it's going to fall down the hill or anything right now. We got a tiny bit of time to work with. Are there any other questions out there? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the 2024 funding supplement and amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for cost sharing of the planning and gondola project development phase of the gondola project.
Second.
I have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Mian?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. Passes unanimously. Moves us on to action item 8B, consideration of approval of the San Miguel Authority for Regional Transportation, SMART, the intergovernmental agreement. And we have David here again for this, as well as Joe Dillsworth. And Joe will make you hop up, please.
And Joe is not only our heads up our Goose Transit Services here in town, but is also the current board president of SMART. Did I get that right, Joe?
Yeah, those two roles are separate.
They are separate, yes.
Yeah, so I'm here representing SMART, not in my capacity as a town employee.
Go. Thanks for clarifying that. And again, David Averill, our executive director of SMART. At the very highest level, then I'll hand it over to you two gentlemen. There have been some changes at the state level that has, I think, necessitated SMART board to revisit the IGA with all of its current funding partners, make some relatively minor administrative changes to it. Nothing that I would consider significant, but I'll let you guys kind of articulate the change at hand here. And this is much like the last IGA in front of us. The identical IGA is going in front of all the local government partners for approval. And thus far, I believe we've got everyone looking to positively move this thing forward. So I'll hand it back off to you, David and Joe.
Sure. Joe, you want me to take it?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is a relatively minor change, but it's pretty important. as Scott mentioned, there were some changes in state legislation last session. The legislation that RTAs operate under had a 1% cap of sales tax collections for regional transportation authorities to be able to collect up to, with voter approval, of course. Last year, we ran a successful legislative effort to get that cap raised to 2%, again, voter approved. And the problem became the IGA, as it initially was drafted, still mentioned a 1% cap. And so even though the state law changed, we sort of had our self-imposed cap in our IGA. If you wanted to look at the new language, it's Article 7, Section 7.01A, and it just talks about SMART's ability to collect a sales tax. Instead of saying we're going to collect up to a 2% sales tax and running the risk that something might change at the state level again someday, we've just changed and modified the language to say collect a sales tax potentially up to the maximum that's allowed by the state. Again, has to be voter approved, but we're basically eliminating that self cap that was in there of 1% to just reflect the changes in state legislation. So relatively minor change, but it makes a big difference when you're looking at budgets and gondola operating funding and things like that. I don't know that there's a whole lot else to mention to it. I guess I'll say that we're going to the policy is the rules are that we have to go to all the local jurisdictions. So we're coming to you, the county, Mountain Village, and Rico for this change. And then the SMART board will roll it up and approve a change at the SMART board meeting in June. Formally adopt the new amended IGA. But that's really it. That's the only change we're making at this point. We don't take too many opportunities to crack open the IGA, but this was a worthy one, considering where we're at in our gondola planning process and potential ballot questions and things like that. So I'll just leave it at that. If there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Great, David. Thank you so much. And Joe and Scott for that. Council members, any questions for David or Joe or Scott on this item?
David, I have a question that is related, but kind of unrelated. Has to do with taxing for SMART,
Okay.
that we're talking about gondola funding. Ashley and I were texting back and forth, I think it was last week or the week before, about how you guys are kind of capped at 2 taxing entities that you can tap into as funding sources right now. So is that correct?
I'm not real sure I'm tracking. what you're
It's
getting-
that the mechanisms that SMART as a transit authority can utilize sales tax and a mill levy as taxing sources currently. And
Yes.
the hope is that there'll be a third added in the
Right.
state legislature coming up that would allow us to also be able to enact a lodging tax. But that right now is the limitation that SMART can utilize for
Absolutely.
taxation.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting nuance. Technically speaking, the state law allows us as a regional transportation authority already to levy a lodging tax, but there's a catch. And that catch is that if there's an underlying local lodging tax that goes beyond 2%, we cannot add to that. We could add up to a 2%. If there was no lodging tax by anybody on the ground at that point, SMART could ask the voters for a 2% lodging tax. But in this area, the towns both collect, I think, upwards of 2%. I think they're close to 4%. So there's really no room there for SMART at this point. So that's the other thing I'm doing today is bird dogging legislative session so that I can speak in favor of our lodging tax amendment, which is working its way through the legislative session right now. Real quick update for everybody. That got through the Senate last week on 3rd reading. So it's been approved by the Senate and now we're in the House. I am hopefully going to get an opportunity to testify at the House Transportation and Environment and Local Government Committee this afternoon to make sure that amendment gets attached onto the bill. For those of you who like to watch bills work their way through the legislature, it's Senate Bill 2432 and our amendment is number 9. We're feeling like we're in pretty good shape, but we're not quite through the House yet and we're not on the governor's desk yet. So cross your fingers. The session's going to end here next week, so we'll have an answer on that one way or the other here pretty quick. But that's what's going on in the legislature.
One more question. Is this because Telluride is a home rule charter, are there exceptions to transportation? Okay.
No.
Second question, with transportation departments, these rules for taxes, are taxes and like license fees the same or are they different?
They're different. Under state law, fees and taxes are considered different mechanisms. Yes.
Okay, so what are the rules around fees? And
For RTAs?
licenses? Like, yeah, like business license fees maybe being utilized to help.
Oh, that kind of thing. I don't think that that's something that we can access. The one fee that an RTA can levy is a vehicle registration fee or a license plate fee. We don't think that's a really winning move. We wouldn't generate a lot of revenue from it, and we frankly probably tick a lot of people off. So we're not looking at that very seriously, although it is on the books as an option. It has not come up in discussions quite to be a part of this conversation yet, though.
Thanks, David.
You bet.
Any other questions? And I want to try to make sure we stay questions directly attributable to this topic that we're here to vote on. Any other questions for Joe, David, or Scott from council? Is there anybody in the audience with any questions? We have one hand raised on Zoom. It is Doug Tooley. And Tiffany, if you could unmute Doug, we will hear what he's got to say.
Comments have been made about in the past year at council, at Telluride Council, that sales tax is regressive. That is the case. It falls more heavily proportionally on lower income people, but transportation, public transportation is also a service that benefits those lower income populations. If there are any concerns, I would encourage folks to look at additional sales tax as needed by SMART. And additionally, I think we can look at some of the mix of the taxes, the lodging tax, the lodging and restaurant tax. Those differ a little bit between Mountain Village and Telluride. And there may be some room to rejigger those. And I think one brainstorm idea would also be to extend, say, the lodging and restaurant tax as a full tax raise across the board in town, with that balance, that additional margin between the current collected amounts and that total amount for all sales being applied to SMART revenues. And then lastly, I do think it makes sense to do a zero based cost accounting analysis of what we're spending on our airplane traffic. I can't speak to that critically in detail, but Montrose is the airport, and Montrose is a success. And I don't think we should be subsidizing the Telluride airport at this time. Thank you.
Great. Doug, thank you very much for your comments. It's much appreciated. Seeing no other further hands up or any other comments, I would entertain a motion on this.
I move to approve amendments to the San Miguel Authority for Regional Transportation Intergovernmental Agreement as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian, a second from Jessie Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Jessie Ray?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. 8A, consideration passes unanimously. That gets us to action item
Thanks,
8C.
Joe. Thanks, David.
Joe, thank you very
Everybody.
much.
Thank you, guys.
David, thank you.
Yep.
8C, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property dedicated to the Town of Telluride employee housing known as Entrada Unit B and located within San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And Ally's here to present.
Hello, thank you for that introduction, Mayor Errico. As you know, this is Jana's unit. Jana is going to be leaving us soon. So this is just a resolution to repurchase this unit. As a reminder, this unit is one of our very few town employee units that we have. It is not subject to the deed restriction guidelines. The only requirement that this unit is that the owner of the unit and the occupant of the unit be a town employee and then sell at the rate very similar to the guidelines. So the rate that we'll purchase it back will be set when the next purchaser owns it. After the town purchases this unit back, we will now sell it to another town employee who has not been identified yet.
Great. Thank you for that. Council, do you have any questions on this? Is there anyone in the public here to discuss this item, or anyone on Zoom? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property dedicated to the Town of Telluride employee housing known as Entrada Unit B and located within San Miguel County, state of Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. It passes unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 9, Telluride Housing Authority. I would need a motion to step out of council.
I move to convene as the Telluride Housing Authority.
Second.
Motion from Dan, a second from Jesse Ray. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Teddy, yes. We will go from that into the Telluride Housing Authority.
Okay, that means that I am going to call to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, April 30th, 2024 at 3 p.m. We are convening in Rebecca Hall, and I am Geneva Shawnette, the presiding officer of this commission, leading the meeting from Zoom. We are all in attendance, everybody on the Telluride Housing Authority. And we're going to start with item number 1, approval of minutes. Does anybody have any comments on the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second from Dan and Elena respectively. Any discussion? Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena?
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Oh, okay. I'm gonna slow down how fast I'm moving. Thank you for that note. All right. Item 2 is new business. First, we are going to hear San Miguel Regional Housing Authority update from Courtney on a number of topics. So take it away, Courtney.
Thanks, Geneva. I will remain as brief as possible. I know you have a large agenda item after this, but just wanted to provide some updates from the Housing Authority, Regional Housing Authority. So in regards to the 2023 Telluride compliance, just for everybody's knowledge, on Friday, April 5th, the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority did notify owners regarding their compliance. So we just provided an update to owners who we had processed their application and deemed them in compliance. And then for owners that we had not processed, they received a notification on the same day, just letting them know that we were still processing their compliance form and that we would be back in touch with them by May 10th. So those all went out prior to the 2-week spring break. I also wanted to let everyone know, hopefully most of you know, that the state has published new area median income numbers.
Hey,
And
Courtney.
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I just got a text to ask Tiffany to sort of give some outlines because we're going to be doing simultaneous interpretation into Spanish for this section, and I skipped that part. So sorry.
Won't be able to see me on camera, but yes, so if anyone needs any Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter online. You'll need to get, do we have headsets?
No, so they'll have to use personal headphones in the room to join the Zoom, or we can offer them some space in the room for now.
Okay.
For language interpretation, otherwise it's the Zoom.
Okay, so if you didn't hear that, if you need to have interpretation provided, you need to have your own headset, or we can put you in our green room there off to the side with the door closed, and you'll have to join the Zoom meeting on your device. And then you click on language interpretation at the bottom of Zoom and then click Spanish. So if anyone needs assistance, just come over to the station or ask Lindsay in the back and we can help you.
All right, and thank you. Sorry, my nature is to go quickly, so sorry for skipping that part, and I will hand it back over to Courtney. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, that's okay. Yes, so those numbers were updated by the state. They did increase by about 9%, which we were excited to see. I think it was very timely that these were published right before our lotteries. And so the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines have been updated with the new numbers, and thanks to Lauren Bloomsma, who always updates those changes. So if you're interested in those numbers, if you go to smrha.org, the Telluride page, the new guidelines are now available. Geneva, you did my job for me. And my next item was the upcoming purchase lotteries. I just wanted to piggyback on what Geneva has said. We are holding our first information session tomorrow at 1 p.m. in Rebecca Hall. We certainly encourage all applicants who have maybe not applied for a lottery recently or have never applied for a ownership lottery to attend one of the informational sessions. It will be very comprehensive and explain everything from, the qualifications to the lottery point system. I know I've received quite a few questions on how the lottery point system works and how you get extra entries into the lottery. So we will be reviewing all of those items at those informational sessions. I also wanted to add a couple items that Geneva didn't mention. We will be requiring 2023 taxes, so we are not accepting tax extensions. So certainly encourage applicants and households to file their taxes now. We also are requiring a mortgage pre-qualification letter and encourage applicants to seek that from their local banks. That will be required as part of the application packet. Additionally, the really important document that'll be posted tomorrow is the lottery information packet. So that will answer vast majority of questions that applicants have. That will be published tomorrow along with the lottery application at noon on the SMRHA website. Please, we encourage everybody to read that packet before asking questions. We are a really small staff and we anticipate a huge amount of interest in this lottery. And so it's really important to read that first because it'll likely answer your question for you. And then the other item I wanted to mention is that for the Entrada unit on the west end of town, qualified households with a documented mobility disability will be prioritized. So there will be a verification that households will fill out from their doctor, and those will be given priority as that's an ADA accessible unit. And then a couple items not on my memo. I just wanted to remind council that we are conducting the housing needs assessment. So it's an update from our 2018 housing needs assessment. And we anticipate we're working with our local agency EPS on the survey that will go out in the summer. And then we also send out newsletters to deed restricted owners, and our spring newsletter went out today. That's all I have. Any
Okay.
questions?
Any questions for Courtney?
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Next we will move on to the main event. B, creation of Telluride employee rental housing policies. This has been an ongoing discussion at the subcommittee, and we decided that since it was such a large topic that affects a lot of our community, we would just kick this conversation up to Town of Telluride full council so that it's on the radio and it gets as much airtime and attention as possible. So I will let Delaney and Allie take it from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Geneva for explaining how this item got up here today. So that's part of what I am going to talk about. But as you know, we are kicking off a discussion here at the full board level about creation of rental policies in the town of Telluride for our rental housing stock. So today there's Delaney presenting part of this, and I'm also presenting another part. Allie Slayton, Assistant Town Attorney, and of course, Delaney Tapson, Community Services Director. So just to start off and kind of tell you where we're going to be going today and what we're going to be talking about. So first, as Geneva kind of already touched on, how do we get here and what is the purpose of today's meeting at this full board level? I'll answer that question here soon. We're also going to talk about formation of the rental program goals. So right now, there are no rental program goals. And after discussing this with Geneva especially, we thought that kicking off this discussion with the formation of goals could really help streamline the rest of this process and also frame the issues that are going to be coming forward as we discuss the formation of these policies, really kind of help frame those issues and get us to decisions. There's also going to be an explanation of rental operations. Delaney will present that, as well as an explanation of the use of AMI. So the question has come up several times in the last few subcommittee meetings about why do we use AMI? What is it? Is there an alternative? So Delaney's going to try to answer some of those questions today to kind of get us down that path of whether we want to start exploring an alternative to AMI. Finally, hopefully we'll have time. We're going to get into review of the THA subcommittee direction given to date. So as Geneva explained, this has already been kicked around at the subcommittee level for several months now. This is the first time these issues are coming before the full board for decision by you. So with that, we don't want to just come into this all anew. I'd like to walk you through some of those decisions and directions that have already been given and to see if you're on board with those or see if that is worth a discussion, a new discussion here at the board level. Finally, we would like to do a formation of a timeline for adoption. This has been included in every staff memo that I've drafted for the subcommittee level. It's just a way for us to manage whether we're on track or not. The original goal was to get this adopted before the Voodoo lottery occurs. We don't know if that will necessarily be possible, but we can discuss that at the end of this meeting, kind of to see what this could look like moving forward. So just to start off with, what is the purpose of today's meeting? And for the benefit of the board, and also I know there's a lot of public both via Zoom and behind me right now, the purpose of the policies is really to offer more opportunity, not less. I also know that there's been some discussion about raising rents. It's possible. So what has been discussed at the subcommittee level so far is a tiering system, which we currently use only at Sunnyside. No decision has been made, no recommendation has been made about continuing that or moving that over to the other properties that we currently manage. But that is part of this broader policies discussion. So the purpose of this really, how it started was we need clarification and not just staff. We feel that tenants need clarification also. So the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, which applies to all of our deed restricted housing that we have, anyone who owns a deed restricted unit, is very comprehensive. It's a big document, but it can answer almost all of your questions. The same is not true for our rental housing. There is a lease. Some things are answered in that lease. There is an application packet. Some questions can be answered by that packet. But a lot of things are just discretionary for whoever's sitting in the rental housing director position at that moment. That's okay. Discretion is okay, but there's certain things that we think need to be answered. How are roommate situations handled? How is the wait list managed? Where do rents come from? So those are some of the questions that we really want to be addressed in these policy documents. However, when we form the policy, I think there's a lot of things that could also be included in this document. The goal is to really have this policy be a central location to answer all of the questions, both by staff. How am I supposed to make this decision? And also by tenants. Is this the first place I look? Can this question be answered here? So really the purpose of the policies is to provide clarity to everyone. The purpose of possibly tiering rents is to provide more opportunity for housing rather than less opportunity for housing. So the purpose of today's meeting really is to convey,
The other purpose of the policies is to find consistency between the various properties that the town of Telluride owns and manages. Right now, there are inconsistencies with how each of those properties are being treated, and it is confusing. When there is staff turnover, it is confusing. It is confusing for tenants, and it is confusing for the community who is on a wait list for one property and another, but the qualifications are not the same. So consistency is also something we're hoping to achieve through this process. Thank you.
So, of course, we're not going to get everything answered at today's meeting. So there is a somewhat narrow purpose of today's meeting. We also understand that, as I said earlier, and as Geneva said, this is the first time the full board is seeing this issue. We know that you've heard from members of the community about their concerns, but this is the first time we're coming to you with these questions that we have already asked at the subcommittee level. So really the purpose of today's meeting is for you to understand what we're trying to do here. And to give us further direction as to what you would like to see happen with this policy document. So Delaney's going to convey the needs of the rental program, both from a tenant perspective and a staff perspective. What do we need to see happen in these policies? We're hopefully going to form clearly written policies. That's the ultimate goal of this whole process. But today I'm also going to explain the process and progress to date, as I said earlier, the decisions that have already been made. As I said earlier, again, we're going to discuss and form goals. We're going to confirm data and policy-driven changes. So Delaney has spent a lot of time collecting data from current tenants, income data, occupancy data, because again, another one of the goals of this whole process of forming these policies is to accommodate our current tenants. Because, and this is very important, if I enforced all of the rules that currently exist as written, every tenant that we have, 57% of our tenants would lose their housing. So part of this policy discussion isn't just getting policies down on paper so that we can enforce into the future. It's also changing existing policies to accommodate who we're actually currently housing, or at least a substantial part of that, that population. Some people might lose housing as a result of these policies. We don't know that yet. But that's what we're going to be talking about. So that's really the purpose of today's meeting. These are the things that we're hoping to talk and discuss. So first, and this is where I might let Geneva take over a little bit. So what should the goals of the rental housing program be?
I just have a quick question. If someone is going to lose their housing as a result of this, is the town of Telluride committed to assisting them in finding new housing?
I think that it's too soon to say on that front. I think we need to understand the nature of why someone would lose their housing through this discussion. And that's a big if. But I think, Jesse Ray, my gut is that we would really have to look at that on case by case basis. I don't think, at least from the manager's office or housing department, that we could just make that statement broadly that we would.
I'm sure there's different circumstances, like violations are on one hand, but then also, if we change qualifications and they no longer qualify to be in a place in Shandoka, I think I'll just go out and say it, like, I feel obligated to make sure that somebody has housing. I do.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves
Yeah,
here. Let's
okay,
start from
sorry.
the very, very beginning, which is what are the goals of our rental housing program? And I want to kind of just steer back to Ally. I'm not sure if you want me to guide how you want to handle leading this.
Yeah,
part.
so I'll just, I'll explain what's on this slide first, because these are the things that you might want to consider. And then from there, I think I'll let Geneva take over with helping to steer the goals conversation. So there's two boxes on this slide. The first one came from Delaney. These are the Community Services Department objectives and mission. So I believe, who did you form this with?
So this is part of the department wide goals and objectives and strategies that became part and parcel of the town council's goals and objectives. And Zoe or Lindsay could probably explain this a little bit better. Each department during the budgeting process time came up with our own key performance indicators and our own goals and our mission and objectives to reach those goals. And these have come directly from the Community Services Department mission and goals.
So those are department level goals that have already been formed. And then the second box in blue, these are the goals that are provided for in the guidelines. So some of you might see these pretty often at the subcommittee level. This is what we put in every staff memo when we're talking about exceptions, because every exception has to meet at least one of these goals. So I put these up here just as an example of how, of goals of other programs that we have. So it's a very similar housing goal, but of course that's for the ownership program. So this would be, yeah, I'll hide this. So I imagine that any goals that you would want to adopt would closely mirror these goals that we've put forward in the ownership program. But of course, some of these might need a little bit of tweaking. For instance, ensure ongoing affordability of housing units. That's something that won't apply here because they're not paying for these units other than with rent. So if we're providing ongoing affordability of housing units, that would be more from a maintenance perspective, and us making sure that we're managing funds correctly to cover these units and not having to charge more rent necessarily. So these are the goals that I think we need to start with. So we kind of start from these goals and then we change the language a little bit to fit the what you think the goal should be of the housing program. Of course, we can add additional goals. I think that that's all up for discussion from you here today. But again, I think it's very important to form these goals before we jump into actually discussing changing policy and forming policy, because I think formation of these goals will really influence that policy that does get decided.
Okay, great. I think maybe let's just address all of the bullet points on this slide first and sort of get the thumbs up, thumbs down or commentary. And then if there are other goals that are not mentioned here, let's suggest those and start discussion about those. So first, looking at the mission that Delaney and her staff came up with, what is council's feeling about including a goal or an item like that as part of our sort of mission and goal statement for the rental program? Supporting local residents who make up our workforce with safe, well-maintained and sustainable housing opportunities, striving to introduce and foster additional service. Well, I guess we don't need the second part. We'll just take that first sentence.
I think it's great.
Okay, great. Second part, providing and maintaining safe and quality living environment while also maintaining town assets and fiscal responsibility. Everybody's cool with that? Anybody not cool with that? When we move down to mirroring the deed restricted ownership affordable housing guidelines, balancing affordability of rental housing with maintenance responsibilities and improvement opportunities. I think we can all agree on. Any other comments on that? Nope. The next part, promoting economic diversity within the Telluride community. Everybody seems cool with that.
Yep.
Okay. Ensuring ongoing affordability. I think all of these are, something we can get on board with. I think something that I would maybe throw out just to get the conversation started is fiscal responsibility and talking about what that means as an overarching topic. Allie, do you mind unsharing the screen so I can see it? Everybody's small for me in the Zoom. It's kind of hard to see. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Fiscal responsibility. Does anybody else have like a concept that they want to throw out that they think should be addressed in our program goals?
I think it might be nice to actually have affordability as a concept defined. I think that that's something that I've heard quite a bit from members of the community and members of council. And I think us getting a consistent thought process as to what that truly means for the point and purpose of this program will help us as we kind of step through the rest of the processes.
Mian, do you see that as attached to an AMI, for example, some AMI definitions around that affordability? Is that the
I think
lens you're looking through or something?
I think it could be attached to AMI. It could be attached to percentage of income. I think there's sort of a lot of different ways we can flex it. And I think that that's where some of the disconnect and disresonance, that I hear from people in the community is how we're defining
Yeah, I think
affordability.
the
And I
more we
think,
can
yeah.
get to a quantitative definition of that rather than qualitative as it is today
Exactly.
benefits us all, just as a suggestion.
Would
Okay,
like
great.
to-
I think affordability is a great term. Something else I would love to see on here is a protocol to review our policies on a regular basis, like we do with our deed restricted policies as things change, and have clear and clear and consistent rules, policies.
I think that's a great idea.
Do we have to say anything about not just only affordability, but like who we're providing housing for, as far as like people that are low income or things like that in our goals, or is it just everyone?
Do you mean like the diversity of income in terms of?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think, there's everyone that lives in Telluride, but that, the affordable housing isn't for everyone that lives in Telluride. So maybe.
So sort of like addressing within our goals, we'd like to address the range of AMIs and maybe the distribution of those. Of how many
So
units.
I would keep the goals a little broader than that. For instance, this in white, these are the 4 goals of the whole 80-page guidelines that we have. So I think keeping the goals brief to the point. And then of course we define affordability, we define affordable housing in the policies themselves. But I think here, what are we trying to do? So first and foremost, it sounds like affordable employee housing, not just affordable housing, not just employee housing, but affordable employee housing that already indicates who it is that you're wanting to house in these units. Or do you want to house someone else? So that's the discussion I think that needs to happen here.
Can you put the slide back on the screen because it's hard to answer without looking at what's already up there.
Sorry to get
Do you need
too
me to-
far into the weeds on that one, but this has come up during the affordable housing guidelines discussion in who do you want to house? Because in those guidelines, there are defined terms for people who are elderly / retired and disabled. And currently we allow for that. It is not defined. So if we have these broader goals, I would maybe piggyback on what Ally said. And if there are specific things such as defining affordability, if there's other terms specifically that you would like to define, I think that will help direct us as the document's being created.
And we can revisit these goals too. I mean, nothing's necessarily being decided today. It's a work session to start the process of forming policies. But these goals, maybe as we get further down in the discussion of what the policy should be, maybe the goals do shift a little bit. So this can be revisited, but I think it's pretty important to start off this conversation with what goals are you envisioning right now for this program?
I'll hop in that I agree that first and foremost, this is employee housing, affordable employee housing for providing workers for local businesses and helping maintain a long-term consistent community in the Telluride area. I would also like to include acknowledgements for compassion as part of the last part of the last bullet point there, by clear, fair, and consistent administration with compassion, something to that effect. And lastly, an acknowledgement of the current situation that Telluride's affordable housing is different from the sort of traditional sense that it's not just the true low income, and that we will have to provide different rungs of the ladder at that, and that not all housing is inherently equal.
I think the point that I was trying to make was that if these are our goals, I feel like our goals should also include recognizing that there are more vulnerable people in our community, on a scale, and that making sure that the most vulnerable people in our community are a priority. And then obviously we want to do as much as we can for as many people. That was all I was trying to say with, as far as like low prioritizing or having people with the lowest income. Those are the people that are going to struggle the most in our community. Are they going to have the hardest time? And that to me seems like that should be a goal with all I was saying.
Okay.
Delaney, I have a question for Shindoka. How many out of the 134, do you know off the top of your head, how many are like studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms?
It's in the pocket.
Is, well, what page?
There's.
That's why I said off the top of your
There's
head.
currently no studios at Shandoka, but there will be 3 when phase 1 of the F building is completed. And I don't know it off the top of my head, which is why I put things.
Page
like that.
11.
11 out, it's
330.
page 11 out of 36.
322 of the full packet.
And I think there was just a slight typo in the,
Oh.
in the qualification
Page
part
11.
presented, just for the 2 breakdowns. Did you have Shandoka buildings A, B, C, D, and E?
Right.
The breakdowns there, and then the breakdown is the exact same for buildings F, G, and H. On there, so I think it's minor, but just a note for you.
You know, it's hard for me when we talk about, I understand why Delaney wants to have consistency, but you know, with Shandoka in consideration, you know, there's I do feel like it should be treated a little bit differently than some of our other projects. It's our oldest building. There's a lot of single people that live there. There's a lot of people that work later nights or in food and beverage. Or they work 3 or 4 jobs just trying to eat, meet ends meet. And I'm struggling with the notion of treating it just as we're gonna treat our brand new buildings on these tiered systems with these higher percentages. I don't know if that's what you meant.
Jesse Ray, I'm gonna jump in here. I think we need to stay focused on what our goals are for the rental program. Delaney is not the person who initiated wanting to have policies that cover every building. That was the THA subcommittee. So let's stay on track with our process. I think we're going to get into like the nitty-gritty on how to move forward and what the policy should be specifically in like written, but first we need to agree on what we want the goals to be.
Hey, sorry, Delaney just had mentioned that earlier, so I was just bringing that up. Go ahead and continue, Geneva.
People threw out a couple different concepts for different goals that we would maybe want to have, but I totally hear staff's feedback that we need to distill this down into some really general overarching bullet pointed concepts to put in here. Is there anything else that we want to add to this list before we sort of get into kind of defining what we think affordability means and fiscal responsibility and some of those other topics? Anything from Allie or Delaney that you want to add?
I guess I would say that the definitions section of this document, whatever it ends up looking like, is going to be one of the more fine tuning aspects of it. And until you have a draft, it's going to be hard to dig into some of that minutia, but having some specific terms that you would like defined can help us as Ally starts to draft that document. So defining affordability, maybe, the fiscal responsibility thing, I don't really know how we define that, but looking for direction and adding compassion, which that's going to be a legal decision, I think, in the end, how we word those things. And then addressing something along the lines of the most vulnerable in our community and getting that encompassed somewhere in there.
And I think we can use the definitions in the ownership guidelines, significantly. Some obviously will not apply, but I think some of that language has already been really fine-tuned by THA subcommittee and by staff as well. So I think using that as a jumping off point would be really helpful. And then of course we would add in further definitions that would be pertinent to rental specific.
I'm gonna hop in. On the topic, of fiscal responsibility, I do not think we should include that as a guiding principle or a goal for us. My reasoning behind that is the reason we've spent millions of dollars developing affordable housing and continue to do so is because there is a failure within the free market to adequately address the needs of our community, the needs of our local businesses. And so this is a program that has always acted outside of the free market. It is an adjunct to the free market, where we, as the town of Telluride, see a benefit both for the people within the system and our community more largely and our businesses, and have needed to supplement the free market with this program to support these values that we agree upon. And so to look at these programs through that lens, I think is antithetical to the original purpose of this program. And part of my big issue with the tiers, which I don't want to get too into at the moment, but it is because of just that, where it changes this program, which has been a service to our community. We have been talking about affordable housing as infrastructure in a lot of our recent conversations. And I think we should continue to still do that. And when we put first and foremost the dollars and cents of it, it both dehumanizes the people in our system and it flips the philosophy that we've used this entire time of having an affordable housing program on its head.
So, and I just want to be clear. So your concern is the term affordability?
No, fiscal responsibility.
Responsibility.
Fiscal responsibility.
I think, I mean, when I felt like when Geneva said that, it was more in terms of affordability. And when I think of affordability, it's in terms of a person's personal success within their, their goals, what is affordable to them personally and what would, and how that would work. And I think fiscal responsibility fits into that, because we certainly don't want people stretching too far in a sense that would make what they're trying to achieve, unachievable to them. So I think that's where that's how I took that language. So maybe we just need to like wordsmith that to something that is a little bit more.
And Dan, maybe I can speak to this a little bit, not to, sorry to interrupt, but I think that fiscal responsibility language looks like it's coming out of the Community Services Department objective and mission, at least in this context. So that means it was developed primarily by staff and both the housing department in conjunction with the manager's office. And I can tell you, at least from my perspective, when we write in fiscal responsibility around this and a number of other objectives at the department level, at least we were looking through the lens from the staff standpoint, Dan, of ensuring that we have a program from a financial standpoint that is fiscally responsible in driving enough revenue to maintain this asset, just like we would in infrastructure. And so just explaining kind of our perspective at the time of making sure that we are maintaining what we've got, if you will, from that.
Which I'm completely okay with, which is why we've operated our housing as an enterprise fund. And I continue to support. I want to make sure that we cover our expenses. That is always been completely okay with me. I just worry that that phrase can be very easily shifted or looked at through a different lens to mean something very different than what you're saying.
I agree.
No,
with
agreed.
Dan, it's just wordsmithing. I don't think we need to get hung up on it.
Sure.
I think that fiscal responsibility and profitability are different ideals. And I think that we 100% have to always have in mind fiscal responsibility when we're dealing with taxpayer dollars, town-owned assets. That's different than looking at something as a bottom line or as something that's trying to be profitable. That's different than fiscal responsibility. We absolutely owe it to our community that is subsidizing this housing to be fiscally responsible, the same way that Meehan said we owe it to our renters to be fiscally responsible, so that we don't saddle them all of a sudden with huge rent increases because we've been willy-nilly with our pocketbook. So I think profitability, putting people before profits and understanding that these are not for-profit enterprises, that's an important understanding, but fiscal responsibilities, really cannot be let go out of the.
I think we're talking about two different things. Like we have a fiscally responsible, goal to construct and maintain these units versus providing affordable prices to the renters of the unit. They're two different things. They're two different subjects. So if we're talking about these goals and objectives, I think when we're talking about construction and operating and maintenance and management of the units, that's one thing. Right now, we're talking about goals and objectives of the service that we want to provide to the renters, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
fiscal
so let's
responsibility.
make sure
is
we separate those.
100% about maintaining and creating a more longer lifespan for our assets.
Okay.
So I realize that Geneva, you probably can't see our hands being raised, but I think we can avoid this use of the term fiscal responsibility just by striking the objective, because the way I drafted the proposed for policies, that very first bullet point under the blue box, that language really does encompass the objective of the Community Services Department with that first goal of providing affordable employee housing as stated in the guidelines. So here, I define fiscal responsibility as really balancing the affordability of providing rental housing units. We want these to be affordable, but we also understand that we do have a duty to maintain these units and also take advantage of any reasonable capital improvement opportunities that come forward. So I think if we just strike that objective bullet and just adopt the proposed for policies language with some changes, if you think that's necessary, I think we could really avoid the use of that term.
I think it's perfect.
Okay.
All right, good job.
That works for everybody. It's fine with me. Okay, well, these seem basic core values, promoting economic diversity, ensuring ongoing affordability, and providing clear, fair, and consistent administration of the housing programs. Is there anything else that we want to get into for this before moving forward to the next topic?
I guess the only thing, just to go back to the most vulnerable members of our community, is that something that we need to just put a little bit of phrasing into as a goal. Just because when I read that, provide quality, affordable employee rental housing, they're not really encompassed in that. So I'm just wondering if there needs to be like 3 more words somewhere.
So we currently house everyone,
Mm-hmm.
from people who make 7% AMI, and I'm sorry to use that, but that's just how the housing world works, all the way up to 324% AMI is what we're currently housing in our units. So we already do that. I think it's not a bad idea to have a value statement. Maybe we have goals and we also have some value statements that would actually reflect what the town council goals and objectives look like currently. No one's excluded, except I want to go back to the beginning, the introduction. The current policies, such as they're called leasing procedures. We aren't only facing situations where people who are over income don't qualify. We have many households who are low income who don't qualify because there is actually a minimum income standard, which is one of the concerns that one of the reasons behind staff proposals that we have presented thus far, because we are trying to create more housing opportunities for everyone, not less, not fewer. So we already do it inherently. I think we're just looking for clear direction on how you want this final document to look.
Right. And I think that's the point. I know that you are doing it. I think when we're gone, when you're gone, we just want to make sure that which is so important to, I think, us as a community and our values is still sort of on paper, just that we are still not only taking care of our employees, but we're taking care of those that need additional assistance. And so just a little something in there. I don't know what it looks like. I look to you. You're the bard of the group, but I think that it just would be nice for future councils to be able to say this was always a value driver for this community and shouldn't remain.
So let me ask this question then, going back to vulnerable populations right now, and under the current leasing policies, but as stated, not necessarily as enforced, but as stated, and then as we currently envision this moving forward, this is first and foremost affordable employee housing. Is that still, so understanding that we also want to include some kind of language about vulnerable populations, are you still wanting them to first qualify as an employee? Or are we wanting to offer housing at, say, Sandoka or any of the other properties to people who might not be employees of the community, but are still a member of a vulnerable population? Or is this still employee housing first and foremost?
So what would that look like? Would there be a separate program? Then we would have like.
So
we would
there's a
carve
lot
out
of people
separate
on Section
program?
8 vouchers who might be a member of a vulnerable population who don't work, for instance. So that
When you say vulnerable population, can you just give some examples so I can just sort of picture this?
elderly who no longer work, but who maybe had never worked in the community. So right now, just as with the guidelines, we do allow someone who worked here for several years, but who no longer works to qualify for this housing because at one time they were an employee. They gave a lot of their time. They deserve to stay in the community. That is someone, but again, it goes back to an employment tie. So they were an employee. They can continue to have their housing. Someone who meets qualified retired or qualified disabled. Qualified disabled is a little different. It could be someone of any age who just has any kind of disability who might warrant a reduction in their hours. Maybe they're not held to the same standard. But again, it's not someone who doesn't work at all or who never worked in Telluride. But you might find yourself in the situation of having someone who moved to Telluride, never worked, found themselves in a difficult situation, and maybe now they're elderly and still in Telluride and lost their housing. Maybe they became disabled, but they never worked here. They were a remote worker. Is that someone we're going to house? So they're a member of a vulnerable population, but they don't have a local employment
I think our
tie.
priority is our local community.
Okay.
And if they did.
Employees, right?
Yeah,
That's the keyword we're
employees, our
looking for.
employees, yes,
Okay, great.
employees. You know, and if something does happen and someone works here for 30 years and they can no longer work, whether it's age or a disability, I think this is a special circumstance and I don't think they should necessarily be kicked out of the community because and leave the house that they've probably lived in for 25 or 30 years, you know, but I also don't think that we need to, extend this exception to someone who moves to Telluride who is not going to ever work in, you know what I mean? So like, this might be a special work session, but like, or maybe not, maybe we all agree that like.
We went through this in great detail already. So, and just to back up a little bit, a lot of this is going to mirror what we've already discussed at length in the guidelines. And I do the working draft I'm doing right now. I took the guidelines and I've taken everything that doesn't apply to the rental program out of it. And now it's time to add back into those guidelines, the policy decisions that you make. So this is going to look very similar to the guidelines. It's going to have a lot of the same definitions, and that's very intentional. We want these because it's confusing. Housing is confusing in town right now between the department and the authority. So the more similar these documents can be, the less confusing it will be for people just trying to find housing here. That really is our goal. It's to have documents that will answer people's questions and provide staff better direction as to how they need to decide matters when they come forward. So I think going back to then this goal and discussing, or at least addressing to some extent, vulnerable populations, I think the way this first came up was when we were talking about people at the lowest income bracket. So still people who have an employment relationship to the town, but are the most vulnerable here in town. So I can draft language that kind of ties in, just addressing that I don't know at this point if we're going to be prioritizing those kinds of households, or if we just want to acknowledge them now, maybe put a placeholder in there and find out as we draft these policies how we want to address them and the goals up front. Does that sound good for now, or?
However, that's not the trend that we are seeing in our data for the most vulnerable. They are, thankfully, because of whatever has happened in the last few years, employers are paying people more money, which is great because life is expensive. The most vulnerable are really those folks who are on housing assistance vouchers, the HUD Section 8 vouchers. And usually those are the folks who have a disability or are retired or elderly. And it isn't really the current employees. It's not the employee base who are in those income vulnerable situations. It is the elderly, retired, and disabled. Just so I don't know that we have to create anything too intensive to address it. I think having the qualification standards that reflect the guidelines, which do allow for elderly, retired, and disabled with that history of employment prior within the community. I think that will address it. I still am open to the idea of having a value statement, or maybe we create another additional goal that gets a little more descriptive.
Do you have an idea, like something in mind for a value statement? Have you been mulling something over in your head? No?
No, just the term most vulnerable people within the community.
I think maybe let's start with, oh, go ahead, Mian.
I
Sorry.
just think take some time to, because I think with all of this, it takes time to come up with the right phrasing and know the intention behind all of it. So I think you've heard us. So I think, taking some time to mull that over and see what you think is best would be wonderful.
I also think.
Oh, go ahead,
Just
Elle.
quickly, I think it's important to also note that like while we want to be housing the lowest income earners, we also it's important that we house sort of the Telluride middle class, which is still often in deed restricted housing. So I don't want to leave them out of this description. And that's my concern, because a lot of this conversation is how do we address the Telluride middle class that cannot afford free market? And so to exclude them in these like big statements feels like a misstep.
Yeah.
Inclusivity.
Yeah, inclusivity. Thank you for bringing up my favorite buzzword.
I think that's a great point. I think what is important to get back to a little bit here, or a way of looking at this, is we have our deed restricted ownership program and we have our rental program, and how are they different? And what, our ownership program starts at 80% AMI and goes up from there. So our rental needs to provide housing for folks who make less than 80% AMI. And so I think it would be good to sort of address that and address some sort of, I don't know if like a percentage of total units or a priority of units that are below 80% AMI, but I don't think we're going to be creating ownership opportunities for incomes less than 80% AMI at this point. So what we're able to provide is rental. Go ahead, Delaney.
Oh, she did see me. So I understand that that is part of this larger discussion. Staff would really appreciate being able to stick to the agenda topics at hand that are in front of us today. We believe that that topic in particular, which is going to continue to bubble up today for sure, needs its own dedicated discussion of probably 2 or more hours, because it is going to be a very long topic. And we want to give it our full attention. So please continue. We would love to get through as much of today's agenda as possible, because it's going to allow Ally to create a draft document without some of the other bigger topics we don't get to today. That was just a request that.
Okay. If we're ready to move to the next slide, I think we've got the big overarching goals that we all agree upon, and we'll get into the nitty gritty after.
Okay, so from here, I'll hand it over to Delaney. She's got the next couple of slides.
Okay. How are our rental properties currently operated? We have buildings that were built in the early 90s, all the way up through 2022/2023-ish, Sunnyside. It took a long time for Sunnyside because it got interrupted by COVID. So the bigger picture is we have our Shandoka apartments, which are technically 6 separate sections, but about 13 buildings. We've got the Virginia Placer Apartments and tiny homes, which are treated very much as one property, and then the Virginia Placer Boarding House, which is treated separately for obvious reasons I will get to, and then the Sunnyside Apartments, and then we will soon have also the Voodoo Apartments. We have one application for all of our current properties, and we will very likely be adding Voodoo to that application as well. Prior staff found that it was much easier for people to fill out one application and simply select which properties they were interested in, what size unit they are interested in based on their household, so that they only have to do it one time, which I think people are very grateful for. Currently, we do not have technically rental policies. We have leasing procedures. It is a 1.5 page addition to the application packet. It explains what the various rules are for the various properties. If someone applies and they're interested in Shandoka and Sunnyside, and they only qualify on paper for Shandoka, they either have to provide additional information or they can only go on the Shandoka wait list, because the rules governing those two properties are quite different. Once we get the applications and the people are at least technically approved, we put them on whichever wait list they would prefer to be on. We make a habit of not actually collecting the application fee when they apply, because they are not going to be offered a unit anytime soon. So we don't make them incur that cost. It's $10. It's been $10 for probably 30 years. We collect it in the eventuality that they are offered a unit in the future. We just add it to their move-in costs. So once someone is on the wait list, we have 4 separate wait lists, which has been, I'm trying to think of a good word to describe it, streamlined this past year. They literally were, they all looked different. The columns weren't the same. If you tried to put somebody on a different wait list because their household changed and they wanted a different unit, it just wasn't working right. So I had my rental administration manager create one consolidated wait list with more, they look the same. However, they are still separate. There's one for Shandoka, one for Sunnyside, one for Virginia Placer, and one for the boarding house. The other piece of the wait list, which we're hoping that the wait list will have its own set of policies within this rental housing policy. Currently, it's quite discretionary. We do our best. Somebody comes in, we have a column for the date that they applied. So the person at the top of the Shandoka list has been on there since 2017. The person at the top of the boarding house list has been on there since maybe 2021. It's a newer project. So we do our best to track it by the date of application. Historically, up until October of 2023, there is a waitlist cleanup once a year. Personally, I do not think that is often enough. Each person would receive an email asking if they wanted to remain on the waiting list for each separate waiting list that they were on, which also has become quite confusing for tenants or applicants in this case. They would see one email and they would think, okay, I'm going to reply yes. And they thought that meant remaining on all of the waiting lists. And it was not, in fact, the case. They were being removed from the other waiting lists if they did not reply to the email. I would like to go forward and streamline that process as well, so that you get one email that addresses every waiting list you may be on, and you only have to answer one email. It'll be less confusing. One of the things that I did not put in this slide, and partly it was because I just didn't have any more room, was to go into how the properties are operated when it comes to operations and maintenance standpoint. When we get into the larger discussion on June 4th, with AMI and income, I'm going to also be providing budgetary information for each of the enterprise funds so that you can kind of see where we are with how those fiscal responsibilities are shaping up. When it comes to how we operate the rental housing properties, until very recently, the housing department, now known as the community services department, had a staff of 3 or 4 maintenance techs who were only assigned to our housing properties. That's all they maintained and managed and repaired. Community services department now has a division called the facilities maintenance division. So that staff has expanded a bit. We now have the person who was the facilities maintenance tech for Public Works. That division is now in the community services department. We currently have a staff of 5, and there's another position that we are hoping to hire soon, especially with another rental property coming online. The way that we have parsed this out is that the 2 remaining maintenance tech staff who already were working on the housing are continuing to be largely responsible for the upkeep, maintenance, and improvements on those properties. Our new facilities maintenance manager, Todd Bove, I don't know if any of you have met him yet. He's awesome. He's kind of overseeing all of it, but most of his attention has been on the housing properties. Each of those properties, Shandoka, Sunnyside, and Virginia Placer in total, which includes the boarding house, have their own enterprise funds. The enterprise funds work basically as a business. You have revenues and you have expenses. What I will say is that we are a little hard pressed this year and for the next couple of years on Sunnyside to have that come out evenly. Shandoka has been around for 30 years, and because of its longevity, it tends to have reserves at the end of the year. Those reserves are going to help subsidize Sunnyside as an enterprise fund until we can find that level playing field. The Virginia Placer Enterprise Fund has, as probably a few of you will remember from past budget times, has had to have infusions of money from either the Capital Improvement Fund or from Shandoka to help offset deficiencies in that one as well. I think this year we may actually find that more level playing field. At least I thought so until a couple of months ago. We are facing a very large, very substantial capital project that we were not anticipating. And I just wanted to alert you now, you'll see more about it in August. But the way that they are operated in general is we are trying to streamline things as much as possible for tenants, for community members, for people who are being recruited to the community, working for businesses, so that the application process is simpler and the waitlist process is simpler. Operations and maintenance is relatively straightforward. We have annual requirements from the state that we have to keep up with. We have unit turns that we go in and accomplish, and we have a pretty good software system for our tenant platform for maintenance requests, and we do our best to keep on top of those requests as they come in. And I guess I would open that up to questions because that was a lot.
Can you just explain a little bit, because I'm not on THA subcommittee and stuff, so I don't touch this world a lot. Can you explain just a little bit how the wait list works? Because like I'm assuming that people have moved in and out of Shandoka since 2017. So how is it that there's a person that sits on that waiting list for that long?
I only have 11 months under my belt in the office firmly myself. So I'm going off of what I've seen in the last 11 months and questions I've asked. I think that a lot of the situations where people have moved out, there are roommate situations where a new roommate is brought in and they are not brought in from the wait list. They're brought in from elsewhere. The other thing that gets tricky with the wait list is when I'm going to use an example, someone who was at the top of the wait list and had been on there since 2016 was offered an apartment more suitable to their household. They already lived in Shandoka. They were waiting to get a larger unit since 2016 and one became available and they were offered that unit. If the unit had been a smaller unit, they would still be at the top of the wait list. Part of the reason that some people aren't moving off of the wait list is dependent on the size of unit they are trying to get based on their household size and needs. That's Shandoka. The boarding house sees a lot of movement all the time. That list probably right now has, I think it's down to 44 people-ish. That list should not be as long as it is. The reason it is because there are at least 25 people on that list who only want a single room at the boarding house. The internal policy, discretionary, is that a person is not usually offered a single room until they have already occupied a double room for some time, so that they understand what it's actually like to live at the boarding house and make sure it's a good fit. Sunnyside, there are still 100, sorry, I don't have all the exact numbers. I'm going to say 130 people on the Sunnyside wait list who were part of the lottery drawing in the first place. So they're at the very top of the list, and then the bottom of the list is new additions since the lottery has occurred. Sunnyside currently has a 2-tier eligibility profile. When people originally applied for Sunnyside, they either qualified at tier 1 or they qualified at tier 2, and the waiting list reflects that. Again, it's based on household size and unit preference for size. So when a Sunnyside unit, I'll use this one as an example because we have this going on right now. When a Sunnyside unit comes up, let's say it's a 1-bedroom, we go to the wait list and we go down the wait list first by unit size. So you look at everybody who has selected a 1-bedroom because they have a 1 or 2 person household. And then you correlate it with whether or not they were tier 2 when they qualified. Because we're in a new fiscal year, so we're doing that first and foremost. So for this unit, it's a 1-bedroom tier 2 unit. So you go to the list and you go down, and if the first person declines, then you go to the next person. And so I don't know if that's really answering your question, but it's not as straightforward as the person at the top of every list gets the next unit available. Because if it's a 4-bedroom unit and it's a single person at the top of the list, that's not how it works. Did that all make sense?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
curious, like, so it sounds like the issue is like the person that's on there might be looking for a larger unit, which is not something that we have an abundance of. So they're just by the nature of the number of the thing that they want, they're going to wait longer. And then simultaneously the issue of, I live in a place and then Mian becomes my roommate, I move out, then that unit doesn't go back into the pool to bring people off the list. Mian maintains it and then she finds a roommate.
Who also qualifies.
Currently.
But yes.
But she doesn't have to go down the list and choose from the list of people to pick her roommate. She goes find somebody, they have to qualify in order to move in, but then she ultimately gets to make the decision of who is coming in with her.
Currently, yes.
Okay.
And that's an illustration of how we've seen in some circumstances, people jump the wait list. They
All the
just,
time.
yeah. So again, that's something to address later on in these policies, when we get to discussing what the parameters should be around managing the wait list, because there's a lot of situations like that. Should units only be offered to a household? Should it be offered to, and using the 4-bedroom example, should that unit be offered to the 1-person household but they're just obligated to find roommates before they move in? Or should that only be offered to someone who initially qualified with a 4-person household, but if they've been on the list for 5 years, they might no longer have that household. Whereas the individual who's been on the list for 5 years, maybe they now have a 4-person household and they actually need that unit. So there's a lot of questions to be answered when it comes to discussing what we want the waitlist policy to be.
And just so you know, I have been calling people, just cold calling people on all of our wait lists who are kind of in the top 10 to 20 spots, just to check in with them to see, are you still here? Do you still work here? Have you gotten married? Do you have a pet? You know, whatever the questions need to be, just to make sure that they're still valid on the list. Because I have run across several instances where people don't live here anymore and they want to remain on the wait list because if they get a phone call or an email saying, hey, we have a unit for you, they want it back, even though they haven't lived here for 3 years and haven't been contributing to the community. And that's where we are really going to need direction going forward on how you want us to deal with those situations.
I know we've talked about how many people are on each list, but how many individual, because you can be on multiple lists.
Yes.
So I could be on 4 lists. I'm not 4 people, I'm 1 person. Do you know how many individuals sit on the waiting list?
So the best one to use at this point is Shandoka because it is the longest and there are 254 people on that wait list today. And tomorrow it will be 258 if the people come back with their applications, unless we close it at some point, which is something I didn't want to bring up today, but think about it for future meetings. That list, anyone who is on that list is usually on another list. So the largest number of people on our wait list is 254.
How many people on that list currently are already housed in affordable housing? Like if I live in a 2-bedroom, but I want a 4-bedroom, for instance.
Right. I don't know, but I can come to you with that answer. We have a note. If anyone currently lives in any of our other properties, we put a note and we do put their physical address. So let's say they're a tenant or a roommate in a deed restricted unit in Lawson Hill or wherever. We have notes for all of that. It's just not one of the nuanced details I've dug into. But if you would like me to, I will.
I don't know if it's our top priority at this time, even though it is interesting and does inform some things. But if you disagree, Ashley, please say so.
I mean, like I said, I know that this is a big topic that was brought up to all of us in the entire council for a reason. And I want us to get as much information because it's like, you know, in my mind, it's like 250 people, but not all of those people are unhoused.
Correct.
And a lot of them might already be housed in projects that we own. So I just understanding that it's like, that helps me inform, you know, when we're making policies, that it just helps me have more information.
Okay.
So
I think the wait list is a really important topic, but I think that will follow all of the other policies.
yeah, it's fine. We don't need to dwell on it.
Parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah, the purpose of this presentation by Delaney right here was to provide as much background as possible before we jump into making new policies. Is kind of understanding what the current problems are. Yeah.
I thought one of the questions you might ask because of the points in the slide, Shandoka employment requirement is 1,000 hours per year. Sunnyside and Virginia Placer requirement is 1,400 hours per year. Full-time year-round is 2,080 hours per year. So I want to put that into perspective. The affordable housing guidelines is 1,400 hours per year. The boarding house, which we don't have to delve into it, is its own animal. It was created for seasonal workers. So it's based on a half year of work. So it's less, but okay. I thought that question might come up.
Let's go to the next. Perfect.
Okay. So AMI, this practice has been around since the 1930s. It's been used nationally. It came at a time when the country had been coming out of the Depression and lives were really being affected and people were had no income and things were just being rebuilt. So it is a very long-standing tool that the country has used when it comes to housing the population. I will be the first to say it is not a perfect tool. It is perhaps the best tool that we have to work with because it has been amended throughout the decades and it has been improved time over time. I'm going to, contradict Courtney. The AMI increase for 2024 is 9.9%. So it's basically 10% increase. When council was looking at the budget last year, the anticipation from all indicators was that the AMI increase was going to be somewhere around 4%. So it increased significantly. The thing to remember when it comes to AMI and where those numbers come from, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, federal department, they release these numbers every year. And they use the American Community Survey data, the annual American Community Survey data, to come up with those numbers. I have searched and searched and searched for the exact formula and I cannot find it anywhere. It is a government secret that I don't know how to crack that nut. But I do know they use the ACS data that is collected annually from a subset of the country. And then they look at the bigger census numbers, which are,
ACS stands for American Community Survey Data.
Yes.
Okay.
So when that data is collected and when they come up with the numbers for each given year, they focus on metropolitan areas, which are often multi-county just by the way they're laid out, or they look at a county-wide number. For us here in particular, that's not always going to be the best because we know that in the east end of the county, the earnings are going to be higher. Now, I think the thing that to remember though is we also are pulling people not only from our entire county, but from a multi-county area who are earning their money here and then going back to wherever they live. So the earnings here, which might be being utilized for life in the west end of the county, for example, I think that that county number is probably more utilitarian than we may think on the surface. I believe that the reason that our AMI went up 10% this year is because when inflation is very high, the AMI numbers go up. When the economy is deflated, those numbers stay down. And that kind of can wreak havoc. When we were in the recession back in the 2008 to 2010 era, there was a year where the numbers in San Miguel County stayed static, and there was a year where they went down. We had not seen that before. And it messed with what is called the FMR, or the fair market rent, which also comes out of HUD. When they do these AMI numbers, they also come up with the fair market rent numbers, which is tied to the housing voucher program. So
Is
why
fair market rent calculated on a county basis, same as AMI?
Yes.
Okay.
So why do we use AMI? It is, from what I can tell, it is the most long-standing tool that has been used in relation to housing across the country since 1937. I put the bullet points in here that reflect what was in the memo. When you use the median income, it is really a reflection of the economic conditions in your town. As I said earlier, the trend we are seeing is that employees are being paid more money, which is great. We also are all experiencing this higher rate of inflation. So knowing that our AMI went up 10% is a very clear indicator of both of those things. Incomes have gone up and inflation is at, you know, an all-time high in our lifetimes anyway, I think. We can tailor it to our housing market. Using AMI for addressing housing definitions in our program, it doesn't have to be a one size fits all thing. I'm going to be very frank. Sunnyside has 2 tiers. It is not sustainable for the people who live there. There really needs to be at least a 3rd tier set right into the middle of those 2 tiers. The jump from tier 1 to tier 2 is too high. Somebody earlier brought up, I was listening, I wasn't here, to the discussion about the grant. If somebody gets to 141% AMI, are they going to be out? When you have somebody who's at 125% AMI in Sunnyside and they have to make the leap to the rents that are geared towards the 200% AMI limit, it's simply too big of a jump. Tailoring it to your own market to address the most vulnerable in the community, but also to address the missing middle who cannot afford the free market, and having a range, you can tailor it and you can build in cushions so that those jumps to the next tier aren't too great that it's going to impact someone, a household, in a negative way. This is probably the part that I like the best. Using AMI addresses those growing income disparities that are, the chasm has become so wide with wealth disparity. Using AMI looks, you take this number, half the people are below and half the people are above. It's not taking an average. It's not the mean, it's the median. And that's a very important distinction, because when you look at that and you know that half of your population is going to be below this number, you can tailor it to your community to address that need and decrease the disparities, because the housing cost is more in line with what a household can afford. The part about balancing affordability and sustainability, when I first read that and was trying to incorporate it into the memo, I always think of sustainability as like an environmental thing. But in this case, sustainability means providing an opportunity for an individual or a household to sustain their living situation. So it's the sustainability specifically of their housing. And affordability is, of course, one of the most important key factors in the sustainability of someone's housing. And having those AMI numbers and knowing how you want to tailor that to your community will create sustainability on its own. Transparency and consistency. I thought you all would like this one. Transparency is always a huge topic with governing bodies for their constituents. Because these are tried and true methodologies when it comes to housing, we know who determines these numbers. We know when they come out every year. We know that there's going to be consistency in how those approaches are occurring. And the transparency is, it is a federal government department that is coming up with the numbers. Although I can't crack the nut on their secret sauce of what the other element is, we do know that they're using the American Community Survey data, which is also a very tried and true place to find these types of demographic data. Compliance with legislative guidelines. I wanted to end with that one because I knew you were going to be hearing item 6B today, which was the grant. That is a very clear example of why using AMI, though not perfect for every single individual and in every single situation. Broadly speaking, that is going to be the standard. If we want to, as a government entity, try to obtain grant funding through the state or through the federal government, I would bet money on it's going to address AMI, period. They're going to require you to use AMI standards because that is what they use. And if we are going to continue to try to build to create more opportunities for people, everything's getting more expensive. I think we're going to need to try and follow the grant money whenever we can. I did want to add one bit that is not in the memo. Did I put it in here? Maybe I did, about CAST. I can't remember. The Colorado Association of Ski Towns, we have a housing task force that was formed few years ago, and I still sit on that task force and I attend those meetings whenever I can. That body has been fighting tooth and nail with the state government to alter the AMI limits for mountain resort towns. We are all experiencing these same things in our mountain resort towns, and we have gotten quite a bit of traction. The grant that you heard today was not originally as high. Those levels were not as high as they are. That came from a lot of persuasion at the state capitol to get our legislators to recognize that certain communities in the state of Colorado need those higher numbers because of the missing middle, that gap. People can't afford free market. They don't qualify for the low income housing. We don't technically have that in Telluride. And so crash course, that's the crash course on AMI, why we use it, where it comes from. If I ever crack the nut, you'll be the first to know.
Do you want feedback on AMI at this point, or you want to keep moving?
I think we're over 2 hours, so I would defer to.
I just have a quick question.
I was gonna say,
Sorry, I just have a quick question about AMI and like how we fix our rents, because they do this every year, right? And then we build these projects based off of an AMI, a rent, or an AMI 1 year, but let's say there's some sort of huge flux. I mean, this year, 10%, that's a large amount. So we could base a project off of this, and then we approve rents based off of this AMI, and then something changes again. And like, I mean, I'm just kind of trying to take this 10,000 foot view and be like, is this a realistic number if we're talking about fiscal responsibility and things of this nature?
I think we're going to
base
have
our decisions off of.
Sorry to interrupt. I think we're going to have to build in, and this is the whole topic on June 4th that's all we're going to be talking about.
Okay.
I think that we are going to have to figure out a way to build in a remedy for, like, this is a very strange 10%. I've been working in housing here for 18 years. I've never seen it go up that much ever, which is a testament to inflation, truly. And I've only seen it gone down once. But
So
yes, you're not wrong.
should we be preparing ourselves for something? I don't know. So we should talk about it more, but I feel like there's a little flag going up.
I feel like that's the beauty of having dynamic numbers that we base all of this off of, is we can create the like outline of who this is for, and it kind of automatically adjusts to fit how their pay is getting adjusted. Like, we don't have to go back through and tweak the numbers every time, because that unit is for 120% AMI. So as it changes, it fits the need of that income earner,
Well, I don't know. I think we need to talk about it another time.
Because the numbers are based on real incomes going up. So it's not like the person who's living there also isn't seeing an increase, statistically on average.
As long as the incomes increase, it stays the same, or if I don't know, it's assuming that everything stays the same.
Well, no, the numbers don't stay the same, but I think that's the point.
No, assuming the AMIs and incomes do, right? So like,
The
you
AMI
said that they
based off
match
of
typically,
income.
right?
The AMI is a reflection of income.
Yeah.
It is income. It's like
So
it's-
did income go up 10%
Yeah,
this year?
that's
That's
AMI
what they're
is.
saying.
The I stand for
Can
income.
everybody in this room say that their income went up 10%?
Mine went up.
Probably did.
Mine
That's the
didn't.
weird thing about AMI is when inflation is high, the numbers go up. And when wages go up, the number seems to go down. But when there's a financial crisis, they also stay the same or go down. It's
We
very
could go down a rabbit
Probably
hole. I
has
just
to
wanted
do,
to
it
just
probably
bring
has to
that
do
up.
with unemployment numbers as well.
a little,
So-
not as much as you would think.
But I mean, that has to be taken into account in
Yeah.
some way. I don't know. We should probably keep moving.
We'll get to this more later. I think understanding AMI and that it's like this complex beast is step one. We're all gonna have to mull over it for a bit. I think we have seen, based on the data of what Delaney has collected, that incomes at Shandoka have gone up. That's like sort of the big thing that triggered this, the urgency of us taking on the rental policies reevaluation. So, I don't know if there's more about the big concept of AMI we want to talk about today, or if we're ready to move on to the next thing. I also don't want to move too fast if people have more questions about it.
I have comments, but I'll save it to the later discussion. We can keep moving, I think.
Sweet.
Okay, so the subcommittee will be somewhat familiar with this chart. Previously, this was presented as two different charts, but Lauren worked some magic and put it together into just one chart for us. So this is qualification by project, both current and proposed. So you'll see in the lighter green that those are the current policies as they exist at each property. What's in green is very preliminary recommendations by staff. So again, none of this has been set in stone. It's just a way that we could envision this whole program working in one way. But of course, your goal here is to provide policy direction to us so that we can amend this and then codify it into the actual policies. So together with this chart, I would also direct your attention to the questions at the end of the staff memo. So these would be starting on page 6 of the THA subcommittee or of the THA board packet. These are the questions that I put into each one of the meetings that we've had at the subcommittee level. And this is what I have the subcommittee work off of at each meeting. I always pose questions to them that we're trying to get answered by the end of the meeting. That doesn't always happen. But what I tried to do here was I copy and pasted the questions that I've already asked in the memos, along with a bullet point, kind of saying what the subcommittee, the direction that was reached there. Some questions have been answered or have been asked and not answered. So I also noted there where the subcommittee has not been able to make a decision yet. So this is really to catch you, these questions and answers are to catch you up from what the subcommittee has already discussed and not decided necessarily, but offered direction on. So from here, what I would like to do is kind of go bullet by bullet and discuss now at the board level, so the subcommittee plus the additional members, and see if you're still on board with this direction that has been given, if we need to discuss it today, or if we need to discuss it at the next meeting. Just as a note, and why Delaney keeps saying the June 4th meeting, that's where she's going to be presenting the AMI data, is because she's not going to be here for the next meeting. So we'll address kind of what you would like to discuss without her being able to be present at the next meeting, just to keep this ball rolling. So to go into these questions under the discussion point, this one's very easy. What should the name of this document be? Subcommittee with direction of staff. We landed on policies, and for a very specific reason, the guidelines, we call them the guidelines, are the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. That's for our deed restricted properties. We need something distinctly different from the guidelines so that we can reference the rental parameters. Policies is what we thought would work best. Subcommittee agreed. So unless that needs further discussion, we could probably move on from that. Okay. And then also it's the affordable rental housing or employee rental housing or workforce rental housing. That question was still a little outstanding. We've moved forward just at staff level with the employee rental housing policies. But is there any desire at this point to change the title of the document to maybe affordable rental housing policies or workforce or some different term other than just employee? Nope. Okay. I know it seems so obvious. It was an important one to get out of the way. So again, why do you want to, or who do you want to house across the town's rental projects? What are the target households? We already touched on this a little bit today. But what I heard is that it's still local employees. That's who we're trying to house. It's not just affordable housing for all. It's first and foremost affordable housing for employees. And that's what I'm still hearing and seeing nods. So is there any further discussion that needs to happen there about who our target households or what that link is supposed to be, just employment? Okay. So this next one, should the rental policies be more strict, less strict, or consistent with the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines qualification standards for unit ownership and occupancy? The guidelines are pretty strict as far as their qualifications and eligibility criteria go, as a lot of us know. The subcommittee directed that these policies should be just as strict as the guidelines, or even more strict where appropriate. What that's telling us is that these rental policies should be more strict than the ownership guidelines. I don't know if that's still the sentiment by the subcommittee and now the board. This one might deserve, and I see Dan popping up, this one might deserve a little bit more discussion here. But again, we can also get into this as we go line by line for some of the actual policies. This was just kind of a more general direction so that we knew what to present when we were proposing draft policies.
Yeah, I guess
I think it's gonna depend on the topic,
All right, so
on the
wait.
category of policy, right? I think we'll probably get into that as we go through the various policies that we're gonna be
Okay.
forming.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about this, but let's do it line by line, maybe.
Okay, so we can kind of table that one for now.
I just want to throw in 2 cents really quick because I think it should be as strict and no more. It should be consistent, and to use Ally's phrase, mirror the THAG, primarily because homeowners get the benefit of equity. They're building equity during that program, which is something not afforded to renters. And
Kind of.
I mean, if you're right, if their mortgage rate is lower than the potential increase in property value, and they're not paying PMI, and they're not paying aggressive flood insurance, and they're not paying homeowners insurance, yes, they could potentially have equity, but otherwise they're doing the same thing. It's just that the dollars are the same amount. I mean, it's not, I think that's a little bit of a misnomer that I think people think about owning these deed restricted units, to be honest. And it generally has not been the case historically.
I mean, I think we at this level know and agree that buying a deed restricted unit in Telluride is not a quote, good investment from a traditional sense. You're never going to get the ROI that you would in the free market in a different region, but you're getting something back. You still at the end of the day recoup your mortgage at the very least. And then
Hopefully.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
It depends how quick you sell it. It depends on real estate.
you-
Real
you're-
estate's tricky. It doesn't, home ownership is not a guarantee of making money in any community.
Oh,
It just
Teddy.
isn't. I mean, I sell it.
It's not, I mean,
No.
you can look at back at, you
I
can
mean,
go
look
back
at the
to.
market.
let's see how many hundreds of people apply for the lottery here in a week.
Can I just ask, just for direction for us, could we get a consensus on if people think it should be just as strict? And maybe we can at least start from there, and then the whole idea of more strict, we could address with potentially options when we get to that point.
Yes.
Because I know
That's fine.
we heard from 3 or 4 subcommittee just as strict, and you just reiterated that. I think
Yep.
it's just having a spot to jump off
Yeah,
from. for
just
Ally.
as. I think
Just
it's
as-
great.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'll skip over the next one because it's just about organization of the policies, and I think that will really, I'll have to play with that. This next question, the subcommittee struggled with. We heard at one meeting, and then the next meeting, different opinions, different decision ultimately. But it finally came out with, should there be an income cap for renewals? Ultimately, the subcommittee decided yes. There for a while, it looks like the subcommittee did not want someone to lose their housing because they earned more. So I don't know if that could have been maybe an absolute income cap eventually, or what that could have looked like. But ultimately, the subcommittee did determine that there should be some kind of income cap for renewals. What that will actually be is yet to be determined. So is there anyone who would like to not see income caps for renewals?
Let me understand. So I've got more of a question. So income caps. There is an ultimate restriction on like any of our affordable housing with the 5 times your income. So are you saying that we would adjust their rent so that they are not exceeding that cap
That-
or?
The 5 times income is net assets, the income, right?
No, so currently the way, and Delaney could probably explain this better, there isn't an AMI target necessarily at Shandoka. There isn't, rent is set first and then income comes from there. It's kind of the opposite. Most other places, we set the income target and then we set rent from there. Shandoka is kind of flip-flopped. It's a little weird, which is again, why we want these policies to be more uniform. It's very confusing.
It's just old.
But
It's 30-something years old. These rules have been in place since it was built. In a Shandoka apartment, and for ease of numbers, we're gonna say your rent's $1,000 a month. So it's $12,000 a year. You cannot make more than $60,000. If you do, you are over income. So 57% of our households exceed that 5 times their annual rent. So
But without an income cap, whether you made 61,000 or 150,000,
500,000.
yeah, it would, you would be allowed to retain that lease, renew the unit without an income cap. Currently, we do have an income cap. It has not always been enforced, which again is why we recognize that if we were to enforce the current policies, 57% of households would be non-renewed. That's why we're here, because we're trying to accommodate the current tenants as much as possible without losing sight of the goals of the program, which we talked about earlier. It's meant to be affordable housing for certain qualified employees. That's who we want to house. It's what I've heard today. Now we need to actually get the policies down in writing and then I can enforce them. So that's what we're heading to into the future, but we need to know, what do you want an income cap for renewals? Do we want people's income to allow to grow? That's the idea behind the tiers though, is so that we give people more opportunity to actually stay in their current housing, even though they're above the current income cap. We just charge them more rent that equates to their current income level theoretically. So again, and this is all, it's getting into the tiers, which we'll discuss in depth at not the next meeting, but the next. But that gets behind this whole, and I've said it again and again, this whole concept behind offering more opportunity, not less.
Does the 5 times annual rent though, that comes from somewhere?
That was the leasing procedure put into place when the first Shandoka buildings were built. And it has just carried over with Shandoka ever since because this exercise has never occurred.
There's no requirement that that exists?
It's in the original leasing procedures from when the building was built. It was, I presume, adopted as a rule by town council way back in the day. But that part I don't know.
What about state statute on these new? No. Okay, well, I don't think it's historical as much as it is. This income cap as it sits here today.
Yes.
That is totally self-imposed and is not anything that we have to.
We funded these projects ourselves. We did not take other grants that we were beholden to extra regulations, I think is what you're asking.
No, it's not about how we funded it. It's about.
It was adopted as a policy.
By the town. Yeah.
So, but I'm saying, so my question then being is we could say, throw that number out the window and go 10 times annual income is what we want.
Okay, so I just want to give a tidbit from the THA subcommittee meeting. When this basic yes came out of the discussion, should there be an income cap? It was because the conversation had gotten to the point where someone said, do you think somebody who makes $500,000 should be living in a Shandoka unit? And a couple people said no. Therefore, they determined there should be an income cap. They just didn't come up with a number yet or the details.
We didn't agree on.
Yeah, do remember though, and I think one of the reasons the subcommittee was heading that direction is because for our deed restricted ownership properties, there is no income cap. You qualify initially based on income, but from there, your income can go up however much you can achieve. It's only your net assets that we look at. So in this way, the rental program, of course, it's an annual lease. We're looking at your income year after year after year. There is no guarantee that you can be offered a renewal if you no longer qualify. So that's where this question came from. Should there be an income cap? I think ultimately the subcommittee decided yes. We just don't know what that should look like yet. But there should be a cap somewhere for income. It shouldn't just be you qualified once for a lease, now you get to stay in Shandoka for as long as you'd like.
And just to reiterate,
Unless you
what
qualify.
what
So long as you qualify.
Ali said just there, because I think this is important. This is a way in which the policies would be more strict than the guidelines, because there is not a continuing qualification in our affordable housing guidelines for income. As Ali just said, to reiterate, once you've qualified, you can continue to earn more and more income, and that's what we voted and approved on. That being said, I can compromise and look at this way, because yes, people making $500,000 in Shandoka is a little absurd. We all can agree upon that. But if this is going down a couple roads at once, but yeah, this is just one way in which renters are potentially disadvantaged by these policies in a new way as we continue to look and enforce on them. And that's why I would want to be very cautious with any income cap that we implement on this.
I guess I have I mean, so there's really somebody in Shandoka that's probably making $500,000, I'm assuming.
two.
There's two.
They're making over $500,000 a year.
And like, I'm embarrassed to say this, is that enough money to even buy a free market house? in
It's
Telluride?
absolutely enough money.
It is.
It is.
I mean, I think there's a house down the street from my
No,
house,
it's
you
enough
know,
money to buy a
that's
free market
$14 million. It's a 4-bedroom house. It's $14 million. So I don't even, Danny, the banker, like,
I think the question, I
so-
mean, I don't think we necessarily need to go into like,
but do we, I guess this brings up a bigger question is like, do we have a program in place that, you know, like you come here your first year, you want to work for the ski area, you move into Shandoka, you get a bartending job, you know, maybe you live there for a few years, then you can move into the tier 1, the tier 2. I mean, like, do we have a realistic program set up where you can move through affordable housing, eventually buy affordable housing, maybe then buy free market? I mean, like, I feel like we're kind of
That's what we're working
tackling-
on
that's what
today.
we're.
I don't know.
literally
That's what we're trying to build.
but we're not. It's like we're coming at it from like all over the place.
But that's not true. That is exactly what we are trying to fix. That
Trying to
right
create a
now,
ladder.
Like we're trying to build the ladder, because right now there is 2 rungs at the bottom, and then there is like a giant rung 10 feet up, and there's nothing in between. So what we are trying to do is use the rental program, use our deed restricted ownership program, use the other programs that are like in the region. Like we're not gonna like fit every single person in the confines of like the town of Telluride, but Mountain Village and the county have their own deed restricted programs that are a slightly higher amount. So you can go from the boarding house to Shandoka to Voodoo to a deed restricted owned unit here to a deed restricted owned unit in the county to then potentially being able to go to free market. We are trying to create that process, and that's where all of these policies should be coming to. And maybe that does need to be part of our, like, as our goal statement, is that we are trying to create a fluid.
I like that.
Market.
Yeah, I think that needs to be in there.
But to Jesse's point, I do want to add on and look and make sure that in the goal of equity, are there not also people living in a $250,000 deed restricted purchase unit making $500,000? And this is where it feels like part of this process pits working people against each other and is being more stringent on renters than it is on owners who, in my opinion, also likely have some of these same issues where you have a true low AMI unit and then they've succeeded, they've gone well beyond what the original income was intended for that. But we're focusing all this attention and energy on the renters.
But they can sell.
Like focus on the owners when you created the ownership policies. I think.
And that's
we're-
where,
yeah.
but that's where I'm pointing out the differences in
I
what
don't-
we're proposing here.
I think the things that you dislike about the ownership policies should dictate what we do with these rental policies.
And I'm not even suggesting that we do anything to change that. I think it's okay to let people succeed in Telluride.
So you
I'm
think
pointing
that
out the
people making $500,000 I asked.
No,
to
that's
think
not what I'm saying. As I said just a minute ago, no, I can compromise and say that's exceeded the limit.
But you
That's-
just said that you didn't like that there was no ownership cap or income cap on ownership.
But
So what are you getting at?
I'm getting at, why is it not a problem for owners to make as much money as possible when they're living in a house intended for an 80% AMI? And it is a problem for somebody renting.
It's
Why is
because
that? No,
we
but
execute a-
please let her answer my question.
We execute a contract with the renters every year, and we have that opportunity each year to assess whether or not that's appropriate and we want to renew with them. We don't quite have the same relationship with the owners. Do we need to revisit the ownership guidelines? Maybe. I haven't been on council since we've looked at those. So maybe we do need to revisit that. But I think for the purpose of these rental policies, each year we're deciding if we want to sign a contract with someone.
And yeah, and the difference is that that owner, if you purchase a home for $250,000, like you said, and then you end up making, and you qualified to purchase that home when you bought it, and then you end up making $500,000, you don't then get to change what you sell that home for when you go to sell it. It still has to be sold back at that same tier that it was purchased in.
But you still benefit from the equity and you still benefit from no income cap where you're gaining all this income extra each year. And that's okay with me. Again,
Also,
that's
I think
fine.
One of the big differences is that with the ownership, there's not as much of an ongoing subsidy from the taxpayers. With our rental units, we have this ongoing relationship where we're maintaining them, we're functioning as their
These are
landlord,
enterprises funds. These are cost neutral enterprises.
but they're all subsidized by taxpayers. Like that is baseline what this program is, unless you disagree with
And
me.
we're subsidizing also the homes that are for purchase.
But when,
Both
some-
are subsidized.
but when we sell that home, it's in that someone else owns the deed to that. So it's not this ongoing thing.
Well, it is ongoing because we provide the subsidy. The subsidy is provided in both circumstances upfront in the construction of the building. And so that's the subsidy is.
Right. It's sort of like a one-time transaction where then the homeowner owns the deed, whereas the rental units, we still own and manage and maintain those and have to keep putting money into them. When we sell units, the homeowners are maintaining those. So it's kind of, we've sort of passed that on to them. But with these, the taxpayers are still subsidizing them the maintenance and upkeep every day.
The rent is what is and should be.
Well, then what are we,
Covering.
but it's
It
one
is
program. And so as we were just told, like the money is fluid between these different units, like Shandoka helps pay for some repairs at Sunnyside. Like it's all one enterprise that is sort of functioning as one ecosystem, and there's different buckets of it, but it's all, and like our tax money that's earmarked for affordable housing is going into the Affordable Housing Fund.
All I'm trying to point out is the double standard that we are somehow okay with between ownership and rental.
I think this is a great highlight to a conflict here, which is how do we see the rental program differing or not differing from the deed restricted program? And we're going to flag this and keep getting into it at our next meeting. I think we have a yes for, we think there should be an income cap and anticipate a large discussion on where that should live. And maybe we can move to the next question on the memo list.
Geneva, can I add one thing?
Of course.
And I don't know if this makes any sense or should be part of the discussion moving forward, but maybe there's an opportunity to give options. And so if someone makes way too much money, maybe it's just like, while you're in this unit, you have a choice. You can raise the tier and raise your rent suitable to what you're making, or you can leave. And I know that makes more work on staff and it's tough, but maybe when that person leaves, it goes back to the original tier, but you come up with some compromise where it's like, okay, you got to pay more into the system.
That's what we're proposing with the tiers.
And I think,
Right.
but I think the other side of it too is that we need to recognize, this has been brought up to me by a number of people in the community, is that while we are addressing the needs of those that are living in these units, there are others that are making far below these incomes that the individuals living in Shandoka
are making, but they're still, they're paying double the rent that Chandoka is, or even sometimes triple, quadruple the rent in, you know, and then driving in from other parts of the community in order to work here. And so what we really need to do is when we're looking at this policy, like we have to look at like what is going to fit the longevity of this community, the people as they come in, as they graduate from college, as they come in to like work for the ski resort and then decide to stay, and as they continue to stay. And so we have to start creating the fluidity of that process, but we cannot, I think my concern is that if we are going to keep addressing the needs of one select group of people instead of like creating an overarching policy that will serve the community that is here now and will be here in the future, we're going to be doing a disservice to this entire group of people that will be our full-time workforce, that will be our middle management. And we're going to lose them before they've even come in. So, or like as they've come in. So I think like we just, as we look at all these options, we have to look at every income strata that we have and how these units can work for everybody and how we can continue to move people through the process. So like, it's a much bigger conversation, but I think just saying like, you're making too much money, well, we're going to charge you more rent, unless we can directly tie that to saying like, we're going to charge you more rent so that we can build this other person who just came in to bump chairs, unit. Like we're breaking the system. Like, and that's what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to fix this and we have to fix it.
I just don't think, with that said, you can charge someone in Chandoka the same amount of rent that you're charging someone at Sunnyside.
We're not, that's.
But I just, that's
It
not,
would still be lower than the
okay,
base
good.
unit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like, I think something that a way that I like to phrase it is, should we be subsidizing lower income earners more than higher income earners? You
That's
don't
what-
think we should subsidize lower income earners
Oh,
more?
yes, yes, I should.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the flip side of that is, should people making more money get less subsidies from the town? And then that leads to the.
And should we subsidize somebody who makes $500,000 a year at all?
Well, and so that's where I like, you know, I've been adamant of that we do need an income cap. Because at a certain point, if you're making $500,000 a year and you haven't bought a free market home and you're Chantoka, that's like an abuse of the system, in my opinion, because someone needs that house more than you do.
But it's so easy to focus on those two instances of a person making $500,000. And again, happy to create an income cap, not allow that. And this whole process, again, feels like we are pitting working class people against ourselves, where it's not the working people of Telluride who broke our housing market and made it so unaffordable. And by accepting the premise that we have to charge more for some of these, it puts the onus, it puts the burden of fixing our housing market on the working people simply trying to do the right thing in the town of Telluride. And that's my inherent issue with this, is that people are just trying to be people and make money. And most of them are far, far closer to 100% AMI, $70,000 or $75,000 a year than they are to $500,000 a year.
Yes.
And so making that money, making that rent then circle back into the next round of affordable housing for the lifty coming into town. Why is that burden? Why is that responsibility being put on the shoulders of a person making $75,000?
I think that
We're spreading the subsidy to the people who need it more.
So I think like, let's parking lot this, but I think the conversation is philosophically, do we view this as a subsidy, like that we're subsidizing people's living expenses? Or do we view it as it's the government's role to fix a housing market that, you know, our economy created? And I think like that's where the fundamental disconnect is, because it feels, Dan, like you're asking the town to fix the market, which, you know, we created through a tourism-based economy, which maybe is the right answer. And I think that we can discuss that. But I also think that what Elena is saying is, at what point do we ask the taxpayers to subsidize people? And do we have the right to ask the taxpayers in this community to subsidize everyone equally? Or do we ask them to subsidize those based on need? And I think that those two concepts are in conflict. And I think that
is a conversation that probably needs to be had with like some really great parameters and some great detail, but I don't think it's something that we're gonna solve today. Does that make sense?
But isn't the point of this to decide what to do? Like,
I mean,
I thought that's why we're having this conversation, is to figure out how we want to address this.
I just think that's a much bigger conversation.
I do too.
And I mean, if we're gonna be here till 11, like we can be, and I'm like down to eat tangerines until then. But I think we need to like identify the real touch points for us and the areas where there's conflict, and then set aside time to have those conversations fully fleshed out and guided.
I kind of like that too. Like you want direction on these questions, correct? And then we can set up meeting times to go into
Yeah,
minute
so
detail
I
of
know
these.
we're past our time now, and I guess first question, how much longer do we have? Because I also know there's a lot of public here that might also want to comment. I didn't know if you wanted to start accepting that comment today. So how much longer do we have to wrap this up and accept maybe some public comment or none?
We only have a few of those questions.
Let me see. what you-
How, I can't see who's in the room, but how many people would like to make public comment today? Can you raise your hand and someone can give me a count?
There's
Two.
two hands.
Is there anybody
Alright.
online?
We had 10 or so others, but they.
I would love to hear from the folks who've sat through this very long meeting. And then I would love to try and, or maybe before we do that, try and give Ally and Delaney like one last chance to wrap up a couple of those questions and maybe nail down the timeline. We knew that this was just going to be sort of an intro, get started meeting, and try and get it wrapped for the day, because I know it's been a long day.
Yes, so I think we're actually at a pretty good stopping point for these questions. I've got a little bit of, I think we'll be able to discuss. And the reason I say that is because as I said earlier, Delaney won't be here at the next meeting. And I think it's really important that she is in here, at least for the tiers discussion, because she has a lot of examples to provide. She has a lot of good insight to provide. So I think we can discuss these next questions at the next meeting. What I would encourage you to do though, is just take this existing staff memo, look at those questions again, and really kind of look at this chart and see how you'd like to come out before the next meeting. And then we can really get into discussing options at that next meeting with already kind of your background knowledge. So again, the way this is presented, the light green and the dark green, current, proposed. The proposed is what staff has proposed as one way this program could all work together with the tiers. We will not talk about tiers at the next meeting because that's what we need to wait for Delaney for. That'll be at the June 4th meeting. So the one thing I need from you before we can turn it over to public comment and any last discussion before we close out this item is the timeline. Because this, as I said earlier, our original goal at the subcommittee level was to get these in place before the Voodoo lottery so that we could apply these policies when qualifying households for that lottery. And then all of these would operate in the same way. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. It still could, but to do that, I think we'll have to have some special meetings. But it's really up to you to decide whether that's important to you to get this in before Voodoo, or if we really want to take our time, spread this out a little bit. It's totally up to you. This is one way. So I put in discussion for 5 meetings, public outreach. We'd like at least 2 meetings. We'd like to do several of those, but those can be determined later. And then finalizing and adopting this at the last 2 meetings. I could see this happening before August 6th. I think it's maybe a little ambitious, but I think we could probably do it. It's possible that this could be in place before Voodoo or right at Voodoo, but I think right now Voodoo's still looking like a June, July lottery. There's no way we'll meet that deadline. So if we miss that deadline, would you still like to see this implemented before August 6th, or would you like to push this out for maybe a discussion that continues through the rest of the year?
Let's be aggressive.
Okay.
I think it's more important. I think we should really strive to get this done. I think that we can get input from the community and we're all know how important this is and can do our own outreach. I don't want to change the rules on the Voodoo residents right after they get, go through the lottery process and move in. So I think we should try.
Yep.
Okay, then I'll keep this timeline, and then the subcommittee members are all very familiar with it, but just for the rest of the board and each one of the staff memos that I do for each one of these meetings, I have a chart in there with progress and decisions made to date. It's just a way for us to keep track of when these big items. We did the same thing with the guidelines. It's a big document. It can be confusing. We don't always know which meetings we discuss which parts. So what I try to do in this chart is kind of keep track of the topics that we discussed and the decisions that were reached. So if you ever want to refer back to some of those meetings and say, I don't know when this was discussed, I'd like to listen to it again, you can always go back to that chart. It also has future dates on it. And I change this as we move forward to kind of adjust as things don't get discussed or as we might move ahead. So that's something you can always refer back to. But for now, it seems like that August 6th date is going to be our new target. So we will keep that in mind as we move forward with the next few meetings. You'll already see that Delaney and I discussed what might be possible for us to determine at the next meeting without her being present, which is why I figured we wouldn't get through all of this. So we'll pick up where we left off questions. And then I might have a presentation of draft policies outlined by then, but I don't know if I have enough direction to start on that yet. So we'll see if maybe there's more that we can add to the agenda, but it might be a shorter meeting next time, followed by a really big June 4th meeting.
Okay, great. Let's, thank you so much. Let's hear from folks who are in the room, that would like to give public comment. Thank you so much for your patience. If you want to come up to the podium and state your name and where you live and limit your comments to just a couple minutes, that would be great.
Okay, I'm Dave Johnson. I'm a current resident of of Shandoka. I'm also have spent 10 years managing the place, so I've got kind of my own perspective on the history of everything. Don't want to focus on that too much. I this morning sent you folks through the clerk's email a fairly 4-page long set of comments. I'm going to just kind of read the summary piece of that at the moment and kind of leave it at that because the process you're adopting seems to accommodate most of what I'm concerned about. So at this point of the process, I think there are three critical policy questions that need to be answered before we can go much further. We're kind of talking about it right now. What are the actual problems we're trying to address by this, by these changes, and specifically by adopting a tiered rent system? Is a tiered rent system the best way to solve these problems? And very importantly, how do these problems affect the current residents? In summary, here's kind of my view on this. There are definitely important policy goals to achieve. You guys have identified one of them. Chief among them, to my knowledge, to my viewpoint, is taking care of the most vulnerable. And that means our retired and disabled people. There are definitely other circumstances out there. I'd kind of like to know more about it, what those are, but they're out there. If the board decides to to go to a tier system, you've got two very significant transition problems. They're related. You're looking at people having their rents go up by huge amounts, 25 to 35% in a lot of cases. That's going to cause a lot of hate and discontent. You need an overriding policy about what the maximum rent increase that somebody can face is. The perception of this policy causing a lot of damage to a lot of the present residents is, to put it lightly, making people quite nervous. For the reasons I just said, somebody might get kicked out over a rent or an income limit. Somebody might have their rent go up a drastic amount in 1 year. Neither of those are very pleasant for the current residents. One other really big thing. The Shandoka trap is real. A lot of us are just plain stuck. And the reason people who now make more are not moving out is because there's nothing available. So that context is critical to understand in how we move forward, because otherwise it's just a empty policy that makes sense intellectually, but doesn't have any connection to the real thing. I originally planned on giving you a whole bunch more written comment. There's a lot of technical detail in this, but it can be saved until later. Make the decision on tiers first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We can hear from anybody else in the room?
Yeah, we got one more.
Hi, I'm Shan. So it seems like towards the end of the meeting, I heard that creating a cap per unit, like for instance, if I'm making $250,000 and I'm living in Shandoka, if you say to somebody, you're now gonna have to increase your rent by X amount, do you decide to pay that? That's for the renter to kind of agree with. There are different developments within projects that are coming about, I feel like, over the years. So if those people who are in those higher brackets maintain that level of income, why couldn't they be put in a specific lottery system that would support the opportunity to purchase? And that was kind of one of those points that I thought would be something maybe to consider. I also personally, living in Virginia Placer, had a number of annual renewal rent increases. I wanted to understand what that would look like within the tiering system. But I do think that if somebody is making $250,000 and they're living in Shandoka and they don't want to move, then why not just offer to increase or triple their rent if they want to stay? And if not, then they can decide that they're going to try to find somewhere else to be, instead of removing them from the opportunity to maintain secure housing. And that's really all I have to say.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Shan.
Shan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany, can you please unmute Danny Kraft?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
So apologize about that. I was actually in the room and I had to leave. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys all know me. You know, I moved back to Telluride after growing up here. Started at the bank making $10 an hour. Took me over 10 years to really actually be able to even like rent a decent place and kind of move forward from here. So I know how hard it is in the community. The thing about it that I think that we should actually have is we have to have a cap. And I fundamentally disagree with Dan. You know, you look at the proposal at 200% of AMI, and I think it's extremely generous. I think that you're looking at individuals that are making a little, almost $200,000 if they're a 3-person household. So those individuals are making roughly $17,000 a month. They can afford free market rent. There is a Lawson Hill unit that's currently for sale. That's at $700,000. That mortgage would be roughly $3,000 a month. They can easily pay for that. So what we're doing is we're actually encouraging people to stay within these units when they are making a significant amount of money. Someone making $500,000 is making $44,000 a month. They can easily go to a free market unit. And I really struggle when you are thinking about that list of 200 plus individuals. Some of them people making literally 60 grand a month. They have nowhere to live. They have no place that they can rent. These individuals making $500,000 a year, they have multiple places that they could do. And we are allowing them to live within Shandoka. and make a significant amount of money. For what reason? So that we don't kick them out? I really don't understand it. So I really fundamentally disagree, and I think that you have to set a cap. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Tiff, can you please unmute Dan Mann?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of things. I'd like to echo David's response. Totally support everything he had to say. I believe her name was Shay or Shan.
Shan.
Everything she basically had to say as well. I do understand that there is likely a compromise here with the cap space. I don't disagree with that. I would wish to suggest that perhaps there needs to be some sort of, I don't want to say shortcut into the deed restriction process, but as I understand it, the deed restriction process is lottery based. So even if you are making this kind of money, or even a lower end than 500K as an individual in the county or even in the town, you may not be able to have access to those particular types of properties. Say you're making $150,000 or $200,000 a year. It's kind of difficult to move up in the structure and into the deed restriction process. I work for town. I personally am about 90 to 100% AMI just for my bedroom, my roommate. It kind of depends on the year. And I don't know if this was just a number that Geneva threw out there about the idea of deed restriction, and maybe perhaps I'm not educated enough, but the idea of 80% AMI being an entry point for deed restrictions just in my situation is not realistic. I did want to comment on the wait lists real quick, just to kind of give you guys an idea. I've been in and out of Shandoka for about 21 years. And just recently, back in like 2018, when I first got back into town, my roommate that I live with now had been on the list, and he'd been on the list for about 3 years at that time. I got onto that list the same time he did, and it's now been, I should be at the top end of the Shandoka list. And I know that basically the idea is I'm looking for movement within the system, at the very worst within the Shandoka system. And I know right now scarcity is really the main reason why I haven't been called, and other people getting in and other situations. I'm fine. I have housing. I'm in Shandoka now. However, the idea of moving throughout Shandoka to maybe try and either have a different apartment sometime, and that's kind of the main reason why I'm still on the list. And I imagine it represents a good portion of the percentage of that wait list of people who are in Shandoka or are looking maybe for a different apartment within Shandoka or somewhere else. And really it just comes down to scarcity, and that seems to be the main problem. Obviously, you guys are doing what you can to address it. So I just thought I would share that. The idea of rent tiers within the Shandoka, or at least where we're at right now. Obviously, you're adding properties. We're looking at Diamond property. Hopefully, sometime later, we're looking at Pearl property, maybe whatever else you might have going on at Ridgeway and Montrose. The idea of rent tiers for people who are already in the system, you might want to have some, at least entertain and debate the idea of some sort of staggered or delayed increase of rent on people who are, say, 120 or 140 or 150 of AMI. The idea that if somebody's going to have to pay more rent and you're in Shandoka already, you're raising my rent, say 25 or 35%, like what am I gaining from that? It just seems like it would be very catastrophic to somebody who's worked in town for quite some time, lived in Shandoka or lived in town for quite some time, to basically get 1 year until their next lease to figure out whether or not they're going to pay the extra 25 or 35% or face basically not eviction, but just being gone. I have other issues that are more, obviously, like David said, that are more specific given what we've talked about today, and I don't want to clog up too much of your time. But obviously, it sounds like June 4th is going to be a long meeting. I will probably type up some sort of statement, and I'll probably send it along to everybody just so we, get our voices heard. Outside of that, thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks so much, Dan. Can we unmute Shay, and then we will wrap up public comment after Shay.
And there's at least one more person who came back into the room here in person, I think.
Okay, we can include them as well. Let's do Shay first.
Shay, you have to accept the unmute.
Thank you. Sorry. Hi, I just wanted to note that it sounds like we're talking about a lot of income numbers that are on a really far end of the spectrum. And I wanted to touch back on Elena's earlier comment that it seems like a large number of the folks in town in this community and whom this affect really lands somewhere in the middle. And I agree with the cap absolutely, but I think I just wanted to make a note of the fact that I think some of the current caps, especially for the multi-person households, are set in such a way that each member of a household either has to be making a really low percentage of that AMI calculation, or there's a large income disparity within that household. So like, for example, a couple in a 2-bedroom, if the income cap for the AMI at 200%, I think in Sunnyside is set at 150. That means that either both parties are only making around $70,000 a year before taxes. Mind you, that's not their take home, but that amount, either 70,000 each, which is, a fairly livable wage in Telluride, but not incredibly comfortable. If you have that situation, on the other hand, the other way you have it is that there's an income disparity within that household, which can be sort of problematic. So I just wanted to note that like, if you're looking at households in this way where the household income is being taken into consideration, but the AMI calculation for what's allowed or capped is at a certain place, you put people kind of it can be, I guess what I'm saying, it can be difficult. And I just think that should be noted, that caps are a great thing. It can be a great tool for us to use, but making sure that there's room for multi-person households to be making a comfortable wage per person. And that we're not creating situations where one person has too much power in a household. And I just also wanted to note that I think it'd be interesting to talk about a sliding scale in the future. I think tiers are great, but the tiers obviously have problems because you're talking about, say, person's $1,000 over the cap for their tier, then they end up paying $6,000 more a year. That's not totally a fair situation. So I don't know if that made sense, but I just kind of wanted to touch on the fact that a lot of us really land somewhere in the middle. And I think focusing the conversation a little bit more on that and a little less on the extreme example of the $500,000 a year would be helpful.
Thank you, Shay, and would love to hear from the last person who came back in person. Speak.
Oh, sorry. If you don't have anything to say, no pressure. I saw you come back in, so I assumed. Yeah.
I've been listening. I like what everybody's been saying and nothing like that new.
We're all good. Thanks, Chief.
Can I
Okay,
make a
great.
comment?
Yeah.
Before we wrap up? Shay actually asked the question that I had was, why have we chosen to do tiers rather than doing a sliding scale? So that way I think that's causing a lot of heartburn for some, is like, once you hit a certain number, then you're going to have a big threshold to come up, these kind of steps rather than a more gradual increase. Is there a reason why we did that versus?
So it's still in kind of a hypothetical place because we haven't really delved into it yet, but at first glance, having a structured system of tiers is already going to be a bit of an administrative lift. Having a sliding scale will be beyond that. I think the other thing to keep into consideration is some of the information that I gave to you, many of you have seen 3 times now. Some of you have seen it twice. This is still the data from November, because we are now in the midst of collecting all of the new income information. It's a good time of year because it's after tax time. So we're collecting that information. Without getting all of the same information from everybody, it's sometimes hard to determine those exact income places. Without revealing too much about the comment that was just made and the big jump, I will again go to the Sunnyside thing. There's 2 tiers and there is a vast jump in between. So addressing that middle, where if you're only $1,000 over, you're not paying $6,000 more a year, you're maybe paying $1,400 more a year. Whatever those I'm losing my words, sorry.
I think the idea is creating more narrower tiers will mimic a sliding scale concept without having our administrative team calculating a percentage of somebody's income on an annual or monthly basis where everybody's rent's slightly different, which seems like a nightmare.
And Delaney you'd already proposed something similar at the THA subcommittee, and even said at that point that you felt like there still needed to be at least one more additional tier, if not more than that. And so I think this is a process, and I am very grateful to everybody that's been listening to us work through this process. It's why we are doing it here, like so that you can listen, so you can see us go through this process of really understanding what we're doing. But I think as we go through that, you'll start to see why and how we're doing things. These aren't decisions being made in a vacuum, and a lot of the ideas are already things that are being discussed, because we do want to make this as fair and equitable as possible, you know, for everybody that's living in these housing units.
And I know we're trying to wrap this up. I wanted to make this comment earlier because I am not going to be here on May 14th, and you are going to be continuing to these, but a couple of the public comments brought this up. It's come up through conversation and some questions. In our office, although it is confusing for a lot of people because it's THA and RHA, and we do different things, but we all kind of help each other out. It's also very beneficial for us to be in the same office, because some of these households who are over income, I'm consistently encouraging them when I have the opportunity to look into purchase. There's a lottery right now. Have you considered entering the lottery? There are these 3 houses for sale in Lawson Hill right now that actually would fulfill your household size and your strata of income. So we are actively doing those things with people. And the other point I wanted to make is, because this came up as comments and questions, we have households in Shandoka who are unrelated multi-roommate households who are over income, who have, through the course of this happening for months, coming in to ask questions, have voluntarily said, we would rather stay in our home and pay more than double what we're paying right now, because we like our place and we understand the equity piece of all of this. So I've asked them to make public comment, but they're usually at work when this is happening. So I'm going to encourage them to public comment for the next meetings. I do think it's important to hear, because I've heard a couple of comments about giving people that option. If they want to stay and pay more rent, we have people that want to do that. Just, I want you to know, because I'm not going to be here, and I'm going to try to get them to make public comment for you.
I have a question for Ally. I think that I've maybe asked this before, but I'm going to ask it again. Is there, when, like, let's say there's 2 roommates in a 2-bedroom situation. Those roommates are not familial relations, but they are still looked at as a 2-person household. Is there why can't we lease those, in those situations, create leases for individual rooms so that it separates their households? So that way one roommate could still make, you know, the AMI level that they are as a single person, and then another roommate could make an AMI level as a single person. Their rents would probably be increased as a result of that, but then they're not, one of them isn't trying to fluctuate with the other ones, because they really are independent people.
So we could. So that's not how it operates right now, but again, and then that's again, something else to discuss when and you'll see in the chart of topics to come, is also a roommate policy. How do we want to address that? And that is one option. We could offer separate leases by bedroom instead of by unit in that situation. And just have maybe a different rent tier for rental of a bedroom rather than rental of a unit. So that is one option for how this could be addressed. So it's a good question.
And that's the biggest piece of feedback that I've heard from the public, is determining the household income with so many kind of adult roommate situations in our rental housing. That's been the thing that's been the biggest concern that's been brought to me. So I'm glad that you brought it up, because I think if we can find a better way to address that, then I think a lot of people will feel better taken care of by us as their, I think, I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah.
And I'll present that data on June 4th, but just snapshot, because there's an assumption that all of these over income households are unrelated individuals. There are more households that are families, like by every definition of a family, partners, kids, sometimes grandparents. There are more of those that are over income with 2 or 3 incomes per household. That's a family versus unrelated households. I broke it down into 4 categories, just so you know: individuals, couples, because they're not married, but I don't know how you want to define family, family and roommates. So just so you know.
Okay, it feels like we really uncovered some really great conversation topics for our next meeting. This is big concept stuff, so thank you everybody who tuned in, and thank you to staff and council for wading through that. Our communications director would like me to read off that you can go to engagetelluride.org to follow this whole process, get the schedule of the meetings, get the packet information. Also, the bit.ly link is bit.ly/TOT rental policies to get straight to that page. So stay tuned in. Thanks to everyone who made comment. I think all of the comment is super valuable. And with that, we will conclude this meeting of the Telluride Housing Authority by unanimous consent and go back to town council.
I'm reconvene as Telluride Town Council.
So, we have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from me. And Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Yes.
Helena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Geneva, yes.
Betty, yes. We are back into town council. Item number 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor License Authority. That gets us to executive session 11A. We are looking at tabling that due to a non-time sensitive issue, potentially adding it to the next agenda item unless there are any huge concerns for that. And seeing no concerns for that, this meeting is adjourned.
I was like, we're gonna be here till 9.